Well, I guess we can make a little update on SailFish. So I got this mobile, and it has SailFish on it, and just take this little thing. Yeah, there we go. It wasn't easy to really get a mobile for the SailFish thing and all that, but anyway. So we'll just turn it on. We can turn it on. Should be battery on it. Oh, maybe I need to push. Actually, I haven't found. Oh, it's already turned on. Okay. So this is SailFish, and you can do like this, and then you are on YouTube. Let's see here. Here we have the screen here. I haven't been able to figure out how to really make a live stream for YouTube. There are two applications that can do sort of something in regards of live stream, but doesn't really look like it so fluently. Let's see if we can find a pencil for it. Always have one of these for the mobiles, right? I need to see if we can push it over here. There we go. Oh, that's actually pretty good. So here we have the mobile, and it's interesting. I can install Android applications, but yeah, this is how it looks at the moment. Oh, what's the camera over here? Okay. So these are the different applications we have. We have some of the stats in regards of it keeps pretty good in regards to the battery. Again, you can't change the battery, which is of course bullshit, but that's how it is, and it's a little different in regards of using it. Um, Here we have some of the things in regards of. There's a lot of improvement that could be made in regards to this mobile. It has some issues here and there and all that. I do have like one of the things that I don't know why it isn't an icon is the storage thing. It's kind of a pretty important thing because if you want to install applications, oh, let's see here. If you want to install applications, it's kind of important to have you know uh, to know about this application, and then you can go into your memory card when it's mounted, which is not mounted at the moment. You have the user data and all that. Apparently, the backup doesn't really back up much of the files. It seems to be backing up some standard things, but not really the whole thing. The applications are not backed up or anything like that. So I'm thinking that means if you actually need another mobile of SailFish, then you need to reinstall everything. I remember that LG had this wonderful application where you could actually move all your files, this and that, from one place to another. But overall, it's just all these disgusting ways that they don't give us the freedom. We should just be able to copy paste and all that. So, and you can go into different things here, and it will open up whatever. Um, I installed Total Commander on it, but you don't have access to the internal space. But you still have access to the micro SD card when it's there, which is not at the moment. So, but you don't have access to the internal storage apparently. I don't know if that can be fixed in any way. As I understand it, the Android applications is like sandboxed. So I'm not sure you can do anything about that. You probably, everything is possible, right? But it depends in regards of how to. And apparently, you can't decide if it should have access to it. It's like there doesn't seem to be any feature where you could actually make this, which would actually be a nice feature as well. Actually, I should really write down a lot of the things, right? And make a list or something like that. Get access to what do we call it? External space. Internal space would be a thing, right? If you just had the option to do it, I've fixed so it doesn't encrypt the data, and thereby you don't need to have the password. I can I can turn it off here. It does seem a little, but whatever. It doesn't have everything, but it doesn't have Google, so that's nice. Although you can still install Google applications and all that. But the worst thing is pretty much the community. The community is horrible. I posted multiple times on the forum, and most of my post has been censored. It's been removed, because the community themselves can do reporting and get you deleted and all that, and they surely have done that. So a huge amount of my posts are burned at the stake. I haven't been banned from the forum, as I was on the Shift forum multiple times. And why would I log in again to the forum? Well, because I needed the updates and the things, the files and all that, and you couldn't download the files if you didn't have an account on Shift. So that was these people on Shift was just absolutely outrageous as well. Couldn't handle anything biblical and all that, or other kinds of opinions, and this seems to be the same thing in regards of the SailFish. So I'm not, you could only hope that the community was, but no, that's anyway. We also have the weather. I've got that working as well, but it doesn't work out of the box. Another depraved thing. Like, are you gonna be kidding me? You buy the thing, and then it doesn't work with the weather out of the box. So you need to waste hours and hours to sort that out, which a programmer could do, right? And then so people don't have this issue, but apparently not. So I have four applications for installing apps. I have the Yola store, the Aptitude, and the F-Droid, and the two Aptoid and F-Droid you can actually pretty easily install at the installation beginning. But the store that seems to be most usable is actually Storeman, and that's not part of it. So it's like, when people are like, Storeman and all that, and I had to figure out, I need to download Storeman and apparently Storeman also have these themes. They're called something else, like the black theme, and you have the white. I think I'm on the black theme at the moment. No, I'm not. Okay, so here we have the black. Oh, well, it opened up the. Here we have the black theme, and you can get that on Storeman. Um, I don't know. I was also sorting all the icons and all that, but sadly it didn't remember my settings when I made a backup. So that's kind of, so I don't know about this. Maybe it's just waste of time. I haven't tried to install the Bible application yet, or one of the. Yeah, there's some wind out there. One of the lights went down. I have seven lights. Let's go out and two of them. It's a little windy outside. Let's see here. There we go. It's morning. I guess they should actually be taken in anyway. Let's see here. There we go. Oh yeah. So, in regards of supporting some support for Israel and all that, so I put some light out. I also have some real lights that was standing. These guys were standing on the real candle lights, but these candle lights are not very good when there's wind. Although um, although these others, of course, they're not that heavy, so the wind takes them and all that. But anyway, I was trying some of these different digital light sources here, and these are very cheap. These were like two for 5 kronas. They're like, I guess that's less than $1 for two. And they were on sale and offering and all that, whatever. And they've been keeping pretty long in regards to the battery and all that, I must say. So if you calculate the time that you can, get a bag of, it would probably be pretty good. I don't know see how much a fyr falds lys. A fyr falds lys. Well, that's 8 hours of lightning time. Let's see price. See how much it costs. You can get 50 of them for 40 kronos. That's not that okay. So I guess they probably would beat the fake ones. I'm not sure how long they can actually go on, but they're doing pretty good for sure. Um, yeah. So well, 5 kronos. How much? Like 5 crowns, you can get two for 5, right? And they are. And how many hours do you have? It's like you have 50. So that would be, let's say, a crown per piece, right? And if you have like, yeah, well, I think they're doing pretty good, these because let's just say that it's a crown per piece, and you pay 5 kronos for two of these. um so yeah, they're still going strong on the battery apparently. And it's been since the Israeli thing and all that happened, and I've been using them most of the days except two. So that they're still going strong. So yeah, anyway. But the good thing is that they don't go out. That's the main thing, I guess, compared to these outside things that only have worked twice. Although a little heavier, so they're not taken by the wind, at least not as it go for now. Of course, there's less and less things in it. But anyway, yeah. So here we have the phone, and it doesn't have much installed. I haven't really tried anything really heavy. I did have a game on that one that I would like it to try it over here, but I'm not so sure how to really again, moving the things, and it's not rooted, and so you have the issues of not being able to make and to attract the file. And maybe I can actually do it, but then I need Windows and all that in regards to the applications, and maybe I can make those APK. And but yeah, it's all the nonsense, and sick and tired of this thing, and you waste so much time just trying to move things. They made it so complicated, and they of course do that on purpose, sadly. So yeah, the worst thing is pretty much the forum. And you kind of get tired of it. Like, what's the point of writing on a forum if everything is just deleted anyway? And I don't know how many of these people on the forum that actually do this. But there's enough people to have a, what do you call it, um, to execute you at the tree. These, I'm missing the words here, but there's enough to go after you and close you down, in regards of speaking your voice, or you know um very sad. And then people begin to write to you private, and yet and one of them came as it's typical, it's the typical thing, right? They come as like friends and blah blah blah, right? And then some of them, the devil tries his different ways. So, and some of my topics has been, even my own topics, right? They can't leave them alone. They just have to ruin everything. So I think my main topic is. Oh, is that opened up now? Yeah, it's okay. This one seems to be opened up. So yeah, so I fixed so the username is now Darkijah, and that seems to be working pretty good without any issues. The thing is, every time you need to go into things, it's like you waste so much time. And I'm just yeah, I'm sick and tired of wasting time on all these things. I just want to use use the mobile, and yet that's kind of apparently a thing that is not that. Maybe I should just try to get some of the old LG V20s and install Android 7 on them, and just use them and not update them or anything like that, and just use the applications that find the applications that work for. That's a huge work as well in some sense on a lot of levels. It would just be nice to just stay at Android 7 with my with the LG V20, a wonderful mobile. You can charge batteries outside and all that, and um, yeah. Ouch! 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 Oh, my poor feet. Yeah. Apparently, it's loading at the moment. Hmm. So I'm not sure what I could, maybe I can just use it as a Linux phone, pretty much with a terminal or something like that. I'm not sure I can. But here we have, but here we have like my Darkijah thing in regards to the username. So because apparently that's usually default user and all that, and seems to have been working with making it Darkijah. Doesn't seem to be any issues with that. Seems to be working fine. Yeah. Um, but not really sure what to really use it for. Again, it doesn't really use much power, so you could use it maybe to, um, in regards of fixing videos or something like that. With this, what's it called? This system to maybe look into compre thing. Make things smaller. Um, might be a way. And then just use the phone for that, maybe, and just let it do its thing. And maybe that's a possibility. I'm not sure that this would be like a main phone. Um, yeah, but yeah, it is working. It's interesting how things are, moving up and down, and it works. It's yeah, it works. But would I use it in daily life? Well, it is very minimal, although it's not bad. It's just, yeah, not sure. It's Well, if we can install the Bible applications and all that, that could be nice. Um, I would need to see how many things I actually can get working on it. Um, I would need to see if I could actually retrieve the applications, I guess, on that phone. I do have an app, and I think I'm actually not sure if it actually makes APK files or if it makes something else. Because if it doesn't make APK files, that's kind of a problem because in regards of installation, I know, yeah, there's usually so many issues. And music player as well would be interesting as well. Of course, I will have to have everything on the SD micro SD because I can't get access to the internals from Android applications. I do have one Quasar MX, thing that apparently also costs money, but it's a trial version here. Um, it's better than nothing, I guess. You can. So this is like the playlist. So and you just you fix it to where the files are laying, and it fixes the things up in a long playlist. I think you can also make some kind of playlist. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, that's, let's see. Do we actually, can we get some bigger icons? Thank you. It's incredible small, and it doesn't really make it much bigger, but a little bigger. This is apparently the biggest you can get the icons to. I don't know why they want so small icons, but yeah, okay. In regards of, um, but yeah, okay. At least the big icons are better than at least nothing. Um, so apparently you need to pay for this application to further. Apparently you need a yeah. Well, apparently you can get a request test license and you can buy it. I'm not sure how you're going to buy it. Doesn't really do anything when I put. Oh well, maybe there's no internet on it. That might be the case actually. Um, that's might be the reason why it doesn't really. But yeah, you can. I need to solve all the data thing here. I had solved a good amount of them. Fixing the ones that the apparently the storage is very important. Apparently they tend to move around. I moved the icons and yet they move back and all that. And there's clearly some issues here and there. You know. So, but yeah, I guess it was worth a test. And I don't know what really to. I would like to live stream from it, and so I could show people what is really being done on it and show how it actually looks. But apparently that's not so. Yeah, I would need a camera in the. But you had like a camera here, and you could just that could be interesting. Then you could see what I could see. Could be an interesting way actually to do it, I guess. Or a way to actually do it, I guess. Um, but yeah, not much installed on it as of yet, and haven't really tried any hard things for it really, and seems to be keeping battery okay and all that. Um, I guess it has its standard things, but you also have things that I'm like, you're gonna be kidding me in regards to the encryption things where you need to have the password and all that. Now I don't need any password because I haven't encrypted it, so that's good. I fixed the weather thing, took me some time as well. I also wrote about that on the forum, so hopefully that helps someone. It seems to have helped, because time is we don't have that much time, and it's just yeah. Let's see if this is sensor one. I hasn't closed the thing yet. Someone. So yeah, I don't know, but most people in the forum seems to be angry at me and blah 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 blah. Uh, just stop. And it's like you're deleting all my posts. You're deleting my voice. So again, the forum is very hostile. Again, I haven't been banned as of yet. I also paid for the thing and all that. Um, but yeah, it's kind of, if this is the people in here in regards of, I know, no wonder why it doesn't really take off. Um, so yeah, and you can see the different usages. You can also turn it around. Seem to work, and the sound is also okay. And with Total Commander, if I actually do play some music with that, I can actually boost the music. Of course, you could also explode the microphone or the, yeah, always. Apparently, as I understand it, this speaker was used as well in the older version, but apparently not in this one. So I can just see it fix the a little more boost, and there we go. So you can adjust the things here. And you can boost in regards to total commander. Yeah, of course, we don't want to boost the microphone too much and all that, but it can be, it can become okay loud in regards of the phone. So you have some volume for sure, at least in total commander where you can boost it. Let's see here. We have another one here. That's another Hebrew thing. Okay. Shalom. Okay. But yeah, on the sound thing, it sounds pretty good, and you can also should be able to do that at least. Yep. Nope. What? Oh, I forgot something. Okay. This is of course bullshit, but you need to go in and tell it that you don't want to pause videos in the background. No, it's bull. Why would you ever have it to actually break up? There we go. So now I can sit in the background, and as it should be. I can't remember in regards to the browsers. At least one of the browsers just stopped things, so that's another thing. In regards to the browser stopping. Cool. Gadol. Gadol ala kol. Oh yeah, but oh yeah. I had some little issue in regards of hitting the. It's okay in regards of loudness, in regards of a little speaker like that. I haven't really tried calling with it and see how that works out if it's any good. I also have a tone alarm. So this is a total commander. It's pretty much the best of the best. Although they didn't want to fix and they pretty much also deleted my messages on the forum. So yeah. Dun, dun, dun. So I'm kind of getting unpopular everywhere. So it's just the way it is. Zoiko Asai Mele Shemo Nikra Adonolam Asher Amala B'Techem Kol Yetziat Nivra Le't Nasa V'Rezoiko Asai Mele Shemo Nikra. Oh, it's sort of early in the morning, so. Behave Kido Haku Levado Yimdo Noha Vehu Haya Vehu Hoive Vehu Yie. It should actually be Yihiye. Let's see here. Haya. That's very, very subtle on what we call it. Shemonika. He was another such king. Kido Haku Levado Yimno Noha Vehu Haya Vehu Hoive Vehu Yihe. Interesting. Seems to say Yiye instead of Yihiye. I guess Yihiye, Yiye, Yihiye, Yiye, Yihiye, Yiye, Yihiye, Yiye. Lit Nasa Livet Soiko Asai Mele Shemonika. Anyway, okay. So yeah, so it works. It works pretty good in regards to those things. You know. So like yeah, I would still need to remove some of these. I did remove them, last time, and it got fixed down in regards. Okay, language. I don't need language, right? It's the same language. That's pretty much. So we can take language away, right? We like organize language. Yeah, there we go. And well, storage is at least important. Notes is probably in the folder, right? So why have that up here? Doesn't really make any sense, I guess. Well, I guess you could have things two places, right? But then you have in regards to the top menu. Yeah, that's in regards to what to turn on and what not to turn on. We have the NFC, which as far as I know, it's just in regards of data transfer and all that. So I don't need that either to organize that. We can remove this one. And what do we have? Do not disturb. No, silent. Silent is not really needed either because you can pretty much just push here and then you get silent. So yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. Let's see, silent. Oh, that's the ringtone. Again, you can just push down on the, yeah, so you don't need that either. Organized. Remove the silent button. Or if that, who knows, there might have been something in regards of top menu. Let's see, silence. Let's push that again. Of course, there could have been some option, maybe. Let's see here. Go to settings. Yeah, so it actually goes to settings in regards of the, but that can be entered into, I don't know, it just takes, takes brain power all the time, right? Um, you have the themes up here. You can also turn that off. Oh, oops. And I'm like, I only need one theme, so it's probably going to take that off as well in regards of, it's nice to have at the moment in regards of just checking what really fits best in regards of usability. Um, this is one of my better ones in regards of having some backgrounds in regards to the northern hemisphere, in regards of going counterclockwise and all that. That's one of the reasons where you can see if it's counterclockwise or clockwise in regards to seeing the north or the south. The south goes with the clock, and the north goes against the clock. So that's one of the ways you can see that. It's like all this flat Earth nonsense and other bullshit and all that. It's a mad world. Okay, we have the large, normal, large, and huge. In regards of think, I'll just keep it at huge. I think some of it will not be. No, it actually, it looks pretty good. Yeah, let's just. Maybe I could go down to normal. Also large. You can see a little more with the large in regards of what it says. It's incredible. There's so much space down here that they could have used for. Yeah, well, anyway. Let's just keep it at huge, I guess. But anyway, okay, so we can always see organize, and let's just remove that. We can always do that in options. Orientation, screenshot, flashlight, global proxy, or we have the silent thing that goes into the settings of ringtones and all that, and message and chat and emails and system sounds, touch screen vibration, enable do not disturb mode. Um, what I'm really, oh yeah, what I'm missing is actually the dot. Actually, that would be a nice, a dot. What do you call it? Screen dot to follow you where you push, down with the. That would be nice as well. To just be able to see where you're pushing. I guess it's more like if you make a video and all that, but you get used to it where you can just see, oh, it's I'm pushing there and this and that and all that, and so yeah, that's a lot of things that you could probably tell them, but I don't know if they would ever begin to work on things. Global proxy, no idea what that is. It's used for all connections, WLAN, mobile, and overrides individual. I don't know what that is about, but yeah, okay. About product, don't need that either. It's just in regards of, okay, what version and blah, 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 right? So, do we have that up here? About product. Let's see here. OS updates, we don't need that either. Check for updates, just manual, doesn't really matter. Um, well, we can just check it. I'm sure we'll figure out if they ever make an update anyway. And it could end up breaking things, of course. So we have the NFC near field communication. Just turn that off. Guess it's probably using some battery if it's turned on anyway. So, silent screenshot orientation. Orientation is kind of, as far as I know, it doesn't really matter. Orientation off, so I guess it should. It doesn't turn around here. This, I think, stabilize it to off. I just haven't totally figured how that works out. Can I turn it around? Nope. Okay. Turn this around? No. Okay. Yeah, I guess I need to go into Total Commander. Yeah, okay, so I can see turn around. So if I like push this, it will actually stay closed. Yeah, okay. I don't really need that feature. I think I can take that off. Let's see if I actually orientation. Yeah, okay, so that locks, just locks. Well, I guess sometimes it's nice to have the feature. So I don't know about that. Like the less icons I have, the better, pretty much. Have some locations turned on. Hotspot. I think I need hots. Well, maybe. Do not disturb. Not sure about how that really works out. Go to settings. The same settings in regards of sound settings apparently. Um, so okay, so silent thing here. I can just at least take that off. Organize. Let's remove that one. Yeah, there we go. Then we just need to remove all these other things like language. It's like I don't need language in regards of an icon here. That's how many times do you change language? Like no one, no time, and whatever it's called. In regards of Android version, oh, that's Android in regards of running um, Android app support. It's running Android 11 API 30. Apparently, they have some kind of API, whatever. And it start Android app support on boot up, so that's running. And there's some regards of, I don't see me, I don't see why I should. But disable Android app support system package verification. Allow substitution of system packages with unofficial versions. You must also grant this permission to each package individual within the Android app support. Change the settings require restart of Android app support. Caution, malicious apps may try to use this to access personal data. So disable Android app support system package verification. Okay, so it's like a kind of a verification. Um, I'm not sure. You know, disable Android app support system package verification. Allow substitution of system packages with unofficial versions. You must also grant this permission to each package individual within the Android app support. Um, must also grant this permission to each package individual within Android app support. Changing this setting requires a restart of Android. I don't know. Okay? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I can just turn it on, and I don't know. I don't know really if it does anything. It seems to give me a little more access to install things or whatever. Anyway, so we have some counters. What? Oh, that was in counters in regards of data, right? Oh no, SIM cards, data counters. Probably don't need that either. Transfers. I haven't really done much because I reinstalled it and all that. So um, OS updates doesn't need that either here because that will be done on another way. So we'll remove organize. We'll remove this one, and this one. So far, so good. Then we have some untrusted things. Allow untrusted app. We're not going to toy around with that either. So we can just organize and remove that as well. Um, we have the gesture thing. I guess there's this quick event access where a left edge swipe always goes to event instead of home. I didn't really, I turned it on, but I didn't really. But the idea is that if you do it the other way around, you will get to the events, but I don't know how many times do I really want to get to the event anyway. But it would be like a thing where you can just, yeah. Um, Display sounds. What is sounds? Well, that's the same thing as the other thing in regards of you can pretty much go to the sounds by just pushing on do not disturb and go to settings. You get to the same place, so you don't need sounds either. So I can just take that away as well. Oops. Um, Still doing things that okay. Sounds great. Encryption doesn't matter either. We can turn that. I don't have any encryption on, so organize. Let's remove that as well. Backup, certifications. I don't think that's just a list of certifications, right? Who cares about that? Are you? I'm not going to ever read those either. Time and date. Or maybe I made it a little too big in regards of the because it removes some of the what they're called. Maybe it's not a biggie, but I guess I can. How do I? Let's see here. On settings, display. No. Ambient, top menu, lock menu. Should be like a size thing somewhere. Text input. No. That's a good question. Not entirely sure where the. I know it's somewhere. Yeah. Looks and feel display, maybe? No. Oh, yeah, there we go. Display. Let's just put it to large, I guess. See, huge. Okay. Oh, it also changed the. Okay. It also changed the whole thing in the. So it also fills up the screen more when you actually. Large, normal. I can read the normal things here. That's really hard to. Oh, okay, let's try that. It's hard as well with huge actually does seem to be better. If I don't have glasses, at least it's okay. Let's set it to large at the moment. But large actually seems to nearly have everything in order without actually breaking too much up of the. Okay, time and date backup about. Okay, we have some about here. Don't need that either, so I can fix that away. So let's just organize, remove that one as well. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 4 icons left to sort out on the bottom and some at the top. Maybe I can actually sort out so there's only 8, but maybe not. But and of course we'll remove the. Oh yeah, that was another thing in regards to the lock thing here. You can lock it, but there's much more room up there, right? You have a lock, and you could make like a further option close down. I don't know. Maybe you can actually dock the mobile actually easier by just pushing the button like that, and there you go. That's locked. So-called locked. Oh, here we have some data. Nice. So it actually has some data on the bottom here, and we can also go into some applications directly from the lock screen. I just give me a break with this lock screen. But anyway, doesn't log anything. I would just be nice if you could actually just turn it on and just see the front screen, I guess. But maybe there's some more details in regards of 19 October, Thursday. Yeah, well, I don't know. You have the information there as well, so I don't know. Location, flashlight, global proxy. Probably don't know. Probably not going to use the global proxy to anything. Events view, lock screen. What is that? Oh, that's just in regards of the poly menu. Okay. Okay. That can probably be reached from another place. In regards if you go into Yeah, well, let's see here. Settings and lock screen. Yeah, and there we go. Yeah, so we don't need that. Lock screen, organize, remove that one. Regards of SIM cards, we can turn this second SIM card out. Yep, only need one of them. At least for now. Have the I don't think you can set the micro SD. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, you can fix one micro SD card in. And apparently, you can also fix a. You can set a SIM card in there. Yep, SIM one. So you have SIM one, and then you have the micro SD card. It runs exFAT apparently, which is an issue in regards to the other phone I have, not running exFAT. Okay, anyway, total commander, blah, 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 blah. Backup, time and date, developer, some developer thing, enable, no, developer mode. I don't know what that really does in regards to, just turn it on. Ah, okay, that's in regards of, okay, so you can get access to your computer and all that and do things. Utilities, probably not going to use that either in regards of counters, battery. So in regards of enable saving mode onto charger is connected. And you don't have much settings on that either. Activation threshold, battery 20% not in use. And enable battery saving mode until charger is connected next time. Some battery aging protection, give me a break with the bullshit. Just, you know, if they just made it available that you could just change the battery, like some sanity. So you can go in regards of battery saving mode. You can say when it goes here and there, that it needs to go into battery saving mode. Don't know in regards to that. 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%. Uh, uh, I don't know. We can set it for 5%, I guess. Um, 10%, 5%. Let's just take it 5%, whatever. I can then but usually I would just use it until it dies, right? And then just, yeah, well, whatever. That's just, we can always change it. So 5%. Let's move organize that one as well. We have users as well. It doesn't really. Why doesn't it actually say? Let's try to make another account. That's weird. Ah, there we go. Okay. I can rename that. Okay, that's why. You. Okay, and you can change to another account, and I guess it will move it down in regards to that. Okay, let's try to switch to another user, and it's switching. Whatever. Switching to hello. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gray weather. Gray and boring weather. If the app. So I got Israel. gaslighting. We have like first it asks for when you need to accept the user license and blah 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 blah, right? To be able to use your device that you paid for and all that. Hmm. And now it's loading, and now it needs some kind of security code. I don't care. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You can't. It has to be 5. It's like, give me a break. Yeah. All these rules in regards of, oh, it has to be this and it has to be that and it has to be whatnot and all that. Who are you to decide what my password and length and all that? I'll skip the connection here. Skip. Do you want to skip? Yeah, didn't I say I wanted to skip it? It's like, give me a break. Okay, so now we're in the system in a new user. I just wanted to see if it's pretty nice that it actually shows the users at the bottom. It's a little hard to see, I guess. Why is it? There we go. Um, that's pretty cool, I guess. Can we actually get into go to user settings? Yep. Yeah, okay. So let's just switch to the other user and all that and get back to my main user. See what date is the first day today. Flight stats, flight tracker app or similar before installing SailFish. What is this? Something. Okay, we're still loading, apparently. Or maybe it needs to be pushed in regards of the button. Yep. There we go. Um, yeah. So yeah, that's pretty good. Oh wait, just go into users, and we can also remove that. Go user settings and remove, delete this one. Yes, yes. And the password to do it. Yeah, whatever. Um, so that means we can pretty much get rid of that as well. Organize. We don't need that one. Great. Okay. Pin code. Not sure what that is in regards of the, you know, um, I'm not entirely sure how that works out in regards of the card. What it really could be used for. Text input. In regards of English and all that, so that's not really a display. Adjust brightness automatically. Oh, you can actually turn that off. Okay. Just optimize brightness level for available light. When this feature is on, you can manually adjust the size to base brightness. So this is base brightness level, so it will, so you can actually take it off. Okay. You don't have, sleep after 10 minutes. It's just, you know, sleep, never sleep. You know what would be nice? Never sleep. Or like an hour or something like that, whatever. You know, just annoying. Like, if I don't use it, I just push it right. To, oh, I have password again. Apparently, we need to take off. So adjust brightness automatically. You can turn that on and off. Okay. Lock screen. We'll just see here. Oh no, that's not the lock screens here. Display. No. Oh, security, right? Device lock. Not in use. Apparently, it's turned it on again. Annoying. Just because I made another account, I guess. Um, gestures, events views. Isn't event views just, oh, that's just in regards to weather, calendar, and apparently this is access event when device is locked. Yeah, it's a beta version apparently. Um, so we can delete that as well because that's. I have the notes. That's still notes USB. Oh, not sure what that. Oh, that's in regards to the USB mode. It says always ask. Just annoying. Although not sure developer mode or media transfer. Charging only or media transfer. Yeah, the developer mode, can that transfer files? I haven't been able to actually get access to. Oh, anyway, let's just have that one at the moment. Well, I'll have to check it on Windows if it actually can find it on my Windows 7 or something like that. We have the gesture thing where you can actually, yeah, now at the moment it just jumps out here. And if I do it like that, it jumps out here. But if I turn this on and do it, then it will jump to this screen instead of the main screen. Okay, do I need that? And if I do it like that, yeah. So you have two options, then you would just need to always do it like this, I guess, in regards of getting to the home screen. um, it's another option. So home screen, that's to the right, and the other screen is to the left. Oh, not really. Okay, it didn't turn it on. There we go. Okay, that worked. If I don't have it turn, then I just turn okay. And if I turn it on and do it, then I get to the. Hmm. That's a good question. Yeah, just turn it on. I can always turn it off again if it is. Okay. So gestures, we can just remove that as well. So I have connect, alarm, selfie, search, note, storage, display, top menu, USB, device lock, pin code, backup. Backup doesn't really. Yeah, and it needs a memory card, and the backup is just. Yeah, I don't know about that. The developer input. But yeah, if I can kill a little more icons and figure out the most important thing, and apparently it's just why does it remove the icons when I move it up to one place and apparently it just removes it. Is it after the restart or something like that that it does it? Not sure. If I restart it. So, oh well, it didn't really say restart. I wonder if you can actually just say restart actually in the settings restart. Because sometimes you need to just restart the mobile and it's kind of nice not just turning it off and turning it on again and all that. Kind of tedious. There we go. Then it will turn on again. But yeah, I guess it's an interesting, interesting alternative, I guess, to have. Whether ever you apparently as I understand it, you can also record. Oh yeah, that was actually be nice with a recording app. Record app. I'm not sure how much the programmers are actually willing to put effort into the system. But it would be nice with like a folder with all the recordings and it's just record things automatically. That's a huge, huge feature to have. There's an open source application. Maybe I can actually just install that open application and actually have it work. Actually, like have it recording. I'll have to look into that. I guess needs another SIM card or something like that so I can test things out. So I can call from one phone to another phone. Maybe even three SIM cards might be nicer. So I can make some testing from the different. Yeah. I haven't checked in regards to those other kinds of. I know Libara still can be bought without digital ID, as far as I understand it. So I think there's like two other kinds of. Anyway, backup, pin code, device lock. You know, why do you have a device lock here? Show notification was locked, added fingerprint, user code, change security code, blah 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 blah. Yeah, that doesn't really need. I can reach that from another place. Pin code, backup, time and date. Time and date really shouldn't automatically update, automatically time zone update. Maybe I should actually take this automatically update off. Maybe I can actually change it myself on things. And sick and tired of this. I change the clock every year. Could be nice to just take off. Then you can adjust it all. But okay, automatic time zone update. Okay, so you can actually. It could be nice if you maybe could edit other clocks, but I guess you can't. I guess it's not a. That could be a nice feature. Um, yeah. Well, anyway. Clock, 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 clock. Time and date. There we go. Automatic time zone update. Automatic update. Automatic time zone update. Use 24-hour clock. Automatic time zone update. Yeah, okay. That's so painful. Note storage display top menu USB pin code backup time and date text input developer utilities transfer and counters. Yeah, the storage. Oh yeah, that's true. The storage is now again put in another place. I don't know if it's. Let's try to organize. Let's put it over here. Like, if you organize something and it just, restarts itself here. Let's try to. Let's put organize. Let's try to put this down here. There we go. See what happens if I restart. Oh yeah. Okay. Goodbye. Now. Then let's see what happens when I start it up again. Okay. Let's turn it on. So, it's going to be fall. Terrible. Okay, let's see what happens. Turn on. Yeah, it removes it down there. The flight menu still is where it should be, but apparently the storage is moved after restarting. I don't know why. Let's try to. Maybe we should need to move a couple of them different places. Sometimes technology does stupid. Let's try to move this up here, this one up here, this one here, whatever. This one here, and yeah. Let's see if that works. Anyway. I have Piers Morgan in regards to the Palestinian ambassador.
To discuss the war in Gaza, I'm joined by the Palestinian ambassador to the UK, Hussam Zomlin. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for coming in. I do appreciate you taking the time, particularly at a time like this, to come to the studio. You were very active on Twitter from the moment that this hospital was hit. You said it's a massacre. Hundreds are killed in an Israeli strike on the hospital. Hundreds of medical staff taking refuge. How long will it take to stop these atrocious war crimes? You then said waiting for UK government condemnation of this atrocious act of mass murder after being directly hit by an Israeli airstrike. And you carried on when Keir Starmer said the scenes of hundreds killed at the hospital in Gaza are devastating and can't be justified. International law must be upheld, but didn't mention Israel. You said, why can't you condemn this? Why is it so hard for someone with a background in human rights law? Is it because the victims are Palestinian? So you were in no doubt last night. This was an Israeli airstrike. And yet, I watched the BBC News this evening. They did an extensive investigation of everything that's available at the moment by their Verify unit, specifically designed to cut through any partisan rhetoric and get to reality. And based on circumstantial evidence, as they said, but the clear conclusion of that investigation is it's far more probable that this was actually fired from within Gaza. It was a misfire, and it landed in the car park next to the hospital. And they cite, for example, the crater is tiny by comparison to the kind of crater you would see from a conventional Israel missile, and so on. What is your response to that? Have you changed your absolute conviction that this is an Israeli airstrike?
Before I answer your question, Piers, today is the first day of our national mourning for the killing of hundreds of innocent people. And in memory of those
never answers the questions,
doctors,
right? They always want to just want to say something else, right?
Patients with kidney failures, children, innocent people who took refuge in a Baptist-sponsored hospital, the Anglican. In memory of all of those who were killed last night, allow me to have a moment of silence.
Well,
now back to your question. This very same hospital, the Baptist Ahli Hospital of Gaza, was bombarded only 2 days before last night by the Israeli airstrike. And they recognized that. This very same hospital was designated by Israel as a place to be evacuated. This very same hospital, the director of it was called by the Israeli occupation authorities asking him to evacuate all patients en masse.
But that's not my question.
No. I'm answering your question and allow me to answer.
My question is, are you still as sure as you were last night?
I'm just answering your questions after we just,
Archbishop of Jerusalem,
moving around all the things instead of just answering the questions, right? But what was the question?
when he condemns the Israeli airstrike, I don't believe the Israeli mouthpieces and spokespeople. They lie more than they breathe. And this is, their record is very clear. Number three. You think groups in Gaza have such, precision and firepower? Really?
Well, I don't think it was precise.
Seriously?
That's the point. If you look at the
it was.
If you look at the Ambassador, with respect, if you look at the BBC, you look at the BBC.
Precise. It was. Oh, but how was it precise? Yeah, what did give me a break?
Precision and firepower. Really?
Well, I don't think it was precise.
Seriously?
That's the point. If you look at the BBC,
it was.
If you look at the Ambassador, with respect, if you look at the BBC, you look at the BBC investigation.
It was.
They include footage which seems to show a rocket misfiring. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. There's no sound. You see it go up, and then you see a ball of fire, and it looks like, and this was the BBC's conclusion, based again on circumstantial evidence, that this was fired from within Gaza. It misfired. It then landed in the car park next to the hospital.
Yes.
Now, all I ask you this, Ambassador.
That looks pretty reasonable. You can see them firing rocket from this place, and then you just see there. So this is looks like the launch site, right? That would be, as far as we know, the graveyard or something like that, and the hospital would be over there, right? Just go a little back here. There you go.
There's no sound. You see it go up, and then you see a ball of fire, and it.
Yeah. So that seems to be.
Ambassador, with respect, you look at the BBC. You look at the BBC investigation.
It was.
They include footage which seems to show a rocket misfiring. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
You can see those.
There's no sound. You see it go up, and then you see a ball of fire, and it looks like, and this was the BBC's conclusion, based again on circumstantial evidence, that this was fired from within Gaza. It misfired. It then landed in the car park next to the hospital.
Yes.
Now, all I ask you this, Ambassador.
Yes. I am an ambassador. I'm an official, and I tell you with certainty, this was an Israeli airstrike.
Where's your evidence?
I have the evidence, and you will see the evidence.
Oops. Apparently I pushed something I shouldn't push.
Spokespeople. They lie more than they breathe. And this is, their record is very clear. Number three.
Seriously? Investigate. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
I think it's pretty clear from the, you see they're shooting rockets from this place, right? That kind of, and then boom, it's like, it's like, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah.
There's no sound.
And it's not unusual that the missiles that they use are misfiring or is, getting into, so, yeah.
You see it go up, and then you see a ball of fire.
And again, Israel had the president of the America coming over. Why would they do it just up to an event like that?
And it looks like, and this was the BBC's conclusion, based again on circumstantial evidence, that this was fired from within Gaza. It misfired. It then landed in the car park next to the hospital.
Yes.
Now, all I ask you this, Ambassador.
Yes. I am an ambassador. I'm an official, and I tell you with certainty, this was an Israeli airstrike.
Where's your evidence?
I have the evidence, and you will see the evidence.
But where is it?
I'll tell you what's my evidence. My evidence is that we are calling for the Red Cross to come and investigate this, and for the ICC. And until now, the Red Cross has the responsibility at such war crimes. Who's blocking them?
Yeah, we're going to trust the Red Cross for sure, right? Because they don't hate Jews, right? And they're not used to all these, disgusting, filthy things, Anyway, turned it on.
Evidence is that we are calling for the Red Cross to come and investigate this.
That's our evidence. Let's get the Red Cross in over here.
And for the ICC.
I know ICC.
Until now, the Red Cross has the responsibility at such war crimes. Who's blocking they?
So it's saying that we're not totally certain anyway.
The Red Cross. Anyway, we have very strong civil society, human rights organizations on the ground. We are communicating with them. Tomorrow you will hear from everybody.
And you believe you will produce evidence that it was Israeli?
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
Why would the American ambassador?
Let me ask you this. Don't ask me about the Americans. The Americans.
Why would the President of the United States say that his own independent investigation by his own people, i.e., not the intelligence given to him by the Israelis, that has also established it came from within Gaza.
Is that a serious question, Pierce? Really? You think the Americans are...
You think he's lying, President Biden?
Yes, he is lying. He is lying. And he is part of...
It's a big charge to make about the President of the United States.
He has just lied before getting any evidence. There is no way...
He's seen evidence.
I don't know if he's seen evidence.
Well, he said he has.
He doesn't have personnel. If he has personnel, he must provide protection for our civilians. Then he is complicit in the crimes against...
When you see that video, what do you think you're...
Then Biden is...
What do you think you're seeing, Ambassador?
It's whitewashing and gaslighting, as we have been seeing over decades.
What if you're wrong?
And, well, what if I am wrong? Bring me again here. Okay? Bring me again here, and then we'll discuss it.
Okay.
No one has such firepower except the Israeli...
But have you seen the crater?
Occupation
Have you seen the crater?
army. And you know what? No one even in the region has such firepower. Very sophisticated.
Have you seen the crater?
I have seen.
Does that crater not tell you it was not an Israeli airstrike?
This is the trick. I'll tell you what happened. Israel did it. Israel thought the world was giving it the green light, that it was okay to do so. But when we did it, they did not expect the outcry, and then they did it again as they do all the time.
Oh my! Give me a break. So they just did it while the president is coming over and all that.
Yeah.
As they do all the time, they simply go out and deny it, blur the lines. Two stories we don't.
This sounds like gaslighting.
No, and I will remind you, few weeks from now or few months, Israel will come out and admit it. But it will be too late. They will not get the confirmation.
I don't think they will.
They will admit it, as they did in the past. In the past, they have denied many things.
Have you seen, out of interest, have you seen the BBC Verify investigation? Did you watch that tonight?
You know, the BBC is to be blamed for part of this.
Why?
Because the BBC just ran one day before that Hamas digs tunnels underneath hospitals. Primarily speaking, instigating the Israeli IDF. Another indication that they did it, that they should go after hospitals, which is a war crime, as you know, very well defined. Now, what is the issue here? What is the main issue here? Is that all these lies that have been happening over the years are not challenged by you and all the mainstream.
Well, that's completely untrue.
No, it isn't true.
All that says to me is you've never seen me on air.
I have seen you.
Well,
I have seen your interview.
You saw me for years.
I have seen your interview.
You've seen me interview Netanyahu twice.
I have seen your interview just a few days ago with the Israeli ambassador. She did say here on this seat, that they provided the whole south of Gaza as a safe zone, and they are building shelters to Palestinian civilians. She told you that.
And I said
Did you challenge her?
I said that.
Did you challenge her?
I challenged her like this.
No, you did not challenge her. You did not challenge her. Let me tell you, my sister. No. I'll tell you, my sister.
She denied there was a humanitarian crisis.
She did.
I said there was.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You started that conversation with her with showing an outpouring emotions, good for you,
yes,
about the mothers. Why didn't you start with me about the thousands of mothers, grandmothers?
I literally read that.
With me.
Well, Ambassador.
This is the asymmetry.
Ambassador.
That she lied.
There's no asymmetry.
She lied with you.
Let me be clear.
And she said that the south of Gaza is safe. You know how many people were killed in the south of Gaza only in the last 48 hours? You know that my sister now, she lives in the south of Gaza.
I know.
And you're following my Twitter. Look at my nephew, Ammar.
I saw it.
You saw Ammar.
Yes.
You saw what happened to Ammar.
Yes.
They live in the south. So an Israeli official sits here and tells the world that the south of Gaza is safe and people should go there en masse, therefore ethnically cleansing these people to the south to actually slaughter them. And then you, Pierce, do not look her in the eye and tell her, stop lying. I was on the BBC Sunday morning just a couple of days ago with the Foreign Secretary and others. Before me was another Israeli mouthpiece, spokesperson, Mark Regev. He said, we did not and will not target any hospitals. They lie all the time.
Yes, but just to be clear, on the hospital, there is a clear circumstantial set of evidence, which has been established now by the BBC, by the independent Verify unit. They don't have any skin in this.
You think that was the first time Israel targets a hospital, Pierce? Really?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about last night's atrocity, which is what it is. Because hundreds of people have died. There remains a massive question mark over whether Israel had anything to do with it.
What about the other 2,800?
Well, let me come to this. All right.
What about the other 2,800?
Let's come to this. So I want to take you back to October the 7th, because you were very quick last night when you believed it was an Israeli airstrike that had committed this horror, which had killed several hundred people. We're not entirely sure of the exact death toll yet. but certainly hundreds of people appear to have died. You were very quick to demand that everyone from Keir Starmer to others publicly condemn what had happened.
Of course.
So let me take you back.
Of
Well,
course.
hang on. Let me take you back to October the 7th.
Don't play this.
No, I'm not playing anything.
No, don't play this. Don't play this.
If you are in the...
No, what I wanted
Ambassador, let me finish my question.
Okay. I know where you're going.
Well,
but I want to explain.
I don't think it takes a genius to work out where I'm going. But let me ask a question first.
Okay.
Then you can respond, please.
Okay.
My question is this. You're very, very keen to demand that political leaders, including Keir Starmer here, publicly condemn an attack on a hospital which may not have been Israel, right? And you repeated that throughout your evening on Twitter, right?
That's true.
But what you are not prepared to do yourself as the ambassador to the UK, because I've checked your Twitter feed and you've not done this, and to my knowledge you've not done this in public, you're not prepared to condemn Hamas for the slaughter of 1,400 innocent people in Israel on October the 7th. So I give you the chance, given that you want others to condemn acts that kill people, even if they're not responsible, given that Hamas have brazenly admitted responsibility for what they did, are you prepared to condemn it?
You know, this game and this narrative...
It's not a game.
It's a game.
Why?
I'll tell you.
Why should you demand condemnation of people dying, but not be prepared to condemn it yourself?
Allow me to explain it to you and to your viewers why it is a game, and a very vicious, unfair, asymmetric game that has contributed to the oppression of my people for 100 years. Number one, you know our position. You know that Hamas is just a militant group that was created 20, 30 years ago.
You think they're terrorists?
You asked me this question? Okay. What is the definition of terrorism?
Well, I'll just ask you,
what
you think
is
they're
the
terrorists?
definition of terrorism?
The UK government,
I'll give you the
UK government
I'll give you the definition.
has them as a prescribed terror group.
I'll give you the international United Nations definition of terrorism. It is the unlawful use of violence against civilians to terrorize them for the sake of a political agenda. Agreed? Agreed? Unlawful violence against civilians. Do you? And answer me, please.
Well, no, I've asked you a question.
Do you consider Israel to be
Ambassador, with respect, I'm asking
a
you
terrorist
questions.
state? Do you consider Israel to be a terrorist
Ambassador,
state?
if you won't answer me, why should I answer you?
Did we agree? Did we agree on the definition of terrorism?
I've asked you, is Hamas a terror group?
Israel has been targeting civilians in front of your eyes for 75 years.
But why should I answer any of your questions if you won't answer mine?
Deliberate targeting, and not just this round. 2014, you know all that happened. 2005.
I'm very aware of the history.
Okay, then you
I've been
are
very critical of Israel.
Is Israel a terrorist state?
I'm asking you the question.
Is Israel a terrorist state?
Ambassador.
Oh, this is the asymmetry.
Ambassador.
Answer me and I'll answer you about Hamas.
Answer me. It's not how this works.
It is.
It's my show.
It is.
And you're a guest on my show.
It is. From now on, this is the way it works.
Okay,
but there has to be equity and
Ambassador,
symmetry.
you are the ambassador to the United Kingdom.
I'll ask you a question. You
are the ambassador.
I am, proudly so. Proudly so. I'll ask you a question.
And you've been here, I think, since 2018.
Yes.
You've been ambassador for 5 years,
yes,
right?
and I was in the US before.
Right, and the UK government has Hamas identified as a prescribed terror group. Do you agree with that?
That's the UK business.
You don't agree?
No. This is not about me agreeing or agreeing. I'd like the UK to designate the Kahanist in the Israeli government as a terrorist group.
You may want other groups designated.
As a terrorist group. I want to see.
But as the Palestinian ambassador, do you disagree with Hamas being prescribed as a terror group?
Get my point. Please, get my point. I want to see equal treatment. And I will accept the equal rules. If these rules are applied on the Israelis, I would raise my hand and accept.
Okay.
I will put my hand on my heart.
Let me say this to you.
Do you consider Israel to be a terrorist state?
Let me say this to you.
That's number one. Number two, I'll ask you, do you accept the UK? You asked me about the UK government. The UK designates Palestine as the occupied Palestinian territory, right? OPT. We are occupied. Do you accept that designation?
Well, it's an interesting question about occupation, isn't it?
That's your government.
I think the Palestinians have lived in a...
Do we accept that we are occupied? No. I don't accept that. You're not occupied. You are the occupiers. If you want to, it's like you are the ones that are in a foreign nation and that doesn't want to move to Egypt or Saudi Arabia, or at least those that want to do it can't do it because of Egypt, the pressure of Egypt standing with Hamas and the rest of the Mohammedan nations probably as they stand against Israel, as they hate Israel.
Number two, I'll ask you, do you accept the UK? You asked me about the UK government. The UK designates Palestine as the occupied Palestinian territory, right? OPT. We are occupied. Do you accept that designation?
Well, it's an
Nope.
It's in question about occupation, isn't it?
That's your government.
I think the Palestinians have lived in a very repressive...
So it's not occupation?
Well, it's a repression, right?
What?
No, it's not an occupation. People should read the Bible or something like that. It's like, give me a break. The Jews have come back to their homeland.
They are living
You don't
as...
accept international
They are living as
consensus?
repressed people.
So-
I have for years...
Oppressed by what?
Well, they're oppressed by Israel effectively keeping people trapped in Gaza, right? And they have the ability, as they've shown in the last few days,
what about
to
the West
turn
Bank?
on and off water,
Okay.
to turn on and off food supply. I think all this is wrong.
What about the West Bank?
Ambassador, I think it's all wrong. But let me just ask...
No. This is a major point. It's
you're
a major
not interviewing
point.
me.
Is it an occupation?
Ambassador, you're not interviewing me.
No,
What you're trying to
it's
do,
not
if
an
you don't mind me
occupation.
saying, you are distracting from my original question.
It's a conversation.
Respectfully, Ambassador,
It's a conversation.
I was interested that you last night were demanding that political leaders like Keir Starmer condemn a supposed attack by Israelis on a hospital, which now looks like it wasn't by Israelis. And I'm simply saying to you,
keep repeating
if
this.
you want
parroting this, how
Ambassador,
do you know?
let me finish my question.
How do you know it's not by
If you
Israelis?
want, I don't.
How do you know?
I don't.
So don't say it.
But nor do you.
I know what I'm saying. I represent the situation.
You do not know it was an Israeli
You
airstrike.
hold me accountable next time. You're neutral.
Okay.
You're neutral.
I am neutral.
I'm not neutral.
Okay, I get that.
So no.
Okay.
You are being biased.
That is honest of
You are taking the
I'm
Israeli
not.
side.
No, I'm not.
You are.
I'm not saying...
You are following the cue from Israel.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the BBC Verify unit
BBC?
has said tonight, do you think they're impartial in this or not?
They shouldn't.
They won't even call Hamas terrorists.
This is none of their business. This is the business of Karim Khan, the prosecutor.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. It's entirely down to you. But given that last night you wanted people to condemn what happened last night, in your belief that it was an Israeli airstrike, and you were ferocious in demanding that repeatedly, will you now take the opportunity to condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th? I only ask you one more time.
22 Arab states convened at the beginning of this, including my state, my government, and they condemned.
Do you personally condemn it?
They condemned the killing of civilians from all sides.
Right.
You know what?
Not all sides.
No, from all sides.
Do you condemn what
From
happened
all
on
sides.
October the 7th?
Yes.
Why are you so reluctant to condemn?
You asked.
You were the one last night demanding people condemn things.
I'll tell you why. I would be the first to condemn. If I ever saw you asking an Israeli official to condemn, did you ask the ambassador to condemn all the atrocities?
I will be asking.
I'll tell you.
I will be asking the representative of the ambassador.
No. You had the ambassador before me. You did not
Yes.
ask her to condemn anything.
Then you didn't watch the interview.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay. Let me ask you one more time.
I did.
Because I'm not sure if you heard my question.
I will not answer this question unless you
Okay.
allow me to explain.
No, that's fine. You don't have to answer it.
No, I'll tell you.
But if you're not going to answer it, don't demand that other people condemn things.
No.
And certainly don't ask me to condemn things.
Yes.
If you won't condemn
Our position.
1,400 people
You're
being
going to talk over
slaughtered,
me. Our position.
how can you not condemn what they did?
Our position is very clear. I represent the Palestinian leadership and people. I represent the PLO. That's the sole legitimate representation of the Palestinian people. President Mahmoud Abbas, the government.
I know.
Hamas is not part of the government.
I know.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, that legitimate representation I represent have committed for 30 years for first non-violence and negotiations. I belong to that camp. You're asking the wrong person. Committed to international resolutions and committed to the recognition of Israel. We recognize the state of Israel long before anyone else. And we still waiting for Israel's recognition of us. And guess what happened in this 30 years? Every political avenue was blocked. Every legal avenue like the ICJ and the ICC is blocked. Every hope for any Palestinian is blocked. You are talking to a person who
What do they mean when they recognize Israel? Do they? Yeah, they want a two-state solution and all. What do they really infer? And it's just whatever.
Believe in non-violence. So please don't ask me that question.
If you believe in non-violence, Ambassador, why are you reluctant? If you believe in non-violence,
that's why I picked diplomacy.
Why are you so reluctant?
That's why I wanted to become an ambassador, because I believe in the power. I believe in the power of diplomacy. I believe in the power of non-violence.
Okay.
I believe that we should always return and maintain the moral high ground. But that's why I am answering the way I'm answering.
Okay, I understand.
That's why I'm challenging you.
Okay,
because the moment I accept your question is the moment I accept we are the instigators of violence. we are the aggressors. And I asked you the question before.
She didn't say that.
No.
I didn't say that to you. I understand you're not part of Hamas.
No, not me only.
I understand
the entire Palestinian people are the instigators.
I understand you're not.
The question.
I understand you're not
Let
Hamas.
me explain, Pierce, please.
But I understand it.
Cool down. The moment I accept this logic of condemnation, in the lack of Israeli officials being asked by you and everybody else to condemn, that moment I accept that my people are lesser of a people, that we are not equal, that we are a lesser of a, children of a God.
And I don't believe that.
Okay, no, I think.
And I think Palestinian people are absolutely entitled to fairness and equality and human rights, many of the things they've been deprived of for decades. I would love to see peace in the Middle East, but nobody can show me how what Hamas did on October the 7th has done anything for the Palestinian people other than set everything back and make peace even more unlikely.
The moment I see that equity, that balance, I'll be the first to use any word you want. But so long as there is this imbalance, this racism against Palestinians, this consideration of us of being, 1/5.
But I'm not racist against Palestinians.
No, I think there are people who are racist. I think anti-Palestinianism is flourishing everywhere. I think we are seen as to be less of value than the Israeli lives.
Let me ask
I'll tell you why. You brought me here. You're bringing everybody. This has been the focus of everyone. You have located your moral compass on the 7th of October.
No.
Did you locate your moral
All
compass?
that says to me is...
Did you locate your moral compass?
I covered
200 people killed this year in the West Bank.
I've covered...
Did you bring me to discuss the many Palestinians who were killed only in the last few months?
Ambassador,
this is the...
Let me try and respond to you.
Okay.
I've been a journalist for 30 years. I've run major national newspapers. I had a daily show at CNN for 4 years. If you actually go back and look at what I did, including, for example, a 2-year campaign against the Iraq War, which I thought was an illegal invasion of a Middle Eastern country. So please do not pigeonhole me as somebody that has no compassion for Palestinian people. Don't generalize.
You oppose the war.
I've been getting Palestinians on all week. I've been giving Palestinians platforms, including you, all week, right?
But when Israelis were harmed, you see, this is what I'm telling you. Why didn't you bring Palestinians when hundreds, thousands of Palestinians are killed by settler militias?
Ambassador, here's my answer.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you, absolutely guarantee you, that if the Israelis ever carried out a terror attack of the nature we saw on October the 7th,
they are doing.
What they
Since
killed?
1948.
They pulled Holocaust survivors out of their homes and kept them hostage. They shot babies in their cribs.
What's the terminology?
They burned families alive
deliberately
going in to get civilians.
You see, your responsibility is to really use the right terminology.
Why? This is indisputable.
All of the words.
All that happened.
You are invoking many things. You've just invoked terrorism. You are now invoking ISIS.
You don't dispute it was a terror attack, surely.
You are now invoking ISIS, and you spoke about...
I haven't mentioned ISIS, but for the record...
You did.
Not with you, but for the record, I do believe there's a parallel between what Hamas has done on October the 7th and ISIS.
Okay, you see...
You don't agree?
The Israeli... Look, what happened on the 7th of October is not condoned. We reject wholeheartedly the targeting of civilians. Our culture, our upbringing, who we are as Palestinian Christian and Muslims, what happened is non-Palestinian. How's that? And we reject it. And we want to continue maintaining the moral grounds of our cause very right.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, let me continue.
Yeah.
Let me continue.
Okay.
However, since the 7th of October, the first moment, Israel started preparing and putting together a huge campaign to delegitimize the Palestinian people, to link Hamas to ISIS, and then link Hamas to the Palestinian people, then link the Palestinian people to ISIS, then do the ethnic cleansing and the mass destruction and the mass murder you are following on your screens.
But I think
okay, that's exactly what happened. Then the international media, mainstream media, were literally following the cues. ISIS. You talked about Iraq all the time. ISIS is a group of criminals who gathered from all over, mercenaries who were there to kill and only to kill with no real agenda. You agree?
Yes.
You think Palestinians are that?
No.
Don't you think we have a political and legal case to make?
But I think
so why are we using these terms?
Ambassador,
we are using these terms to allow the Israeli war machine to kill en masse.
Let me respond.
That's why we are using.
Let me respond.
So everybody who use these words is complicit.
Ambassador, let me respond.
Everyone.
Let me respond.
Okay, respond, please.
I do not believe that most Palestinian people support what Hamas did on October the 7th. I do not believe you do. I do not believe the Palestinian Authority does. So do not think for a moment that I think you're all the same. I think Hamas is a terror group who committed an act of unspeakable depravity and terrorism, and they must be held accountable. The question is, what is an acceptable way to hold them accountable? I do not believe a full ground invasion will do anything but make this 10 times worse, for the record. But let me ask you this. There are 200 hostages, I think 199 hostages being kept by Hamas. Should they be released? Yes. They include children, they include Holocaust survivors. What is your view?
Yeah, all hostages should be released. First of all, they should be kept safe and protected, and they should be released, but hostages from all sides.
How do we get to peace here, Ambassador?
We have 5,000 hostages in Israeli jail, including children and women.
Let me ask.
We have many of them.
Okay, you made your point.
Who are rounded there without charge or trial. So everybody has to be released.
I've got to wrap this. The final question. How do we get to peace from here? It seems to me, after 30 years of covering this conflict, we've never been further away from peace between Israel and Palestine. How do we get to peace here?
By listening from your heart and your brain that this is a people struggle for 106 years. 106 years because it all started here. The Balfour Declaration by the British Empire, where they promised our land without consulting us, and they turned us in that 67 words into non-Jewish minorities. We were 98% of the population. We had lived there for millennia. We were the cradle of civilization. We produced every prophet. Palestine is the birthplace of Christianity. We were literally the
millennia. That's thousands of years, right? So they've been there for thousands of years.
Words into non-Jewish minorities. We were 98.
Oh my. No.
Percent of the population. We had lived there for millennia. We were the cradle of civilization. We produced every prophet. Palestine is the birthplace of Christianity.
You've created every prophet. Like, I guess you didn't figure out that all the prophets in the Bible are Jews. It's like this is full of bullshit, right? Is this mostly Jews that is written about? Like you gotta be kidding. It's like we produced every single prophet. Give me a break, It's like full of bullshit.
Every prophet, Palestine.
Like, again, is this a book from? Is this a Palestinian book or is this actually a Jewish book? But it's like, like Moses. Like, what is this book about? Is this book about the Palestinians or is this book about the Jews? I'll give me a break.
Is the birthplace of Christianity. We were literally the hub of the region, the linkage between Europe, Asia, and Africa. And all of a sudden, we are only a non-Jewish minorities. And then Britain took over our land. And not only they denied our peoplehood, the nationhood in 1980.
I try to go to the back here again.
From your heart,
do we get to peace here?
By listening from your heart and your brain that this is a people struggle for 106 years. 106 years because it all started here. The Balfour Declaration by the British Empire, where they promised our land without consulting us. And they turned us in that 67 words into non-Jewish minorities. We were 98% of the population. We had lived there for millennia. We were the cradle of civilization. We produced every prophet. Palestine lived there for millennia. Minorities. We were 98% of the population. We had lived there for millennia. We were the cradle of civilization. We produced every prophet. Palestine is.
We produced every prophet. We produced every prophet. What is he talking about?
Minorities. We were 98% of the population. We had lived there for millennia. We were the cradle of civilization. We produced every prophet. Palestine is the birthplace.
We produced every.
Of Christianity. We were literally the hub of the region, the linkage between Europe, Asia, and Africa. And all of a sudden, we are only a non-Jewish minorities. And then Britain took over our land. And not only they denied our peoplehood, the nationhood in 1917, but they denied us during the mandate our statehood, because the contract with the League of Nations was Britain will come and take mandate of Palestine to prepare us and to recognize us as a state as Palestine. You know what happened in the Nakba and the mass expulsion, the Jewish militias at the time ethnically cleansed 2/3 of our nation, including
I know the history,
including my own parents. So
I know the history.
Since
and
then,
I have great sympathy, by the way, with what happened to Palestine.
Since then, my people, 67 and the military occupation that we discussed, since then, this is a people's struggle for freedom, for justice, for equality. This is a people's cry to survive.
How do we get to
This
peace?
is by full application of international rules. We did not create the post-World War II
two-state solution.
Yes, of course, Israel has to end its occupation that began in 1966 World War.
Let's take that again, right?
Of international rules. We did not create the post-World War II
two-state solution.
Yes, of course, Israel has.
Yes, of course. Yeah, that's what they want. And not only a two-state solution, they want to drive the Jews out. They want to wipe Israel out. That's their point. That's their goal. And that's what the Jews understand. And people do understand that.
Has to end its occupation that began in
1967.
1967.
Well, like to see here. Who attacked who, right? You know, like all those attacks, right?
Refugee rights must be respected in accordance with international law. Two neighborly countries can get together with neighborly relations, but the Palestinian people have the right to defend themselves. And a state, we don't have an army. A state has an army. A state will do so. So occupation is the root cause of all this discussion.
I have to end it there. We've had half an hour. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you very much. I understand the passion. As you say, you're not an impartial person in this. I understand that, and I wish your family all the very best in Gaza. I mean that very sincerely. I hope they're okay. Thank you for coming in.
Protests in Lebanon, Jordan, and Iran following Gaza hospital. And again, the thing is, if this was actually, if this is not Israel that did this, you know, and all these people just blowing up in regards of, it's just. Yeah, for sure. All the world is surely looking at Israel.
Supporters of different Palestinian factions came out on the streets of Beirut today to protest Israel's campaign in Gaza.
Hiding behind masks, right? Truth doesn't hide behind any mask. So.
Inflamed by the news of the explosion at the hospital. They're never going to believe Israel's version of events. The security forces responded with tear gas and water cannon to keep the protesters away from the US embassy. Lebanon's precarious...
Again, there's no reason for Israel to hit a hospital while the American president is coming over. What would be the point of them hitting a hospital at that point in any way, you know? Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. And you see the videos, you see the calls and all that in regards, and they're shooting, and that's another thing, right? If you actually can verify that they're shooting from this graveyard, it's like they're very close to the hospital, are they not? You know, it's like, so they're shooting from close to a hospital, again, and that's just again exposing them that they're using these targets for, as protection, and they hope that Israel then will respond and hit, like a hospital,
Various government fears unrest getting out of control. Earlier, the militant group Hezbollah organized a separate demonstration. They're controlled by Iran, which can decide at any time whether to open up a new front against Israel. Yesterday, 5 Hezbollah fighters were killed in an exchange of fire with the Israeli Defense Forces across the border, a warning that this war could yet escalate and expand. At the Organization of Islamic Cooperation meeting in Jeddah, Iran made its support for Hamas clear.
I express condolences to the Palestinian people and the resistance and emphasise that this crime is being committed as the Zionist entity collapses, which happened on Saturday, October the 7th, with the Great Resistance Operation. But the United...
Oh, it's like Saturday. It was like, oh yeah, that was a Saturday. Oh yeah, it was on the Sabbath. That's true that they attacked. Oh yeah. So you try that again.
And emphasise that this crime is being committed as the Zionist entity collapses, which happened on Saturday, October the 7th.
October the 7th? Was it October? Ah, okay. No, yeah, October the 7th. Yeah, okay. So October the 7th, okay. So they're like, oh, it happens October the 7th. We start, it's like the Zionist is going down.
As the Zionist entity collapses.
As the Zionist entity collapses. And by the way, Zionist is another word for Zion. In regards to related to Zion. Zion is related to Jerusalem. So the children of Zion is the children of Jerusalem.
Which happened on...
Isn't that interesting, right? It's like, oh, the children of Zion, Just like, yeah, the children of Jerusalem. Yeah.
Saturday, October the 7th. With the Great Resistance Operation.
Resistance. That was the word. Yeah, resistance, right? That's, a great resistance. Resistance, right? So they will call, they will say this was a resistance, in regards of the butchering and slaughter of Jews. And then they will say it's an occupation and all that. That's the words they use,
States is trying to revive the collapsed Zionist entity by conducting a war against civilians.
The Saudis...
they're conducting a war. So, it's gaslighting, I guess it's called, right? You do that, and then you fold the... I guess, I'm not sure if the right word is gaslighting here. But, you do the thing, and then you blame the victim, right? You commit the crime, and then you blame the victim. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, it's...
Previously on the brink of a deal with Israel, were careful to distinguish between Hamas and the Palestinian people.
The latest painful developments show that the international community should act responsibly and ensure the protection of Palestinian civilians and commit to international and humanitarian law without selectivity or double standards.
Security forces protected the Israeli embassy in Jordan, another country which saw demonstrations today. An Israeli ground invasion of Gaza might trigger far larger protests and risk destabilizing the region.
Well, earlier I spoke to Osama Hamdan. He's a spokesman based in Beirut for Hamas. I asked him...
so at least Iran seems to be, at least according to that, really into, this will be the Zionist,
his reaction to the Israeli assertion that Hamas, not Israel, is to blame for the strike on the hospital.
Well, the Israelis are still lying. They have lied the first day by saying women and children were beheaded, and now they are lying by saying that the hospital was attacked by Islamic Jihad. A few minutes after the hospital was bombed, an Israeli an army spokesperson said that,
regards of the beheading, so they didn't run, regards of running around and shooting people. It's like focusing on something that is they didn't do that and all that. They just ran around shooting people, right? We can confirm that, right? Is that good enough for you that they were running around shooting people?
that we warned them and some other 5 hospitals to evacuate, but they didn't done that. So they tried to change the story after 2 hours by saying this hospital was used by some militants from Hamas. But at the moment when the hospital was bombed, for more than 20 minutes before that, more than 30 minutes after that, there was no alert in Israel. There was no alarm that means either their radars were not working, which is not true, or they are lying, which is the fact. So they have to admit that they have bombed the hospital, and they bombed that on purpose, because in the last 12 days before bombing the hospital, they attacked 57 medical centers. 57. They are lying, and they have to admit that they have done this crime, and they have to be turned to the war crime court.
Okay, so you're saying that they're lying, and they're saying that you're lying about this specific attack. And one of the bits of evidence
I actually haven't heard that the Israelis are saying directly that they're lying. They just shows the evidence that they have in regards to what it just came out. This is what we have a recording, we have some image, right, in regards of, and then further in regards to some information on it and all that. I haven't really heard. Maybe some of them have said it, but yeah, in regards of directly claiming that. But yeah, of course, it would be a lie if it's not true, right? But yeah.
They produced today in the press conference, this is the IDF I'm talking about, was an intercept of a conversation between Islamic Jihad.
Yeah, you have the interception of the, and they will say, oh, no, that's a fake and all that. I guess the images are fake as well, It's just interesting, right? They're shooting rockets, right? And then it's not unknown that some of these rockets fall into their own,
And Hamas commanders, where they more or less admit.
And then again, they're shooting close to a hospital, which also is again one of these evidences that they're using things as protection. And then they hope that Israel is going to make a mistake and hit, so they can, go, it's Israel. Israel is the bad guy.
Again, are you saying that that's just fabrication, or is that something that you take seriously?
This is. Well, it's not a conversation. It's a fake conversation.
Let me just.
It's a fake conversation. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Why we're here, and the reason why you're talking to me, is still because of the events that happened on the October the 7th. Now, I spoke to Israeli first responders yesterday. These are the people who go in and they discover the bodies. It's a charity. It's volunteer work. And the scenes of brutality, of the aftermath of slaughter of innocent civilians that they described are profoundly shocking. Disemboweling, in some cases, few cases, beheading, the burning of children, their hands tied behind their backs. What is your response to these appalling acts of slaughter that were carried out by your men?
Well, I believe they are lying. This is a big lie created by them. They built this country on the blood of the Palestinians. They have to remember the bloodshed.
Let's set aside.
Well, I think the Jews should pretty much, have taken some images of that and just put them on the internet. So just put them out to all, so everybody can see the depravity. That was, as I understand it, some images have been released. But really, in regards to these lies and deceptions and all that, I guess the other side will still be rejecting it and all that. But at least there would be some visible information for anyone who wanna look into it. We're kind of, there's a lot of depravity in this world, and it's disgusting and all that. It's kind of, hiding it away won't make it disappear, and yeah. So,
Excuse me.
Let's set aside the red.
So one can pretty much only hope that the Jews that went into that, but I guess I don't know if they don't do that, but in regards to taking some images, and so they could, so they can further have evidence of the crimes,
For one side.
No,
there
I
are
can't put the
pictures, there are
history
photographs,
aside.
there is documentary evidence. Are you saying that they staged all this?
Excuse me, I can't put the history aside, because if they are lying all the time, why to believe them today?
Do you
I'm not
regret?
you are not
Do
getting
you
my
regret
point.
this?
who's the one that is lying, and fixing history that oh, the Jews was never there and all that, while the earth is just, speaking in regards of Jews being there, all the time. It's just like the stones are speaking up that, yeah, the Jews was here, in the past, and now they're here again. Like the Shiloach pool is now being digged forward, or forth. I don't know in regards to the war if it has stalled the thing. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't continue. It's like, but anyway, they have to do something, right? You can't just stop things. Well, I guess maybe some of these people that works on things could have been fixed to the military or something like that. So maybe it has stopped. But you have the Shiloah pool now being taken forward.
Of Israeli civilians. Because many people I've
You are
spoken
not
to
getting
here
my point.
believe that what you did
You
on
are
October the 7th has set
You
your
are not-
cause, the Palestinian cause, back by decades.
You are not getting my point. I'm not talking about history. I'm talking about the lies. I am telling you that they were lying all the time. I don't buy it now. I will not buy it now.
Let's see, handing out candy and all that as they usually do to celebrate a victory and all that against the Jews and all. Yeah, just give me a break with the bullshit. Who is really lying all the time?
I will not accept it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
President Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestinian Authority, has called on Hamas to release the hostages, the 190 or so hostages. Why don't you release them?
I didn't hear that from President Abbas.
But why don't you just release the hostages? It would be the humane thing to do.
There is no hostages. There is war prisoners.
They're
War prisoners. Yeah, no hostages, war prisoners. Yeah, well, prisoners. Yeah, okay. There's no hostages, just war prisoners. But doesn't that mean that there has to be like a wall? Did Hamas point out that now we are at war? Isn't that like if you have a wall, right? Don't you actually? And that's also a thing, right? When you attack someone, right? You usually would declare a war before you attack them, right? So we're going to war, right? If you just attack someone without actually declaring that you are at war, that's kind of
prisoners of
And
war.
there is foreigners.
They're innocent civilians, most of them.
There-
There are soldiers,
yes,
but many of them, scores of them,
no,
are
not
innocent
civilians.
civilians.
If someone is
Well,
killing me,
We saw
and
the pictures of
carrying
civilians
weapons,
yesterday. with
taking
hostage videos.
my land,
So again, that's how this is really how they look at it. All the Jews, all the people in Israel, they are occupiers, and it's okay to murder them. Doesn't matter if they're civilians or anything else like that. If it's just everyone that is in Israel is a legal target because they're occupiers, as they see it. So it's like, they can't do anything wrong because they're just fighting, the occupation in resistance. They're doing the
taking
resistance.
my land, I will resist.
The Israelis say they want to
Resist.
eliminate.
My land.
And there we go with the
Foreigners,
resistance
civilians.
again, right?
If someone is
Well,
killing me,
We saw
and
the pictures of
carrying
civilians
weapons,
yesterday. with
taking
hostage videos.
my
Taking my land. So what land is it that they're talking about that they believe that the Jews have taken? Well, the land that the Jews have. How many times did the Mohammedans attack Israel? It's kind of not very peaceful, all these things.
land,
Okay.
taking my land, I will resist.
The Israelis say they want to eliminate Hamas. If and when they eliminate Hamas, who is going to run the Gaza Strip?
Well, they have said that before several times. They couldn't do that. The main problem is the occupation. The resistance will be continued.
Okay.
Here we go. Occupation and resistance, right? So they believe there's an occupation and we are the resistance. And it's that good, it's like so there's no peace, There's no It's only build up for more war for the Mohammedans. Every time there's peace, it's just a period of peace for a new build up to collect weapons and prepare and attack Israel again and again and again and again and again.
Unless the occupation is ended.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're going
there
to
we go. The occupation is into that. He's not talking about Gaza, okay? He's not talking about that in regards of Gaza. He's talking about Israel. He believes that the Jews are the occupiers and it's okay to kill them all.
give it there.
And that's what they want. Free Palestine is like, get the Jews out.
Hamdan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's the thing. You really need to discern what they're really saying and pay attention. It's just disgusting. And we know the solution. What is the solution? The solution is to get these people out. Down to Egypt.
I've also been speaking to the United States Congressman Seth Moulton, who's an Iraq war veteran, and I began by asking him about President Biden's wording that last night's hospital blast was committed by the other team, and why he might have said that.
Well, he would say that if he has convincing evidence that that's the case, and we've heard these reports. I cannot tell you at this moment that that's been confirmed, but I'm expecting to get a classified briefing myself shortly, where we hope to get to the bottom of what happened that led to this devastating loss of life.
So has he seen anything that hasn't been presented to the public by...
It's so convenient, right? You make a mistake and you just blame the Jews for it, right? You misfire a missile and all that and just blame the Jews, Just blame the Jews. In regards to Egypt, in regards to not opening the borders for these people, well, let's blame the Jews. It's always blame the Jews, blame the Jews, blame the Jews. That's the standard, what do you call it? The standard foundation. Blame the Jews all the time. That's
the IDF, by the Israeli army.
I guarantee you he has. American intelligence is watching the situation unfold very carefully here. And although we have intelligence sharing with the Israelis, we also have just our own intelligence that we gather on the situation as it's going on. And the president sounded quite confident that he has seen some of that classified information. Obviously, this will be one of the first questions that we ask when we go into this congressional classified briefing for the House Armed Services Committee in a few minutes.
It's extremely rare for an American president to fly into a hot situation like this one in Israel in the middle of a conflict. Do you think that this day trip has been worth it?
I think that's the kind of leadership that President Biden is showing the rest of the world. There's a lot of criticism of America right now. Some of it is well-founded. I'm standing here in the House of Representatives without a Speaker of the House. It's the first time in our nation's history that that's happened. But there's still an awful lot of good that's coming out of America, a lot of important things or important leadership that we provide the rest of the world. And that is what President Biden is showing.
But America gives billions of dollars in financial and military aid to Egypt, for instance. The Egyptian president didn't want to meet President Biden. Surely that kind of cash at least buys you, a face-to-face meeting with the Egyptian president, and it didn't happen.
Well, look, diplomacy is complicated, and it's especially complicated in the Middle East, as I learned myself, spending years there fighting as a U.S. Marine in Iraq. You can have very close friends who say different things behind the scenes than they say in public. Obviously, the Arab leaders thought that in the wake of this tragedy at the hospital, it was important for them to show solidarity with their people who are so upset at what's going on. That doesn't mean the Egyptians aren't talking to President Biden or to the Americans or to our other allies.
But these are America's friends, Egypt and Jordan, the Palestinian Authority. The fact that you're not meeting them at all or can only meet them behind closed doors or on the telephone, it does show you the limits of American influence in this region, doesn't it?
Look, this is just the nature of complex diplomacy across the globe. I think our Arab leaders there felt like they had to, do this today. But that doesn't mean that they're not talking with us and they're not going to meet with the president at some time in the future.
As you said, you're a former serving Marine. You sit on the Armed Services Committee in Congress. Do you think that Israel's land invasion of the Gaza Strip, assuming that it still goes ahead, is a good idea?
Well, look, Israel has a right to address this threat. And part of addressing a terrorist threat is taking out the terrorists. I mean, that's part of any counterinsurgency campaign, which is essentially what Israel is getting into here. But it's much more complex than that. And one of the first lessons that America learned in Iraq and Afghanistan is you have to have a plan for the day after. Simply assaulting Gaza is going to be extraordinarily difficult for the Israeli Defense Forces. I've fought in an urban environment like that. I mean, they're going to take tremendous casualties just trying to go in and kill terrorists. If they kill a lot of civilians as a byproduct of trying to take out Hamas, they're actually going to recruit more terrorists to the cause. That ultimately is counterproductive. So how Israel actually carries out this operation and what vision they have for the future of Gaza, what vision the people of Gaza who don't want to support Hamas can look forward to, that is essential to their success. And I have yet to hear them articulate what that is.
And that's crucial, isn't it? Because my question was, is it a good idea as far as we know at the moment? And what I'm hearing for you is no.
Well, it's not that simple. Again, I mean, it is certainly a good idea to take out the terrorists who perpetrated these attacks. But that's not it. You have to have a plan for what comes next. And that's the piece that I think Israel really needs to develop. And they need to share that with allies like us and you, but also with the people of Gaza. They have to paint a future that the people of Gaza can look forward to instead of supporting Hamas. That's how you ultimately win this fight. General McChrystal, who's a famed American general, estimated this insurgent math, he called it, which he said was 10 to 1. For every one innocent civilian that you kill, you recruit about 10 terrorists to the cause. So, I mean, that's tough math, and that paints the picture of how difficult this operation is going to be for Israel.
So just in 10 seconds, by that calculation, 3,000 dead Palestinians in Gaza, most of them civilians, they've recruited 30,000 new terrorists in your language.
Well, first of all, where's your evidence that they're mostly civilians? I mean, if you're just listening to
That's according to the Gaza Health.
I mean,
The
you
Gaza
don't
Health.
know. I mean, right? I mean, Israel's trying to target Hamas. So we don't know exactly what that math is right now, but the 10 to 1 figure that I explained makes this a very, very difficult equation, to be sure.
Seth Moulton, thank you very much indeed.
All right, thank you.
Well, so apparently in regards to the SailFish forum, apparently I don't recall that I wrote anything on the SailFish, did I? Yeah, like, I can't even remember, if I wrote anything today after going up. But whatever the case, I've been banned. Why is it? Over here, okay. Oh, whatever. It's temporarily on hold. I guess just getting sick and tired of it. I have 3 after account temporary on hold. I've gotten 3 other posts hidden by community flags. It's just insane. So we had another one. Apparently, someone's the community just went wild, or people some went wild and just wanted apparently just to flag every single message it seems that I made. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, they flagged, it's clearly this is not serious at all at any way. They flagged someone flagged a message where you can see this. Can you see anything bad in regards to this? Like, you gotta be kidding me. So maybe a little hard to see with the camera, but overall, there we go. Focus. So this is the post, and this is the post that was apparently flagged. I don't know how many flags actually needs to be to take the message out, but apparently I can't do anything at the moment. Apparently because my account is temporarily on hold. So just give me a break. So clearly there's people on this platform. Like, So what is in this post as in regards of Q1 Junior, Q1, and DuckDuckGo, and DuckDuckGo HTML, light version, and switch count and start page. This was alternatives to Google, and apparently that was censored. I wonder, I think actually the other one here is still here. Okay, good. So you still have the search engines here, but this is a post that is 4 days old. And apparently someone found that post. Apparently, yeah, I don't know. I can't really see what kinds of flags it's, just say post hidden by community flags, and I can't do anything because my account is now temporarily on hold. That'll be interesting to see what the administrators are going to do. So that's in regards of SailFish. Um, I don't get, and this is even even on the thread that I made. So I made some threads, and people just just totally want to censor my stuff on the thread that I made. So like I remember the other forum where people were like, no, make your own thread and all that, right? If you want to blah blah blah, you can make your own thread and all that. That was what people told me. I was like, okay, I make my own thread, right? And I did. And that got censored as well. Now, the thread was about different search engines that I tested out, but I was again getting heavily fired at in regards to that. A broadside, I think it's called. I got a huge broadside. Actually, that would be pretty nice term to use on the SailFish forum. I don't know if I actually is. Yeah, getting a. I guess it's so so ridiculous, so ridiculous. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I couldn't write that. Oh, is it written? No, I was not. Ah, and it's ridiculous. Hopefully I can. Apparently, I'm not connected, even if it doesn't say I'm not connected. I don't know. Let's see here. Darkijah, let's see here. Huh. Oh yeah. But the thing is, all the community apparently, and the thing is, if you just have people, have some of these Satanists inside and all that, it's very easy to keep all the people. You just need to have a group, right? And then you can ruin for everything else and keep protecting the lies. Okay, let's see here. Hey, we have another message that has now been censored. What? That's the first message of the whole thread. Apparently it's also locked. So now my first message is also now locked. It's like this is so ridiculous. And they have locked down my link for the I'm not sure if that does that mean that two have downloaded it or something like that. I don't know. Cancel this. But apparently the first post has been locked down. So the question is, what about the rest of the thread? Is that then gone? Apparently it's locked down. Wow, it's interesting how that goes. That's disgusting. But yeah, closed 1 day ago. This topic is temporarily closed for at least 4 hours due to a large number of community flags. This topic will automatically open in 16 minutes. So that will say it's 4 hours ago. Apparently it was closed again. And I'm not sure that it's actually visible. at all anymore because yeah, it is okay. Oh, that's so that's interesting. If you can actually, or maybe it's only my account that can see it, but it's kind of if it's still up that people. No, that's not. No, that's not it. No. Okay, that was another one. Okay. Uh, yeah, I guess the whole topic is now gone. So all the hard work. Now this is a I I tried it a good amount of time. You use time on something, and then things just gets butchered. You know, I tried to help people in regards of Windows 7 and all that, and I was making all the things, and I was using a whole day pretty much on getting all the things fixed, and all of a sudden I was just banned from the forum um, without any reason. Yeah, people don't like, I guess, in regards of my name as well, of course, and the demons don't like the truth getting out there. It's kind of ruining it for them, and of course, the demons doesn't like that, and thereby you get heavily persecuted. So that's at least internet persecution. Um, that's just how it is. Should actually have looked at Nina Follows Christ and looked further into what she actually. Anyway, any recording screen application. Let's see, a past version. No, it's actually okay. No needed. Okay, download. Yeah, so this top. Okay, I can at least still see it, but I'm not sure anyone else can. And my first post has been targeted, and because I have 52 likes, so it is. I'm not sure what that means in regards to the 52 likes. Is Oh, that's in regards of people giving likes to others. Okay. And of course, people are just, they're false witnessing me. They seem to say that I'm someone else, which is also a typical thing that people will say, oh, then that must be this guy and whatever. And they try to, bear false witness and to have you crucified. Um, so, yeah, I wonder if some of my messages has been totally deleted so I can't see them myself. It's nice to at least be able to see when your messages are deleted. I guess the administrators can maybe delete them totally or something like that. So you can't see the. Yeah, I wrote to this guy. I know Tro. So which went into calling me a schizo and crazy and malicious, whatnot, and so forth. And and I responded in regards of a yellow star. A yellow star. See if we can find it. Yellow. Maybe this is the one. Yeah. Okay. View ignored. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Here we have. Okay. I guess this might be. It's like, Lord, could you please not compare something like that with Nazis? That sounds a little bit inappropriate. Yeah, give me a break with the bullshit of inappropriate. Oh, I get offended and this and that. I think Nazis are something a little bit different than that. Oh, give me a break. People can't get a point. It's like, it's just totally retardos. The whole world has just gone full blown retardo. Um, you guys trying to promote a false witness to have me crucified? Yeah. Go with. They have multiple of my messages. Your post was flagged by the community. Your post was flagged by the community. It's nice to at least be able to still see your message, right? Closed 2 days ago. This topic is temporarily closed for at least 4 hours. Open 1 day ago. This topic has automatically opened for 8 hours. And yeah. This topic is temporarily closed for at least 4 hours due to a large number of community flags. This topic was automatically opened after 8 hours. It's like 8 hours. Oh my! And here we have the one. Okay, that hasn't been censored yet. Here we have another one, censored again. It's just totally wild in regards of censorship. Um, and I asked the person, "You have to be more specific with your false charges for me to respond and ruin your evil bullshit of other nonsense." Anyway, that was book burned once, so I guess it might be book burned again. Anyway, closed 1 day ago. This topic is temporarily closed at least 4 hours due to a large number of community flag. You give me. It's just. But at least now I have like a temporary account temporarily on hold. So now I have a place where I can see. I don't really care if they ban me. That's what it is. Going to move on. Um, Clearly, this community with SailFish is hugely hostile in regards of my things they clearly don't like. I don't know in regards of Fairphone. I do recall having a little issue on Fairphone, trying to see how the community, just trying it out in regards of. It's always, I guess, good to be a little harsh in the beginning, just to see how the community all actually responds to things. In some sense, to just be totally direct, which you actually should be as your standard, right? But you shouldn't hold back just because you come into a forum, because you want to see the response of the community. Because if the community is responding negatively to you, which is mostly the case because everybody hates the truth these days, then it's not the place for you to be, right? So, but anyway, we have one more that has been hidden away. Let's see here. Um, that's 6 days ago, apparently. So yeah, flagged. I've got a huge broadside, that's for sure. In regards to things. Oh well, what can you do about it? That's incredible. It still looks like morning in Denmark, but I guess it's because we're going into fall. We're only generating 10 watts at the moment. 10 watts, it's not much. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it was interesting. Maybe I should try the Pine phone or something like that and see if. Just not sure if the Pine phone is able to actually be able to use. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Apparently, they seem to open up a new meeting earlier than they had expected, it seems. Actually, SailFish Community News, 19 October. Okay, let's see here. Uh-huh. So it's like Lee Web. I've been thinking a lot about browsers lately, so was excited to give this newly updated Lee Web from hands ago. It's built as stupid but fast, which is just how I like my browsers. Perhaps the biggest change between previous versions and the latest version 0.61 is the renderer. That's what I'm not entirely sure what this is. Added roundup. Um, Apparently, it's like a SailFish community news, a newsletter or something like that. Please feed us your news. Hope you enjoy reading this community newsletter. As always, please do not hesitate to share your ideas, thoughts, or suggestions for future newsletter topics. Big thanks to everybody to make this newsletter happen. Please do also join at our community meeting on IRC, Matrix, and Telegram. Next community meeting will be on the 26th October. Yep. That's an internet relay chat. I'm kind of not entirely this is like MeCast, Miko theme. Apparently, there's some different themes to MeCast. Really, yeah, I don't. In regards to the themes, of course, that would be MeCast. But I don't really care in regards to the themes overall. Like the inside, how many times are you inside? But this is the thing that they are apparently Lick Web, MeCast, MeGo theme. So apparently there's some different themes for that as well someplace. MeCast SailFish theme and all that. Like a black and white and a red and a so app roundup. In the new last newsletter, we had a lovely bunch of apps, both productive and fun, and I spent more hours than I should have trusting molecules across the screen. As always, there's been so many apps updates in the intervening fortnight that I'm not able to cover them all in the newsletters today, but we will catch up eventually. And in the meantime, we have 5 more apps for you to take a look at. If you've been using any of these apps yourself, do share your experience in the thread. Well, I can't because I'm banned at the moment. So browser independence is a huge amount of things that I don't. SailFish OS update from Yola. Last time we focused on Camera 2 API changes. It is so awesome to see how that is moving forward in addition to Camera 2 API. It's exciting and expiring to follow FlyPig's blog regarding engine upgrade efforts. All the support that he's receiving is just mesmerizing. Mesmerizing. If you haven't checked the blog yet, we encourage you to check it out. Structure the FlyPig implanted for Gecko engine ESR91 issues is just great. Simply to follow and good. Maybe milestones could be utilized for Camera 2 API as well. Great progress overall. Thank you, community. Let's keep up with good work. Hope you enjoyed this newsletter. Okay, so let's see here. I have no idea that is there like a new camera thing API that's kind of right an outer surface in regards of things, right? So I guess they're working on that. Oh, the website is kind of okay. That's an interesting background. Can we like save the image maybe? Or is that impossible? Yeah, because we don't want to have people save the image or something like that. That would actually be an interesting, see here, inspect element. Let's see if we can, no, is that, yeah, there we go. See if we can find the, hack the planet as it goes, right? That's typical. I don't see any left dupe. There's a lot of dupe boxes and dupe and dupe and dupe. And yet I don't see any. Oh, here we go. That's like latest code change. RSS list Gecko. I don't really see any. I don't see anything in regards of the background. In the past you could just save as, right? Can't even copy image. Nope. Save as. Nope. Doesn't work. guess we have some more. Um, this is interesting star background. Could be used for. I don't think it's very big either. Um, but can't really apparently save image. I guess I could maybe save the whole page. Page source expect save as. Yeah, I guess we'll just go to downloads here and make a folder, web page, and save it in there and see if it actually download more than the page. Show folder. Okay, we have a PNG file. That's not it. Nope, I don't see. We just see a lot of CSS files, huge amount of CSS files. So I guess that doesn't really work. Anyway, whatever. I wonder if these builds are like, that you can maybe get some beta things, or maybe I'm not sure. SailFish OS. Yeah, don't know about that. So yolla, 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 yolla. Camera API. SailFish goes into the camera API, into the Android camera API, apparently. So that's the problem in regards of all this Android thing. Then you would need to, again, you just moves into the direction of Android, right? Oh, SailFish OS. So let's see here. Announced, released. It's like SailFish Community News, 5th October, Camera 2 Progress. So SailFish OS hooks into the Android camera API to access the camera firmware. The glitch exists in this version of the API, but it is fixed in the Camera 2 API. Switching SailFish OS to use the Camera 2 API is a large but not impractical amount of work. What's more, because the code that needs changing is open source, and we've had a number of excellent contributions to the camera pipeline from the community in the past, we're hoping we can work together with you in the community to get this resolved in a future release. Yeah, well, so they're working on things, I guess. So some in regards to this new camera, audio and video layer, low level libraries. I don't know in regards of these where he gets cast Miko theme, SailFish team. As far as I know, there's no. Maybe you need to download them some other place. I don't see anything in the application as far as I recall. You have settings, you have language, you have appearance, but the appearance is pretty much just you know icon set. You don't really have anything. So I'm not sure what that is about. Mhm. If you're reading in the week of release, there's a good chance you will be experiencing the SailFish weather blackout. Due to circumstances outside the control of us users, the Foraker Wicket and official SailFish weather app are no longer playing ball. But if you're suffering from forecast withdrawal, worry not, for there are thankfully other weather services and apps out there. MeCast from Vlad Vesely is one of many available. What would be of particular interest to anyone who still hankers for the classic dark Migo aesthetic? The MeCast app is designed to reflect a similar style, and I have to admit it is very well stylished. All black and grays, and a very slight shadow making the icon rise elegantly. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Mhm. So I still don't know in regards to this MeCast, Lickly Whip, in regards to themes. Yeah, well, anyway. Oh well, I guess I can take a break from this forum anyway because I can't write in on it anyway. So let's just close that down. Oh, some more of the Israel-Hamas war. Biden meets Netanyahu, blames Palestine for Gaza blast 6 hours ago.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
Yeah.
Day 12, a hospital in Gaza has been attacked. 500 people have died. Hamas says Israel did it. Israel says Palestinian Jihad did it, and they have proof.
500. I don't understand how 500 people can die if it hit like the where the cars of 500 people is a lot of people to have. I don't know how
Biden
that.
says his defense department has data to show that Israel.
How do they get to 500 people? Because it hit the where cars are located and all that. You really have 500 people in an area like that, It's 500 people. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Killing 500 people.
Israel did not do it. The Arab world says it was Israel. The people are protesting. Honestly, without.
Yeah, so everybody is blaming Israel in regards to the Arab Mohammedan. Like just like Mohammedan, they're all blaming Israel, because couldn't be in regards to a misfired rocket that just folded and fell down and exploded. Right? It has to be Israel.
Without an independent investigation, it's hard to tell. But we can tell you about the repercussions. The attack has
It
whipped up.
shouldn't be so hard to figure out, right? If you have video recording and an interception in regards of people talking about, well, we misfired and this and that, it shouldn't be just that difficult to figure out who did it, right? Or what happened, right? You have video of things, right? And you have video pointing in regards to that direction and all that. Are you telling me that it's so hard to figure out in regards, okay, if we have a video recording, a shooting, and then bang, I was like, the shooting miss and they're close to the hospital, and it's like, why would they even be so close to a hospital if they're firing with rockets? Oh, because they're using that, right? They're using these things to yeah. You're gonna be kidding me. So you get verification of some of the things, right? That they're using like hospitals and all that for ways to just hiding behind hospitals and people, right? That's the disgusting ways.
The room for diplomacy has shrunk. Arab leaders have refused to meet Biden. He is in Israel. He's had meetings, but given his waning influence, can he?
So the Arab leaders do not want to meet up with Biden and blah blah blah. Just I'm sure that will work. That will work wonderful right now. Now the U.S. guy president is in the Israel, and then people don't want to talk with him. Well, yeah, that's going to further solve things, I'm sure, right, or something.
Meanwhile, Netanyahu's stock is falling. He may defeat Hamas, but lose at home. His own people now want him out. We'll also tell you about the new weapons that but given his waning influence, can he really contain this conflict? Meanwhile, Netanyahu's stock is falling. He may defeat Hamas, but lose at home. His own people now want him out. We'll also tell you about the new
What are we talking about, Netanyahu?
Joe 12, a hospital in Gaza has been attacked. 500 people have died.
500. That's a lot. Again, just a huge number, How can 500 people, like it hits, I guess a lot of people are hurt, and I guess they could be in the area or something like that, trying to get into the hospital, and maybe that's like that was a huge amount of people. Maybe that's the reason why 500 people died when it hit.
Hamas says Israel did it. Israel says
Of course, Hamas says that Israel did it, right? They always blame Israel for everything,
Palestinian Jihad did it, and they have proof.
Yeah.
Joe Biden says his defense.
So the question is, who are we going to trust on this, right? I don't see just why would Israel do it,
This department has data to show
and at the very point where the U.S. president is coming.
The Arab world says it was Israel. The people are protesting.
So everybody is so sure about that it must be Israel that did it. Right? It couldn't be just a misfire. No, it has to be Israel that did it.
Honestly, without an independent investigation, it's hard to tell. But we can tell you about the repercussions. The attack has whipped up passions. The room for diplomacy has...
I kind of shouldn't be that hard, should it? In regards of getting information out from people who saw the thing, or there must have been someone looking at the rockets being fired, right? And then all of a sudden seeing, it's just there must be some
Arab leaders have refused to meet Biden. He's in Israel. He's had meetings, but given his waning influence, can he really contain?
And Arab leaders, right? Mohammedan leaders, right? How many of these are Mohammedans? Like when you see this collection of these Mohammedans, what kind of they had the Mohammedan thing, pagan bullshit and all that, right? The moon and the star and all. Just give me a break.
Conflict. Meanwhile, Netanyahu's stock is falling. He may defeat Hamas, but lose at home. His own people now want him out. We'll also tell you about the new weapon that Israel is deploying, the Iron Beam, the stuff of sci-fi movies. It's a laser weapon.
Now we have the
weapon. Also explaining the role and history of Qatar, how it backs terrorist groups and then plays mediator with the West. Plus the meeting between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin at the BRI forum in China. We'll tell you all about it. The headlines first. Taps are running dry in Gaza. The severe water shortage fuels fears of a major humanitarian crisis. Israel cut off water, fuel, and electricity to Gaza after the terror attacks by Hamas. The European Union says Israel is violating international law. Olaf Scholz's plane evacuated in Israel amid a rocket attack. The German chancellor had to hastily leave the plane. He was evacuated to a shelter. His aides took cover by lying down on the runway. Scholz was in Israel to meet Prime Minister Netanyahu and express solidarity. The Israel-Hamas war echoes in Europe, threatening its security. In France, 6 airports evacuated after email warnings of an attack. Last week, a teacher was fatally stabbed in France. In Germany, Molotov cocktails hurled at the Berlin synagogue. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is in North Korea. The visit is expected to lay the groundwork for a future trip by President Putin to Pyongyang. Last month, Kim Jong-un traveled to Russia and invited Putin to visit his country. And Barcelona President Joan Laporta charged in the referee scandal. It's part of the probe into alleged bribes paid to referees. The club itself and two of its former presidents have also been charged. Barcelona, the 27-time Spanish champions, deny any wrongdoing.
It says 500 plus killed in Gaza hospital attack. I still don't understand how they can get to 500 people. How 500 people could. Blame game follows deadly strike. Hamas. See, Hamas Arab states accuse Hamas and Arab states accuse Israel or Israel. That's done by the other team. And here we have Joe Biden saying that was done by the Mohammedans. Oh my. And the
It's
trade
day 12
blame.
of the Israel-Hamas war, and the news keeps getting worse. Last night, a hospital was bombed in Gaza. Let me repeat that. A hospital was bombed. A building with innocent patients and doctors. More than 500 of them were killed, and the pictures are terrifying.
I have a go with the picture, right? It's still outside. It's in the parking lot, It's like, but I mean, of course, the parking lot could have been filled with a lot of people. Like it just seems like 500 people. This just seems like overwhelming. But maybe the hospital was overbooked and people were standing outside or something like that. And then the rocket, when it exploded, just
You can see dead bodies strewn around, children and patients being pulled out from the rubble, and blood splattered over the debris. It's a crime that cannot be forgiven. But the question is, who did it?
Well, again, I think it's pretty obvious, but who did it? It's not Israel.
The answer depends on who you ask. Hamas and the Arab world are blaming Israel. But
Is that something new that they would blame Israel? They blame Israel for everything, Where's the evidence? Because Israel have, but we just discount that, right? Isn't that like, I think there was two calls, right? There was the call between the terrorists, right? Or the guys that is fighting, whatever you want to call them, right? And then there was a call, I think, between the hospital, something, I can't remember. And then we have the images, of course, as well, where you can see that they're firing rockets, and then boom, there's an explosion. And it's like, okay, and it's not something new that rockets are misfiring sometimes in regards of their, inside the Gaza Strip.
It says it was a Palestinian rocket strike gone wrong. Listen to this.
Yeah.
On the morning of
Israel said they warned
the
us.
second day, the head of hospital, Dr. Maher Ayad, received a phone call from the Israeli army.
So he says it's Israel that, called them to warn them.
Tell him that we warned you yesterday by firing 2 strikes.
But what? Let's try again.
On the morning of the second day, the head of hospital, Dr. Maher Ayad, received a phone call from the Israeli army.
Received a phone call from the Israeli army.
Tell him that we warned you yesterday by firing 2 strikes. He told the head of the hospital, we warned you yesterday with 2 strikes. Why didn't you evacuate the hospital until now?
I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems.
So, one side says, well, the Israel called us to, leave the hospital, and then we have the other one.
Indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the El Hali Al Mahdi hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit.
So the question is, who are we going to trust on this, right?
blame game. But let's look at the facts available. The hospital was located in the heart of Gaza City. It's the oldest one in Gaza. It used to treat around 45,000 patients every year. Was it a military target? Absolutely not. But in the past, Israel has struck medical centers. We have numbers from the World Health Organization. They claim Israel has carried out 51 attacks on Gazan healthcare centers, 51 attacks in 12 days. Around 15 medics have been killed. So it's not unprecedented. Plus,
Oh, I see where it's 1, 2. There's a lot of cars, but again, these damages are still outside. It's not inside. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 destroyed cars. I guess you also have these, but they're less. One of them still has glass, and another doesn't have the glass.
the scale of the attack raises questions. Israel is blaming it on the
But how can you kill 500 people in
Islamic Jihad? It's a terror group based in Gaza. But
you can see the pictures of this car that is pretty much have in a very rough state.
Does this group have the fire?
But it's not a very big area.
Power to carry out such an attack.
How does 500 people, over 500 people, they say, die?
Cause such damage to flatten an entire.
Okay, so here we are inside a building where there's a lot of stuff, but it doesn't really seem to.
A hospital.
It just seems to be a place where they're sleeping. Okay.
According to some experts, it doesn't.
Let's try that again and listen to what she.
On the Islamic Jihad, it's a terror group based in Gaza. But does this group have the firepower to carry out such an attack, to cause such damage, to flatten an entire hospital? According to some.
Well, did they? I don't see any hospital being flattened. As far as I can see, it's just the outside. Where's the hospital then? The only thing we have seen is some cars that has been blown up, blown into pieces. Where the hospital that is blown up, as far as I can,
Some experts, it doesn't. But we know that
again, where's the hospital that is exploded?
Israel does.
We still haven't seen any images of a hospital being totally exploded. The only images I just saw was just by the things that they were. It's just some cars, okay? Just.
Let's look at the other side. The Israeli Defense Force has released a comprehensive clarification.
So now she's trying to say, well, only the Israelites or Israeli have the firepower to take down a hospital, right? Where is that hospital that has been taken down? Because as far as the pictures go, the hospital is still standing. We're talking about some cars. That's the only evidence that you showed. And it's like, and I guess he's trying to still take the neutral point here, but I don't get it. Where is the hospital? Didn't she say that the hospital was exploded, right? I haven't seen any hospital being exploded. Just go a little back here. And when the Israelis also showed in regards to what they was also showing the car lot, and that's the same thing that fits here. As like.
It's day 12 of the Israel-Hamas war.
So let's try to look into it again, right?
Last night, a hospital was bombed in Gaza.
So a hospital was bombed.
Let me repeat that. A hospital was bombed. A building with innocent patients and doctors. More than 500 of them were killed.
So they say over 500 has been killed. Then we see some images of a fire going on, which is, as far as I can see, outside where the cars are.
And the pictures are terrifying.
There's a little fire going, it's like not a huge, gigantic fire. It's like there's some fire for sure, but it's not like, we have a building there and we have a building. Is that cars that are, I don't know. That could be a car that is in burning, actually. This could also be a car that is burning. So it's just the cars outside, which we see images afterwards, that is burning. It's like, yeah, that's not it's not the hospital itself that is damaged as far as I can see.
You can see dead bodies strewn around.
I can't see any dead bodies in regards to this. I can see some fire. I can see what looks like some cars. In the middle, that seems to be a car that is burning, and you have probably a car, at least one to the left, and you probably have some cars to the and it fits the pictures afterwards, because the pictures.
Terrifying. You can see dead bodies strewn around.
Now I don't see any bodies on this image. It's way too low quality to see any bodies,
Of children and patients being pulled out from the rubble and blood splattered over the debris.
Here we have some
It's a crime
images
that
that.
cannot be forgiven. But the question
And here we have people that are dead and
is,
all
who
that.
did it? The answer depends on who
And
you ask. Hamas and the Arab world are blaming Israel, but Israel says it was a Palestinian rocket strike gone wrong. Listen to this.
so the guy to the left, that's from the Gazan side, and it says Israel said they warned
The
us.
second day, the head of hospital, Dr. Maher Ayad, received a phone call from the Israeli army.
So this is Abu al-Rish Gaza Health Ministry, it says.
That we warned you yesterday by firing 2 strikes. He told the head of the hospital, we warned you yesterday with 2 strikes. Why didn't you evacuate the hospital until now?
I can confirm.
And then we have the Daniel Hagari, IDF spokesman, Islamic Jihad behind attack.
That an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the Al-Hali al-Mahdi hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit.
It's a classic blame game. But let's
So one blames the other, and there's some that, it's just.
look at the fact.
And of course, it wouldn't look good on Hamas if it was actually Hamas that actually ended up hurting their own people. It would be terrible, for them to But hey, we can just blame Israel, right?
The hospital was located
El
in
Ali Arab Hospital, and as we know from the phone call, it seems like they shot the missiles from a graveyard close by. So 44,000 patients every year in regards to the
heart of
hospital.
Gaza City.
And here we see, you can see the car thing, the car parking. So we have the building, right? And then we have cars, a lot of cars in the.
It's the oldest one in Gaza. It used to treat around 45,000 patients every year.
Mm-hmm.
Was it a
And here we see. But where's the building? That's the building over there. Is that heard? We can at least see some cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there's some cars over there. But I don't. They don't they're totally burned. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 cars which are seemingly totally burned, which could be what we saw from the top. And there's a building over there with an open door and a window, but I can't see if it's actually, if it actually, it doesn't seem like it has, it seems it's standing, So I don't, maybe the glass was, blown in and all that, but the building overall seems to be
military
fine.
target? Absolutely not. But in the past, Israel has struck medical.
Again, they're just on these images, they're just showing cars. They're not showing any building. They're just showing cars.
Centers. We have numbers from the World Health Organization. They claim Israel has carried out 51 attacks on Gazan health.
Again, I don't. Where's the building that has been blown up? It's like,
around 15 medics have been killed.
So it says 50 medics, like a 50, right? They're 50, right?
So it's not
Now here we go with the image again, right? And this is from another angle. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7, 8 cars or something like that has been burned totally, right? And then you have 2 cars, a red and a white in the back, and it seems like the white car has been blown, the windows have been blown out, but the red car doesn't seem to. It actually seems to have the windows intact. At least the front seems to, it seems to be intact, So is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? That's 8 cars again. I can count here. That seems to be So it just seems to be no. Wait. See, maybe one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe 8, 9. Maybe 9. Maybe another one over here.
Plus, the scale
Yeah. Okay, that's another one.
of the attack raises questions.
Okay, let's say 10. Oh, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, around 10 cars maybe. Oh, yeah, 1, 2, 3. It's hard to when the camera goes around. But again, they're just showing cars that is burned. It just the building. Okay, this building. There's some rubble on the top of it, but the building is still standing. It's still there. Oh yeah, here we have the windows and the grease.
Jihad, it's a terror group based in Gaza. But
Hey.
does this group have the
Now, again, they're just showing the cars and all. It's just like I'm hard. I'm really really hard to recall. Like, how do you get 500 people? Maybe those 500 people were standing at the cars. Maybe the hospital was overbooked and they had things going out there or something, or people laying out there, or that could of course be a possibility because it was overbooked or something like that.
firepower to carry out such an attack, to cause such damage, to flatten an entire hospital?
There we go again. Did you hear what she said? To flatten a whole hospital. How do you get that to flatten a whole hospital? There's no building flattened as far as I can see. Where's the building? Like, you have a hospital is a building mostly, right? You have a hospital, right? That's have a building, right? And the only thing I see here is okay. That's 10 cars, maybe. Again, it's a little hard to. It was like 10 cars. Again, the only way I can see that over 500 people were killed was that if they were at in the parking lot. It's just I don't know.
According to some experts, it doesn't. But we know that
No, but where again? Oh, it seems like she's trying to blame Israel here, and I'm like, where is the building that you said? Just listen to her again, right?
power to carry out such an attack, to cause such damage, to flatten an entire hospital.
To flatten an entire hospital, and I'm seeing here, and I'm like, well, if it was flattening a whole hospital, why not show some images of the, because as far as I can see, this adds up. What I've seen adds up with what the intelligence of the IDF told us about it.
According to some experts, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. But hey, show us the hospital that has been flattened, right? It's like, give me a
We know
break.
that Israel does. Now let's
Of course, I'm not disputing that. Of course, people have been killed here. Of course, and but like how I don't understand how 500 people can have been killed by this. Okay, you have 10 cars and maybe some more that has been affected by it. So at least 10 cars that have been pretty heavily in regards to where it seems to be a direct hit, right? Where you just totally fire and all that, right? So that's 10 cars, right? Let's say there was people in those cars, right? So that's 40 people. Around 40 people, right? If all the cars was full, right? But it's like a place where you fix your car, right? So again, I don't know. Again, maybe the hospital was overfull and all these people are just standing out in the parking lot. But again, saying that they flatten a whole hospital, where's that hospital that has been flattened?
let's look at the other side. The Israeli Defense Force has released a comprehensive clarification. They have 3 claims.
Oh, there's a little back here. Israel claims 400 plus Palestine rockets have misfired, fallen inside Gaza. Yeah, it's not it's not kind of an unusual thing. We've seen this beforehand. It's not something new. If you look at from the last parts of things, that Phagistinian rockets misfires. It's nothing new.
But we know that Israel does.
But Israel claims 400 Philistinian rockets have misfired. I'm not sure. Would that be it fallen inside Gaza? That must be in regards of how in regards of these days. How do you call it? In regards of this time, right?
It doesn't. But we know that Israel does. Now let's look at the other side. The Israeli Defense Force has released
Around 700,000 people yet to evacuate from northern Gaza.
a comprehensive clarification. They have three claims. One, Israel was not carrying out attacks in that area when the hospital was bombed. Two,
So Israel defense, no IDF attack in area near
they detected
hospital.
Islamic Jihad rockets at the
Islamic Jihad fired rockets at the same time. Yeah. It's like, hello, you see the rockets being fired, and then poof, okay, one of them fell down the sky. I wonder what could have happened, And then we have a call between I think we have two calls at least. At least we have one, but I think there was one more in regards of where another inside the hospital or something like that was talking in regards of where it was in regards of anyway. But
the same time as the hospital bombing. And three, some communications.
Communication shows Islamic Jihad referring to misfire.
Allegedly show Islamic Jihad talking about a misfire.
So again, we have, it's not unusual that it happens. It's not it's not unknown that these people tend to fire places where, like, next to a hospital, not far away from a hospital. Third one, they always blame Israel for everything they can, and it's like, so we have images showing that they are firing rockets, and then poof, all of a sudden, right at the place of the hospital. The information given by the IDF in regards of being a parking lot seems to be, I don't see any hospital being blown up. I see a lot of, I see 10 cars, 10 cars or something like that has been burned.
Fire. That is Israel's defense. But have they provided any evidence for it? They have posted the video of a rocket strike. It's supposed to show a misfire. They've also released an audio conversation of Islam.
And we have furthermore, I don't know why she's not showing that, but we have these images of rockets being shot, and all of a sudden you see poof, and we have the recording of Hamas operative where they're talking about it. They shot it coming to the cemetery behind the Al-Ma'amadini hospital. Oh, they're close to the hospital. That's not a surprise, is it? That because they use things as shield.
Islamic Jihad terrorists. They're heard talking about a strike gone wrong. Now, I must tell you this.
There's a cemetery behind it? Yeah, there's a cemetery, but we can check that, couldn't we? In regards to checking if there's a cemetery behind the hospital?
Not been independently verified. Military experts have questioned their authenticity, but the Americans seem satisfied. Joe Biden blamed Palestinian groups for the attack. He said...
So we have the image of the explosion, but they don't show the whole video of the rockets going up. They just show one rocket, and then they just show the picture down here. They don't show the video where you can actually see they're shooting multiple rockets, and then all of a sudden, poof,
that Israel's claim was backed up by Pentagon data. But remember, the US is Israel's ally. So we'll have to wait for an independent investigation, because in conflict...
It seems more like she's pushing for the agenda that, it must be Israel. But she's showing doubts for sure, exploding of the whole hospital. Yeah, okay, you just show me the pictures, okay? Shouldn't be hard to find the pictures of this exploded building, right?
Never be sure. Israel has a history of attacking hospitals.
And there we go again, picture of, as what I can see is the burning vehicles, which fits the you can just see some fire to the left and the right, and then the middle, which seems to be the it seems to be all the cars that are burning.
The other side has a history of
So you have maybe 10 cars that are burning there at that point in the middle of, and then you have the buildings surrounding things. But where's the building that are said to be exploded? And it's very hard to see any bodies on this. I'm not saying that no one died and all that, but 500 people. Where do you get 500 people from? Like, I don't know. Where do you get 500 people from? Where are all these 500 people? Like, if there was like 500 people here, I would think it was, kind of a lot of bodies, right? 500 people. Like, that's a huge amount. Now, I understand that they show these pictures where they're standing and all these bodies are inside, right? But that's not 500 people either. So I'm just thinking if someone is pushing the numbers here. 500 people, and again, where's the hospital that has been exploded? Hello, the rockets hit in where the cars were standing in the parking lot.
Rocket misfire. So it's too early.
Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cars that is burned, and the more I look at it, I'm sure the more I will recognize the same cars over and over, right? If I really digged into it. So you have one of these, what do you call it? I'm not sure what you call it in but that's kind of iconic, right? So I will, and then we have one with a tipping thing, and okay, so we have 2 cars that should be easily to.
Some leaders realize this.
And there we have some more. There again, they're out on the parking lot. The buildings surrounding it seems to be fine. I don't see any buildings being exploded besides one of the buildings that has a little of on the outer surface. It has like this a thing, and it seems to be a little affected. But overall, every building, the wall seems to be fine. Yeah, this building, you have these, what do you call it, tail? What do you call it? When water drips down and all that. But of course, such things doesn't. Sometimes these stones are just laying flat. So they could easily be, and that's the only thing. We have a car here, there, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, 5 cars. So let's say that maybe it's 16 cars or 20 cars or something like that. It's a little hard to see the overall picture here, but let's see. We have
early to draw conclusions. Some leaders realize.
So here we have a picture where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's just say 20 cars. Again, it's hard to really. But again, I don't see any building gone. Attacked by other team, not you. Okay.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza.
And the thing is, if the thing is that if those people in Gaza actually misfired and all that, that's just how it is, right? They should take responsibility for it. Of course, it is not so nice to actually, that you can actually discern that they were firing close to a hospital. Why would they do that, right? Because maybe what Israel is telling us in regards of Hamas and have been told for a long, long, long time, that they're using the civilians and buildings of such kinds as a shield, Like, and why would they stand next to a hospital firing rockets into Israel? Maybe because they might think that if Israel is going to try to attack them, that there's a chance that they might hit into the hospital or something like that. So, anyway.
Yesterday, and based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you.
Yeah, I don't see why Israel would be doing that. Also, you're going, they do it up to where the president is coming to Israel. Does that make any sense at all? Ugly massacre by Israel, Muhammad Abbas, president Palestine. I think they're blaming it and on Israel. And who has that firepower? What to to totally destroy hospitals. What? What hospital is destroyed? Show me the images. I see a parking lot. Okay, I'm not saying that there couldn't be people on the parking lot. I must say, in regards to over 500 people, just kind of questionable. I would like to see some more evidence on that. 500 people, that's a lot. I understand people could be on the parking lot in regards of having, the hospital being overburdened and all that. So a lot of people could have been killed. But again, if it was a misfire from Hamas, you can't blame Israel for it. It's just disgusting. Let's just blame Israel for everything, right?
What happened tonight is a huge tragedy.
So this is Mahmoud Abbas, president Palestine. So apparently that's the president of Pakistan. Ugly massacre by Israel. Let's blame Israel again.
Massacre that cannot be tolerated or allowed to pass without accountability. Tonight, Israel struck Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza City.
They're so sure that Israel did it, right?
I call on all the people.
The Arab nations must condemn Israel. Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas leader
of the Arab and Islamic nations to go out now condemning this massacre, this brutality, these crimes. Go out.
Of course, in regards of this shouldn't be happening. The question is who is at fault, Of course this is not okay, But in regards if it was Hamas that made a mistake in regards of misfiring and actually standing very close to a hospital as protection, again, it's not a surprise that they would do that, Just give me a break.
Go out in all the capitals, in all cities. Raise your voices for this enemy to stop.
Who began this? Oh, but we don't want to look at just, we want to look at the whole thing, right? It's just a continual, apparently, yeah, okay. No excuse for hitting hospital. No, there's no excuse for hitting a hospital in regards of people having, but again, first figure out if they actually did it, okay? Ursula von der Leyen, President, European Commission. So this no excuse for hitting hospital is this European, telling that it's actually one of I guess the radio program of this. I wonder where they should probably be speaking about that topic as well. Get some news directly from Israel instead of this nonsense of. Didn't I post the radio station to him? There we go. That's the radio station. Oh, see here. See if it's online.
Regular mainstream media, so that'd be great. Thank you, Kevin.
Everywhere I go, I tell them we are listening and we are praying daily and at night when we wake up, and we're with you. God is with you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much for your call.
That seems like an older call.
Wow. I want to say also, I'm getting a lot of emails from people, and I want you to know I read them. I try to read them all. I can't answer them all, so please don't get angry if you don't get an answer. Don't think I'm ignoring you. Know that I most likely read your email. Know that I most likely internalized it, and that and I appreciate it. It's appreciated. Some of the emails I get, oh boy, I've never heard such hate speech before in my life. Really terrible things that they're saying, But everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Those are the best kind. I love when Lighten Up gets hate speech or gets people think that we're terrible. Those are the funniest ones. So I don't know where my train of thought was before the caller, but thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it.
I think I've heard that before. That's an older one. So yeah, Israel. Okay, I have it copied over here. There we go. Copy. I removed it from the file because it wasn't working, but yeah, there we go. But but yeah, that's Israel News Talk Radio. They probably will have some programs on it. I think. I don't think they will not have a program on it. It's like, when you say that that this explosion totally destroyed a whole hospital and all that. Show me the hospital that exploded. Like that just wait, people like give me a break, Anyway, pee time. You're kidding me. Yeah, and of course, if it's shown that Hamas absolutely did it, and I guess it's just another time where it shows that they're lying, as always. They're blaming Israel for it, as they are good at. Where's my binoculars? I want to see what that is. Oh. Sounded nearly like it would. Anyway, but yeah, show me the hospital that is totally ruined. I'm just getting sick and tired of it. It's so, you're fixing images of. I see here if there's Israel News Talk. Let's see if there's anything. Cut on Mick, real time sending my son off to war. The Tamar Yona show. It's cruel to be kind. Oh, Well, anyway, move to Israel and war breaks out. Yeah, well, that doesn't seem to be anything in regards of.
There is no excuse for hitting a hospital full of civilians. All facts need to be established.
Yeah, are we going to blame Israel again?
And those responsible must be held accountable.
And again, if Hamas did it and they didn't do it, but I guess, again, shooting rockets just next to a hospital might not be the best thing, But yeah, but it doesn't seem like it was, intentionally. So I see here.
Responsible must be held accountable.
Hundreds of dead and hundreds of wounded. This is, of course, a catastrophe. In one place, especially in a humanitarian.
It's also interesting that Putin takes the high horse here while he's at war with Ukraine. It's like how many people have been killed in Ukraine? Can you give us the number on that? How many Russians and Ukrainians have died while the war has been ongoing?
And I really hope that this.
By the way, Russia is also pushing a two-state solution. So bullshit. So two-state. I should actually use another word. Two-state insanity. Two-state. Yeah, I'm missing the word here, but I'm like there's a word like where I'm thinking like two-state something, right?
That it is necessary to end this conflict as quickly as possible.
Sure. What about ending the conflict of Ukraine as well? You can actually do that, right? Yeah, you can just pull out your troops and all that, and then the conflict is ended, right? So you could actually save a lot of people, right, Putin? Yeah, well. So anyway, so let's see. Deeply shocked at the tragic loss of lives at the Al-Ali hospital in Gaza. Our heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims and prayers for speedy recovery of those injured. Civilian casualties in the ongoing conflict are a matter of serious and continuing concern. These involved should be held responsible. But anyway, I would like to see, in regards of some evidence for over 500 people, I would like to see some evidence that the whole hospital was just flattened with that firepower that could only have come from Israel. As she says. I would like to see those, and I wonder why they didn't put the pictures that we have where you actually see the rockets, the ongoing rocket fire, and then all of a sudden you see an explosion down. It's not hard to say +2, right? Okay, one of the rockets misfired, hit into the hospitals and the cars, the car lot thing and all that. Anyway, civilian casualties in the ongoing conflict are a matter of serious and continuing concern. Those involved should be held responsible.
The Prime Minister has also reacted. He expressed shock at the hospital attack. He also said civilian casualties are a serious and continuing.
Oh, what happened? There we go. Let's try again.
The West Bank.
Okay, here we go. Just trying to find it again.
Casualties, and it's not just India. Every country.
Что касается hundreds of deaths.
Attack, he also said civilian casualties are a serious and continuing concern, and that those involved should be held responsible. Now, this statement is very important. It shows that India's support also has red lines, namely civilian casualties. And it's not just India. Every country is worried about this trend. Israel has continued its air operations in Gaza. The death toll there has crossed 3,000. The complete siege also.
Yeah, but again, what are we going? Are we blaming Israel again for the, if Hamas is continuing to fire rockets at them? What are they going to do? They're just going to let's just let all the rockets fire into Israel, right? Let Egypt move supplies into Gaza, right, helping Hamas and all that, and continue this rocket attack on Israel, right? Apparently Israel, not allowed to do anything about it, while they're continuing to throw rockets into Israel.
Also continues, meaning no water, no power, no food. This week, the U.S. claimed that an agreement was reached.
I always see pictures again of all these humanitarian aids in Egypt, and these are older images. These are not but anyway, it's there. We know that humanitarian things and all that. Why don't Egypt just fix these humanitarian aids and let the people in? Because there's an agenda.
On aid deliveries, dozens of trucks with.
And who is going to be blamed for all this? Israel, right? Because Egypt couldn't just open up her borders for all those people already standing at the crossing, right?
Seen heading to Rafah.
Because Egypt have closed down the crossing. Stop with the bullshit, Just look at the fruit. It's rotten to the core.
That's the crossing between Egypt and Gaza. But 24 hours later, they are still there. Those trucks are still there, stuck and waiting for permission.
For permission. Yeah, and those people on the other side are waiting for permission to get into Egypt. Should we talk about that? This is very one-sided. Let's see if she talks about the other side here.
Over in northern Gaza, time is running out.
Oh, we didn't want to talk about all those people in Gaza that wants to go into Egypt that is not allowed by it. Oh, well, bullshit.
Israel had asked residents to evacuate, but most of them simply can't. Northern Gaza had a population of 1.1 million people. Out of this, 400,000 have fled. 4 lakh people, they fled. Which means 700,000 people are still trapped in northern Gaza. They're sitting ducks if Israel invades. Yesterday's attack was an example of that.
But this has been pretty good. If 400,000 people have left the northern, that's 400,000 people less that Israel has to. So whether it is the more that Israel can get, the more civilians that Israel can get out of the area before they actually go into committing a military operation, the better. you know, the less chance of anyone getting hurt, and the less issues they themselves will have while entering into Gaza, so northern Gaza. So it's 400,000 that have understood. Okay, we need to leave. It's a good amount, and that will be helpful. So
The risk of staying in northern Gaza. Just one problem though.
there we go again with the images of the hospitals. Well, the so-called hospital. The outside, the where the cars are. There we go with the red car again. That I don't know. Of course, they could have maybe driven it in and all that, but the red car seems pretty without any damage. But of course, it could have been coming out from the outside. It's like we have this cluster of cars around, I would say around 10 cars, but maybe a little more, 14, 20, let's say 20 cars. But you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I would.
There's nowhere to go. Down south.
Okay, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, 16 cars, 20 cars. I don't know.
3 sources are running out.
And again, it's hard to say by the pictures and all that. But anyway, let's just say 20 cars, right? But it's still it's still not a building that we see.
Hospitals and shelters are packed beyond capacity, and Egypt says they won't take.
We have some, but that's that's the top of a building. Looks like a so-called church, with all the disgusting windows and all that. That looks like male things. You see some of the top of the tail, whatever they're called, the top of the buildings that usually is just laying there. They're not attached. We're usually laying there, so it's easy to. But you can see them; they are a little affected, but the building is still standing and all that. Then you see a burned car, another burn. So.
Refugees.
And here we see a lot of things, a lot of pieces all over in the yard. Again, all these pictures are in the yard. In regards to the car, there's no building, there's no rubble of a building or anything like that. So if there was a lot of people out in the car park, I guess a lot of people could have been dead. If there was a lot of people because of the hospital was overbooked and all that, and there was a lot of people in the car park, I guess a lot of people could have been killed. But that doesn't need to be like, if they were gathered together in a very, 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 yeah. But yeah, I still do wonder in regards to 500 plus 500. That just seems to, anyway, it seems high. And there's no building destroyed. And when they say like a hospital being that's it's where you put your car. Anyway.
The idea of displacement of Palestine.
Oh, let's see here. What was that? It was like WHO says Israel has launched 51 attacks on gas and healthcare centers. Well, World Holocaust Organization, right? These organizations, we really need to be careful about these bullshitters, because there's a lot of bullshit out there. So. Now here we have that looks like the Egyptian president actually. Let's see what he says. That's the guy that has closed the borders.
The idea of displacement of Palestinians from.
Oh, there we go. That's.
The idea of displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to Egypt simply means that a similar situation will occur. But
no, it means that the solution will be that things will be solved.
The displacement of Palestinians from the West Bank to Jordan. This means that the idea of a Palestinian state that we're discussing and that the international community is discussing will no longer be possible.
Yeah. It's and that he's afraid of that because they want the pressure on Israel. This is actually a very good clip from the Egyptian, because it shows pretty much, you probably could look up, the speech of this Egyptian guy, and if it was translated into English, you could probably learn a lot in regards of what they're not interested in. Let's see here. Let's listen to him again.
The idea of displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to Egypt simply means that a similar situation will occur by the displacement of Palestinians from the West Bank to Jordan.
Oh, so we have a displacement from Gaza into Egypt, and then we're from the so-called West Bank to Jordan. That sounds good to me. Sounds like a solution. But he doesn't want that. He actually is pretty good, in regards of.
This means that the idea of a Palestinian state that we're discussing and that the international community is discussing will no longer be possible.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about this two-state solution because this two-state solution bullshit will only further promote death and destruction. And you guys know it because I've seen all the quotations in regards to that. You know it's a solution. You know it's something that could work, but you don't want it. Because then the two-state solution, which you really want, right? You want to push the two-state solution. It's over with the two-state solution. Absolutely over. It should not be on the table in any way. The two-state solution is Jordan. Send them to Jordan. Send those in the West Bank to Jordan and send those from Gaza to Egypt, and further let these people figure out in regards to where to, if someone wants to go to Saudi Arabia, if they have family there and all that. Because again, they have family outside because they're not Israelites. They have family outside in regards to the Mohammedan nations. I think that was all. Okay, let's see here. I think I need to search on this guy because he actually, Abdel Fattah, maybe I should write directly to him, but he actually does know. Although I think he might be a Freemason as the rest of them in regards of symbols and all that. The Freemasons are everywhere, and of course, Freemasonry is Romanism and all that. Anyway, let's see here. An interview with Egyptian president. Well, that's a very old one. Egyptians struggle under authoritarian rule. We need to find the last week here, right? Let's see here. 5 days ago, yeah, president says Gaza should stay amid Israeli bombardment and more. And we have the White House says U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will travel to Israel. I saw some of that as well. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi speaks about situation in Gaza as Israeli strikes continue. That's 19 hours ago, so that's not that old. And 3 days ago, is this the full one in regards of when they, so if you really want to know really the overall situation, Egypt, really, the guy in Egypt knows. The president of Egypt knows that there's a solution, and but the thing is, he doesn't want to do it. See, Egypt President Sisi says Gaza residents must remain on their land. He doesn't look so happy in one of the. I would have loved to see the full thing instead of all these secondary sources, and then just have it in English and all that. It's always best to have direct. There we go. Egypt, Sisi rejects Gaza refugees influx, blames Israel for aid block. There we go. Blame Israel for everything. But all those people standing outside your door, right? I should really make a concentrated letter to the Egyptian president. Tell him that, just get on going with opening these things, Open up. Open up. It's the only solution. It's the way to go. It's the best solution. It's the best solution to stop this, to stop more people from dying. Egypt did not close Gaza crossing to its, Sisi said. Yeah, well, let's just blame Israel for everything, right? It's a bloodbath. and all these people now relocating, however many it is, should be able to flee to Egypt in a safe zone. Yeah, okay. I'll see if I can find more from this guy, Abdul Fattah al-Sisi.
That the idea of a Palestinian state that we're discussing and that the international community is discussing will no longer be possible.
No, and it shouldn't be possible. It's not the right way. And that's the thing. He wants the two-state solution to be on the table. They want the two-state to be on the table. It's not going to be on the table. If anyone is going to further divide Israel and all that and try to do this, it's just absolutely wicked, okay? You want more conflict, you want more destruction, more death of people, you just continue with a two-state bullshit solution, okay? That's only going to further push depravity. It's not the way to go. Anyway, let's see what she, further in regards to this other video.
Capacity, and Egypt says they won't take any.
But he knows, the Egyptian president knows. The Egyptian president knows what to do. And so it's not really hard to figure out. It's just to do it. We don't want to see more butchering and slaughtering of people anymore. And these people living in Gaza could get a better life as well. It's the best for all parties. Let's have some tea or something like that. Some hot. Well, maybe some oregano. No, let's just take some pepper. Let's cook that. Make some pepper tea. So, getting things. The problem is, you can't really get the video. Maybe I can make a video. You need to make a concentrated video there, fix it all together, and then maybe send it to the Egyptian embassy and the other Egyptian thing, and maybe some others and all that. I could probably do that. It's fall. The leaves are falling down. Oh my. Oopsie daisy. Let's see here.
Refugees.
The idea of displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza.
Displacement. All these words, right? I can't remember all these good words, right? That they use. Displacement. Great. Yeah, displacement. They want to, they're probably a lot better wording in regards to displacement. It's like to displace something. It's like, doesn't sound like the right word to use. Displacement. It's like sounding like more like that you move something that, displacement meaning, okay. An action of moving something from its place or position. Yeah, okay. There's other words that has been used.
Trip to Egypt simply means that a similar situation will occur by the displacement of Palestinians from the West Bank to Jordan.
Yeah, and that will be. Is that bad? Is that bad? So, if you move the people in Gaza into Egypt and take it from there and give them all the aid and all that, help them to move forward and all that, and those in the West Bank move to Jordan, that's the two-state solution right there. That's the real two-state solution. Move to Jordan. Go to Jordan. And from Jordan, the people of these people can move whatever they want to go in regards of Muhammad, where they have family. The same thing in regards to the people in Gaza. There we go. There's lots of Mohammedan country, land, right? All around. We have one single Jewish state. I think the Mohammedans should take care of the Jews. They have Jews around that can be very helpful for them to be blessed in regards of things, of moving things around. Instead of fighting them, they should rather appreciate that they have so many Jews around that might be able to help in regards of making the Middle East to be what do you call it? I'm missing the words here, sadly. So that's, yeah.
This means that the idea of a Palestinian state that we're discussing and that the international
No, we're not discussing any two-state solution.
community is discussing will no longer be possible.
Yeah.
Discussing and that the international community is discussing will no longer be possible.
I know all this must sound a bit repetitive. The airstrikes, the looming invasion, especially the looming invasion. We've been talking about it since day one. But put yourself in the shoes of these people.
There we go. So international community, or the world's community, I guess.
Imagine their fear.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible for these people to be, war is terrible, and it's so disgusting, and we should stop doing it, and we should just fix the issue as sane people. We have the solution. Let's just do the solution.
Imagine.
Work together, get this fixed.
How nerve-wracking it must be. Just sitting there waiting for a deadly invasion.
Yeah, an invasion that will, take a lot of lives. Are we going to solve this issue, or are we going to further continue having people killed? Which way are we going to go? Because people are getting killed on both sides.
They did not ask for any of this. It was Hamas that decided to poke Israel, to attack Israel.
Yeah, the question is, how much hatred does these people have for the Jews, and how much do they actually support Hamas, right? And that's the
They
problem.
knew the consequences, but they did it anyway. And now we're on the brink of an invasion. It may or may not happen. It may not happen today or tomorrow, in fact. After all, the US president is still in Israel. Invading Gaza while he is visiting may not sit well with Washington. But it could still happen. It could happen later. And that's when this war could reach the next stage of...
Yeah, we have more destruction and all that. So, it's up for the Mohammedan nations to take action in this. And to really, if they want to do something, do they want to solve this issue, or are we going to have more blood, because you're not going to get the Jews out, okay? The Jews have one single place, and the Bible is about the Jews. The Bible is about the Jews. About Israelis, in regards of Israel, Jerusalem and all that. It's their homeland. You're not going to take them out. And of course, if they are in the homeland, there might be a reason why they are there. So maybe I should just think out, see if I can see if my brain is with me here, and maybe make an open letter to the guy, because he knows. The question is he getting orders from another place, or is he problematic in regards of the Mohammedan nations and all that? Anyway. He knows it's a solution, but he doesn't like the solution. But it is the solution. Let's stop this bullshit, Let's get yeah. Yeah. feels like there's coming wind down in here. That's interesting. Maybe one could actually put some. Do I actually have something? Probably could make something, fix something down there too. Seems to be coming air in anyway.
Spillovers and escalations.
Yeah, protest across the Arab world. It's interesting how they call it the Arab world. It's pretty much the Mohammedan world, right? There's a lot of people that isn't Arabs, like the Persians, right? They're not Arabs, right? They're Persians, right?
So
I don't know, that would be Iran, right?
The world can't decide on whom to blame. But in West Asia, there is no such confusion. They've all taken one stance, and they're all blaming Israel for the.
Yeah, you haven't really helped on that situation, right, reporter? It didn't seem like you didn't really take totally a neutral point on that.
Hospital strike. Jordan has condemned the strikes. It blamed Israel. King Abdullah of Jordan has called it a war crime. Jordan has also cancelled its summit with the United States.
Oh my, yeah, that's true. Yeah. So Egypt, Jordan, and UAE and Saudi Arabia strongly condemn Gaza hospital attack. Again, is it attack? That's the why do they already go to the UAE? I'm not sure what the who are they? Team Emirates. What is that? UEA Team Emirates is okay. That's the collection of the Arabic. I'm not entirely sure. This looks like more like a bicycling trip. Like it's cycling, but it must be, maybe it's in regards to the United Arab, United Arab Emirate. It seems. Yeah.
وأكدت مجددا استمرار مصر.
There we go.
في استقبال المساعدة.
Yeah, so that's from one of the Egyptian thing or the subtitles. Yeah. So again, we know the solution. We know the solution, and it's really up to the Mohammedan nations, to really to take action in this. And they can continue to play the bad hand in all this, or they can do some good and prosperous, right? Prosperous, right? If they actually, see here. Anyway, so Egypt, Jordan, and the UAE, and I don't know how many nations is in regards to that, and Saudi Arabia strongly condemned Gaza hospital attack. Yeah, and again, the question is, was it an attack? Was it actually Hamas that made a mistake in regards of I don't know why they can't really see as why they would be so quick to blame Israel for this, right? But anyway, I guess if they want a war, and fix up the people, they have to blame, Israel for it.
So the war can't.
It's like clearly there's not certainty on who did it. I think it's pretty clear, but if we have if you have one side saying one thing and the other side saying another thing, the question is, what is the truth? I think we know what the truth is, but yeah.
The world can't decide on whom to blame. But in West Asia, there is no such confusion. They've all taken one stance, and they're all blaming Israel for the hospital strike. Jordan has condemned the strikes. It blamed Israel. King Abdullah of Jordan has called it a war crime. Jordan has also cancelled its summit with the United States. Same with Egypt. They've condemned Israel.
Yeah, and so Egypt don't want to talk to the U.S. Further, and Jordan doesn't want to talk to the U.S. further, apparently. Yeah, that sounds like not a good idea, right? It seems like things are going in the wrong direction.
President Sisi called it a quote-unquote deliberate bombing and a violation of international law. Then there's the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain and Morocco, countries that normalized ties with Israel in 2020. They too have blamed Israel for the hospital attack, and they've dismissed all claims about a rocket misfire.
It's like all these nations that are far, far away, oh, they're so certain it is Israel that did this, okay? Like, if you take all the, the things into account, right? Like a phone call, maybe even 2 phone calls on it. You have the images in regards to the rockets, and then, they're firing rockets in, that we know that not all these rockets actually, some of these end up, blowing up in Gaza, okay? It's not the first time. It's probably not, sadly, not the last time either. In regards of misfire, like if you add up all the things, and you see the images, right, of, it's not a hospital being blown up. It's a car park, where's the car. So like so you can say, well, the whole hospital was like, there's only cars that exploded, And in regards of over 500 people, I don't know about that either. I just, I guess people could have been in the car lot, right? The car place, because the hospital could have been overburdened and all that. But yeah. And then she says, oh, we can see all the bodies and all that. And I'm like looking at it, and it's like the quality is so bad, so I can't see if there's any bodies around there. I can see some things burning, which look like the cars, but which fits the burned out cars afterwards, but the images afterwards. But overall, that's besides that, I just anyway, let's go.
Country that was supposed to sign a peace deal with Israel, Riyadh has called it a heinous crime, a crime committed by Israeli forces.
What? They also
called it a
So all the Arabs on the side of... It's interesting how this gets divided, right, into 2 sections.
Dismissed all claims about a rocket misfire. Then there's Saudi Arabia, a country that was supposed to...
Oh, it's like something misfired, okay, yeah.
United Arab Emirates, Bahrain and Morocco, countries that normalized ties with Israel in 2020. They too have blamed Israel for the hospital attack, and they've dismissed all claims about a rocket misfire.
Yeah, so okay, we just dismissed that, can't be anything in regards of Hamas' own rockets, which, what seems most likely, Yeah, just...
Then there's Saudi Arabia, a country that was...
I'm not entirely sure why. Why would it even, what would be the purpose of taking out a hospital? Of course, it will be, harder for people to get help, and maybe make more flee, but just doesn't,
Supposed to sign a peace deal with Israel. Riyadh has called it a heinous crime, a crime committed by Israeli forces.
Again, if everyone, that will set fuel for the fire on all of the people in the Arab world or the Mohammedan world. Oh yeah, I'm sure that will really, stir them up to further want to engage an attack against Israel. Let's put some more fuel to the fire, right?
So you see the pattern here. These are all countries that have normalized ties with Israel. Egypt did it first in 1980. Jordan did it in 1994. Then there were the Abraham Accords in 2020. 3 nations recognized Israel. They called it an era of peace in West Asia. Plus, this was supposed to be the year of Saudi-Israel normalization. Needless to say, it's on pause now. The Arab world may have its issues, but when it comes to the Palestinian cause, their unity still seems to be solid. And a lot of this has to do with the public sentiment there. The leaders of these countries may have gotten close to Israel, but their citizens are still fiercely pro-Palestine. And it shows in the protests across the Arab world. In Amman, Jordanians tried to storm the...
Yeah, and every, Mohammedans was against the creation of Israel pretty much. So, Let's. Uh-oh. Yes, I need to run this. Okay, well, we'll fix that. Okay, let's see here again. Yep. Let's see here.
US Embassy. They clashed with the police. Tear gas was fired at the protesters.
I'm here to support Hamas and Gaza. To be honest, Hamas and Gaza are defending the whole nation, either Islamic nation or Arabic nation. And without exaggeration, it is defending the human nation.
Let's try that again. So this is in Jordan, apparently.
I'm here to support Hamas and Gaza. To be honest, Hamas and
I'm here to support Hamas and Gaza. Oh, I guess it was nice that there wasn't any fire in the... Because now one of them tipped over in regards to the outside candles. So I guess that's good. And yeah, apparently that's, it's fall. So anyway, so he's Hamas and Gaza.
Gaza are defending the whole nation.
Defending the whole nation.
Nation or Arabic nation. And without exaggeration, the whole nation. Support Hamas and Gaza.
Hamas and Gaza.
To be honest, Hamas and Gaza are defending the whole nation, either Islamic nation or Arabic nation. And without exaggeration, it is defending the human nation.
All right.
In Lebanon, the scenes were similar. Thousands drove to the US Embassy. They protested outside the gates. They clashed with the police.
The US Embassy?
Thousands drove to the US Embassy. They protested outside the gates. They clashed with the police.
Again, all these people, in these many nations, how do they know it wasn't a misfired rocket? Just because someone says it? At least on the Israeli side, we have some videos, some recordings, and people want to discount that. Just give me a break. Australia, apparently. Oh my. Going to be kidding me. So because someone says something, they just follow along. Yeah. That's terrible. Yeah, so.
We're here to let the Arab people wake up. Free Palestine.
And what does free Palestine means? Destroy the Jews. This is terrible.
Okay, so it's time to wake up, please. The US has now issued a do not travel advisory for Lebanon. Shows how serious the situation is, and this is the sentiment across West Asia right now. People are gathering everywhere. They're calling for a free Palestine. There are rallies in Yemen.
And again, Free Palestine is another word for kill the Jews, slaughter the Jews, butcher the Jews, get them out into the ocean or into the sea. You know, this little thing that happened in Israel was just a little thing that they want to do with the whole nation of Israel, okay? This is just a small incursion compared to what they want to do. They want to make another Holocaust, and probably a Holocaust that will make the other Holocaust look like, you know, nothing. I'm going to call it like, anyway, like amateurs or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, Yemen, Turkey, Tunisia, Iran, protest.
Demonstrations in Turkey, protests in Tunisia, and in Tehran, people chanted death to Israel. The Palestinians.
How is it that Gaza is protecting all the Arabic and Mohammedan nations? How does that work out? All right, give me a break, you know. The only thing is Israel wants to have some peace, you know. Apparently it's just not possible. Everyone loves hating Jews.
Palestinian people did not commit a crime. They don't want anything. That is their home. They don't want to leave.
Maybe read the Bible, you know, before you begin with the garbage, you know. Oh, oops.
So the Arab world is angry. Its anger is spreading like wildfire. And there are reasons for this. For the Arab world, this did not start on October 7th.
There we go, a little back here, sorry.
The Palestinian people did not commit a crime. They don't want anything. That is their home. They don't want to leave. So the Arab world is angry. Its anger is spreading like wildfire. And there are reasons for this. For the Arab world, this did not start on October 7th. It started in 1948 with the Nakba. That's what they call the mass displacement of Palestinians.
Oh, is that the time where you attacked Israel? I think that was 1948, right? Where all these, like, what was it, like five Arab nations or Mohammedan nations attacked Israel, and you had a lot of people fleeing. I think it was Jordan made? I guess Jordan was in regards of, you know, calling people out, because I think it was Jordan calling people out for the and maybe the other nations in regards of, hey, just come out. We're going to attack Israel, and then you can come back. It didn't really go so good in regards of attacking Israel, did it? It didn't really go as you expected it, right? Apparently, that's a lot of. So because it didn't really go as expected, you lost, and thereby you lost more land to Israel. That you know, and in regards of protecting the borders and all that, you know, just anyway.
The Palestinian cause is like an open wound on the Arab conscience. If you go back just decades, Palestine was at the center of Arab nationalism. Leaders used it to galvanize the Arab world. They even exploited it for their own gains. Things may have changed in the 21st century. Arab leaders may have gotten closer to Israel. They may have signed the so-called peace deals. But this has not changed
the so-called peace deals.
Public sentiment. In fact, support for the Abraham Accords has been dismal.
The Abraham Accords not popular. 27 citizens support peace deal. I'm not sure what net nation is. And this one, 20% citizens supports peace deal.
Only 27% Emiratis back.
Iraqis, okay, that's the Iraqi flag apparently.
In Bahrain, only 20% of the population are in favor.
Yeah, you know why? Because they want to butcher the Jews. And the Jews knows this. And they just have to lose one war, and there will be no nation, no Jewish nation in the entire world.
Now, given these numbers, their leaders have no choice but to back Palestine.
Like incredible. One Jewish state in the entire world, right? How many Mohammedan nations? They could, you know, these Mohammedans could be so blessed if they just, you know, instead of cursing Israel, then blessing them and accepting them back.
Time and hold with Israel responsible for the casualties.
Yeah.
The war has only revived the Palestinian cause for the Arab world. It is to this war zone that Joe Biden flew in. I can't imagine a worse background. Even before he boarded the flight, there was a setback. His trip to Jordan was cancelled. Biden's initial plan was to meet Arab leaders in...
What was the reason why he cancelled in regards to Jordan? Was that because he talked that in regards to the hospital attack? I think it was in regards to after the hospital attack, wasn't it? That I can't remember.
In Amman. But all of...
I guess all these so-called leaders in the world could be playing a game, right? Just to make us, just to make make us occupied. They probably already have the plan set out what they want to do, and
them pulled out. The Palestinian president, the Egyptian president, and the Jordanian king. They all pulled out. They were Egyptian leaders in Amman, but all of them pulled out. The Palestinian president, the Egyptian president.
Oh yeah, he didn't want to talk with him either, right?
President and the Jordanian.
So
but all of them pulled out. The Palestinian president, the Egyptian president, and the Jordanian king.
Yeah. So these, you can see where they are. You can see where they are in the game, right? They don't want to talk in regards of that. They're pulled out. Gaza and Egypt, seems to, and Jordan. These parties are some of the parties that actually could help out on things, and yet they only seemingly making it worse. And now the whole Arab world is now blaming Israel for this thing, which is probably a misfired rocket. I can't see why it wouldn't be a misfired rocket in regards of all the evidence. And again, everybody loves blaming Israel for everything, Again, you have video evidence, you have sound evidence, and you have in regards of showing, and again, it's not a whole hospital either. In regards to those 500 people, I would like to see some proof for the 500 people. Do we have some video from the inside or something like that, Besides some burned cars and all that.
They all pulled out. They were enraged by the hospital attack in Gaza.
Yeah, again, there we go. The hospital attack. Again, this is like saying that Israel attacked the hospital, right? Again, come on, Can you show proof that you can be so certain that Israel did this? Just give us all the proof that you have that Israel actually did this.
Gaza. So they said no meeting.
No meeting. Oh yeah, that's the way to go, I guess. No meeting. Let's not talk about things, right? Let's just, Yeah, I'm sure that will work out, right? For more.
Nonetheless, Biden pushed on. He was welcomed in Tel Aviv by Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They shared a hug on the tarmac, and after that, it was time for business. Biden did talk about yesterday's hospital attack. He sided with Israel, though. He said the other team appeared to be behind it, meaning the Palestinians. Biden and Netanyahu
Yeah, and he's even careful in regards to saying, he's like, it seems like it's the other team in regards of the other side, in some sense. So
2 rounds of talks. The first was bilateral. The second was with Israel's war cabinet. Afterwards, both leaders addressed the media. Netanyahu promised to protect civilians while ensuring Israel's victory. Biden said America would always have Israel's back. Listen to this.
Israel will do everything it can to keep civilians out of harm's way. We have asked them and will continue to ask them to move to safer areas.
Yeah, how many do you see actually say, and make the knocking thing as well? I remember seeing in regards to where they aborted things because there was too many civilians. The thing is, they made the knocking thing in regards of where they make a small blast on top of the building to tell people, well, get out, we're going to bomb this building. And then all these people rounded, instead of moving away, all these people collected together, and the Israelis ended up aborting the mission. They could just have bombed it, perfect, right? We have all these people. If they wanted to do a lot of, havoc on these people, they could just have blown the building up with all the people, but they didn't. So and sending messages in regards to people to get out of buildings. They could have, just, who cares, They could have done nothing, and asking people to move south in regards to the operation, all that. Of course, it will also help them because the lesser the people there is in the area, the better as well for them when they go in. Because again, less casualties as well, and less things to worry about. But also in regards of the lives of these people, in regards of saving people's lives, in regards of civilians that don't want to be, in the target.
We'll continue to work with you, Mr. President.
So, yeah.
Mr. President, the road to victory will be long and hard, but united in purpose and with a deep sense of justice and the unbreakable spirit of our soldiers and our people, Israel will prevail.
I want you to know you're not alone. You are not alone. As I emphasized earlier, we will continue to have Israel's back as you work to defend your people.
That's interesting in regards of the U.S. rather than the weapon industry, where they sell weapons to both sides and then make a conflict out of it. And of course, that's money down in their pockets and all that. And you do wonder how much of a show this really is. Yeah, I saw the U.S. guy coming over, not the president, and the Egyptian president. And first he makes this sign, right? And then the Egyptian guy also sits and makes this sign. There's a lot of Freemasons around.
Continue to work with you and partners across the region to prevent more tragedy to innocent civilians.
Both leaders said what the other wanted to hear. But for Biden, it was quite a turnaround because after the hospital attack, the US was angry. They said Biden would ask after the hospital attack,
the hospital, again, hello, it was not an attack if it was a misfire, right? So already there she's doing the other side, This is not neutral. She might not try to look like it, but she's using the words that makes it pushing that, oh yeah, it was Israel that attacked it.
US was
She is not neutral.
Angry. They said Biden would ask tough questions to Netanyahu. Maybe he did in private, but in public he was all support. The most Biden did was give a gentle reminder. He drew parallels between the Hamas attack and 9/11. He then asked Israel to not repeat Washington's mistakes. Listen in.
Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. There's always cost, but it requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions. It requires clarity about the objectives and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives.
So what exactly is Joe Biden's game plan? What can he realistically hope for? So far, there's been one development. Biden asked Israel to allow aid into Gaza, and Israel has now agreed. Hopefully, Israel to allow aid into Gaza. So far, there's been one development. Biden asked Israel to allow aid into Gaza, and Israel has now agreed.
Okay. That is interesting. That's 7 hours ago. So, allowing aid into Gaza will have Hamas having a line of resources, while Egypt should just have, fixed the aid on the other side. I don't know if they have opened up or anything like that in regards of it, but yeah, that's.
Hopefully, the aid trucks can now.
I wonder in regards to what Israel has. Yeah, but it's just.
Start moving. But beyond that, what can Biden do? At this point, not much. We'll talk about Biden's best and worst case scenario. Best case, he can talk Netanyahu out of the invasion. No Gaza operation, no spillover. But right now that looks tough. You just heard what Prime Minister Netanyahu told Biden.
Yeah,
He said that
I don't think they will stop. I don't see any. They want to get Hamas totally, neutralized. So of course some say that's impossible because the people stands behind Hamas. That Hamas is like a movement. So that is not only in regards of, so
the road to victory will be long and tough. Doesn't sound like de-escalation at all. Now, the worst case scenario. Netanyahu ignores Biden's appeals. He decides to go in all guns blazing into Gaza. Hundreds of civilians die. Arab countries gang up on Israel. And Iran...
So Arab leaders pulled out of Biden's summit after Gaza hospital attack. Yeah. That just doesn't make any, You do wonder if they're just playing us in some sense, just to have a show going to kill people, on both sides.
Unleashes its proxies, basically a full-blown West Asian war. To be honest, even this scenario looks unlikely. So Biden's realistic bet is somewhere in between. An Israeli invasion with limited casualties. And that's where his Jordan trip was so important. Arab states could have helped in 3 ways. One, evacuating Gaza.
Yep. Okay, so she's going on the other side now. That's nice to see. So, at least she's...
trip was so important. Arab states could have helped in 3 ways. One...
Yep. Let's hear it. I think she actually is finally onto where she seems to be taking the other side of things.
Evacuating Gazans. 2...
Yeah. That's something Egypt could have helped with, and they could have helped, they have had many days to do it, and they have all the aid and all that, and bullshit around in regards to saying, well, we don't want to take these people into Egypt in regards of those people in need that is on our doorstep, but we want to trade with them in regards of getting aid into Gaza. And it just sounds like, why would they do that? Why, if they're interested in saving lives and all that, why are then they not interested in saving those people that is at that door, at that doorstep?
2, delivering aid, and 3, possibly hosting refugees.
Yeah, see,
His Jordan trip was so important. Arab states could have helped in 3 ways. One, evacuating Gazans. 2,
Yep. 2,
delivering aid, and 3...
Yep, and aid. Well, aid could have been fixed in Egypt, and it could have been a place where there's no war in regards of a safe place. And
possibly hosting refugees.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, those 3 points I absolutely agree with, and that's what Egypt should have done. Jordan and Saudi Arabia should also have been, and maybe others in regards to the Mohammedan nations. But if they further want to promote a conflict and all that and stir up the people, a very easy way is to just blame Israel for this bombing of the so-called hospital. Well, outside of it, I would think, it's just interesting, right? If Israel actually wanted to attack a hospital, wouldn't they just shoot the rocket into the building? Like, isn't that, kind of usually what, with all the sophistication and all that, why would they shoot a rocket into a place where there's cars, I don't know, of course, if there was a lot of people and they wanted to make a huge amount of, what do we call it, collateral damage or whatever it's called. But usually, if they wanted to go after the hospital, right, they would have shot the rocket into the hospital itself, right? I still don't understand how they can, over 500, people and all that. I need some more information on this. How over 500 people could have been killed is seemingly, just doesn't seem. Yeah, seems somewhat. With all the radar thing and all that, and technology and all that, you would think that Israel and others would have some very, very fine pictures and quality of that area where they can just zoom down totally and see everything. And well, anyway.
But now all of that has gone out of the window. The Arab states do not want to discuss aid or evacuations.
Isn't that interesting, right? Isn't that interesting? That's the solution that could have fixed and helped a lot of lives and all that.
And three, possibly hosting refugees. But now all of that has gone out of the window. The Arab states do not want to discuss aid or evacuations.
No, they don't want to talk about that because they know it's a solution, because they've talked about it a good amount of days ago, that they know it's a solution, and they don't want a solution. They know it's a way to take down the pressure on Israel, and they don't want to do that. So who's at fault?
They want to discuss a ceasefire. Listen to
A ceasefire and the so-called two-state solution. Not going to happen. If Israel accepts that, that's the most stupid thing that they could ever do. And I don't think they will do that, because I don't think they are that stupid,
Jordan's foreign minister. There is no use in...
Let's see. Jordan's foreign minister Ayman Safadi told Al Yasarai the summit was cancelled because there is no use in talking now about anything except stopping the war. Well, what could stop the war very quickly? Take on the people from Gaza and the West Bank as well, I'll be fine as well. But let's start with we can also take both places, I guess. If Jordan is willing to take those people in the West Bank, the so-called West Bank, and Egypt is ready to take those people in Gaza, and Saudi Arabia and all that, in regards of taking these people and moving them to their families and all that, and then the war would be stopped very quickly, right?
Talking now about anything except stopping the war. That's what he said. And this puts Biden...
I don't get it, it's like, so you can't hold a meeting on anything. Yeah, just seems that, and in regards to stopping the war, that really helps on blaming Israel for something they might not have done, right? And stir up the whole Arab world, or the whole Mohammedan world,
In a bind. On the one hand, he has promised Israel unwavering support, so now he can't back out. On the other, Arab states have toughened their stance. They're saying ceasefire or nothing.
Ceasefire or nothing. So they want a ceasefire before they're going to talk. While blaming the Jews for an attack and stirring up the Mohammedan people, just so give me a break with all the
U.S.
bullshit.
Secretary of State had...
So again, it becomes a lot more complicated than it really should be, because we can just go. They want it to be complicated. They want it to be hard and this and that, because we already have the solution, but they don't want the solution. So they are going to try everything else.
Has been hopping from one capital to the next. He's been meeting leaders across the Arab world, yet he could not get the job done, which is why Biden decided to visit himself. He is hoping that the symbolism of a wartime presidential visit will help. It still could. But this is not the West Asia of 5 years ago. The equations have changed. For example, Iran and Saudi Arabia are on talking terms. Iran's foreign minister is in Jeddah today. He's holding talks on the situation in Gaza, and that's another headache for Joe Biden, because Saudi Arabia is a key ally and Iran is a sworn enemy. Now, those two coordinating could make matters worse. When you put all of this together, what do you see? An uphill battle for Joe Biden. There was a time when the US was seen as the ultimate power in West Asia, both in war and peace. But not anymore. Today, even Palestinians are rejecting the US. They say Biden is not welcome in the West Bank.
Jordan says no use talking about anything other than stopping the war.
First of all, Biden is unwelcome here because he has a major role in this game, a major role in the aggression on our people, and he is providing the money and weapons to kill our people in Gaza and everywhere.
The US has given over $500 million to Palestine since 2021, yet the people say Biden is not welcome. It sums up America's waning influence. It doesn't have the political clout to rally its Arab allies or to stop Israel's invasion. So maybe Biden's best bet is his military. He's deployed 2 aircraft carriers to the region. He's also put 2,000 soldiers on standby. All of this is aimed at Iran and its proxies. The US has also threatened more sanctions if Tehran intervenes. Those are hard power threats, sanctions and military deterrence. Biden repeated those threats in Tel Aviv today.
We've moved U.S. military assets to the region, including positioning the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group in the Eastern Mediterranean, with the USS Eisenhower on the way to defer further aggression against Israel and to prevent this conflict from spreading. The world will know that Israel is stronger than ever. My message to any state or any other hostile actor thinking about attacking Israel remains the same as it was a week ago. Don't.
And Biden made some threats.
Well, I think, isn't it Lebanon that is attacking Israel here and there?
We don't know if it will work, but we can say this. The US spent most of the last decade withdrawing from West Asia, pulling out soldiers and assets. But one flare-up, and they're back to square one.
Now we have something in regards to the Iron Beam, Israel new laser weapon, well, whatever.
Now let's talk about another arrival. One that's touted to change warfare as we know it. But first a question. What is the biggest problem with Israel's Iron Dome system? I would argue it's the cost. Each Israeli interceptor missile costs about $50,000. But what if Israel had a cost-effective way to stop the rockets, a way to hit one rocket after another endlessly without having to worry about its expensive interceptors running out? Sounds ideal, right? Well, it may become reality soon because Israel is reportedly rolling out a new defense system. It's the stuff of sci-fi movies. Israel calls it its defensive trump card.
Yeah, but it does use a lot of electricity.
It's the Iron Beam anti-missile laser system.
Yeah, saw something about that some time ago, I guess before the war and all that.
Our next report tells you.
So it's not so new, actually.
What's the Iron Beam and how it can be a game changer.
Look at this video from last year. That's US President Joe Biden getting ready for a photo shoot. It's at the Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. What's all the fuss for? Look at what's above his head. The giant camera lens-like thing. That's the reason for all this excitement. Because it's Israel's ace in the hole. The Iron Beam laser anti-missiles.
Yeah, but talking about that being like a, like huge amount of energy as well,
system.
So why talk about that?
The Iron Beam is a technological marvel, the fruit of years of research in high-intensity lasers. It was first unveiled at a Singapore air show in 2014, and after 7 years, it seems to be ready for battlefield action. The system was made for one thing: taking down aerial threats before they hit Israel. First, let's look at its stats. The Iron Beam reportedly has a range of between 7 to 10 kilometers. Israel has said it can focus the beam to the diameter of a coin.
Yeah, that was the thing. That didn't have so much of a distance on it, as far as I recall. And of course, fixed with the other thing, you could actually, have the longer distance of the missiles and the lasers in a shorter. But can target a coin from 10 kilometers. That's pretty good,
Within that distance, the Iron Beam fires lasers that can reach energy levels of about 100 kilowatts.
Yeah, well, you need a huge amount of energy source as well.
Context, that's about 24 grams of TNT exploding every second. Or almost 1.5 kgs of dynamite every minute. That's the amount of energy coming out of the Iron Beam. All this will be directed at incoming missiles, drones, rockets, and any other aerial threat. Here's a video released by Israel's Defense Forces last year, showing a successful test of the Iron Beam. How it works is simple. The laser will be fired at key spots on the incoming projectiles. In missiles, this means the fins, rudder, or the warhead. Damaging the fins and rudder will destabilize the missile's flight path, make it change course. Firing at the warhead could overheat and cripple the detonator, rendering the missile useless. It's similar when engaging with drones. Either ruin the wings or propellers, or fry the camera, leaving the drone operator blind. But this method has a drawback when it comes to kamikaze drones and rockets especially. These are simple weapons used for destruction. Wherever they land, they will explode. So changing their path may protect critical targets, but some damage will still be done. Which is why Israel isn't going to replace all its systems with the Iron Beam. The laser is meant to augment, not replace, Israel's existing missile defense systems. It'll try and mop up the projectiles that slip through the Iron Dome.
One of this is real images and
but
also
some or fry the camera, leaving the drone operator blind. But this method has a drawback when it comes to kamikaze drones and rockets especially. These are simple weapons used for destruction. Wherever they land, they will explode. So changing their path may protect critical targets, but some damage will still be done. Which is why Israel isn't going to replace all its systems with the Iron Beam. The laser is meant to augment, not replace, Israel's existing missile defense systems. It'll try and mop up the projectiles that slip through the Iron Dome. Like a short-range laser defense support system. That could be the initial plan anyway, but the Iron Beam and other lasers will get stronger over time. They could eventually replace other costlier systems. While building the Iron Beam certainly isn't cheap, using it is relatively cost-effective. Israel says it'll cost about $2,000 to destroy an incoming threat using the Iron Beam. Compare that to $50,000 per Iron Dome interceptor missile. You can see why Israel will want to improve the laser tech as time goes by. But even today, the Iron Beam's deployment will mark a milestone, signaling the beginning of the age of laser warfare.
So Israel may have a new weapon, the Iron Beam, but so does the Hamas. And for them, it's Telegram. We're talking about the social media app, Telegram, where Hamas is telling its side of the story. Now, some context here. The Hamas is a designated terrorist organization in the US and Europe, which means social media platforms cannot host Hamas content. And most of them don't. Meta and Google have banned Hamas.
see here. Let's try that again.
Where Hamas is weapon, the Iron Beam, but so does the Hamas. And for them, it's Telegram. We're talking about the social media app, Telegram, where Hamas is telling its side of the story. Now, some context here. The Hamas is a designated terrorist organization in the US and Europe, which means social media platforms cannot host Hamas content. And most of them don't. Meta and Google have banned Hamas accounts, but not Telegram. It allows Hamas to use its services. So the military wing of Hamas has a Telegram channel. It's called the Al-Qasim Brigades. On October 7th, that's the day of the attack, this channel had about 200,000 followers. Since then, it has tripled. Now they have some 600,000 followers, 6 lakh followers on the Telegram channel. The views on the posts have also skyrocketed. Before the attack, a post on this Hamas channel was viewed around 25,000 times. Now they're viewed more than 300,000 times. That's more than a 10-fold increase. It tells you how popular their posts have become. And that's because of Telegram's moderation rules. Around 800 million people use Telegram globally, almost twice as many as Twitter or X. But unlike other social media platforms, 10-fold increase. It tells you how popular their posts have become. And that's because of Telegram's moderation rules. Around 800 million people use Telegram globally, almost twice as many as Twitter or X. But unlike other social media platforms, Telegram has very lax rules, and that makes it a hotbed for extremist organizations. So what does Telegram have to say about this? Well, its founder does not believe all posts are harmful. Let me read out his statement for you. This is what he says. Earlier this week, Hamas used Telegram to warn civilians in Ashkelon to leave the area ahead of their missile strikes. Would shutting down their channel help save lives, or would it endanger more lives? While it would be easy for us to destroy the source of information, doing so risks exacerbating an already dire situation. So that's what Pavel Durov said. He's the founder of Telegram. He's from Russia, now based in Dubai. He believes Telegram is doing more good than harm. But is it really? Hamas is a terrorist organization.
I don't care what, so what, and all that. They shouldn't ban anything, and censorship is all around us. So, yeah, we have so much censorship in this world. It's disgusting.
They attacked Israel. They killed civilians.
If it's not the platform that censors you, it's the people that censors you. It's just so. Should Hamas have allowed to? Yeah, sure. Let people see their side of the story, for sure. You know, why would you close down the information? Just let them. Because if they don't have a place where you can see the side, what do you have? It's just give me a break. Just because I don't agree with them and all that, I don't think that anyone should close that thing down. So well, that's typical. Like that's we need to close them down for so people can't. Give me a break. We have to be careful. We have to take care of we have to control what information goes out to the people and blah blah blah, right? Because of misinformation and blah blah blah. Give me a break. So anyway, where did I think I lost the
President
must be here. Okay, no, that was not it. Next one. No, next one.
What are the latest developments we've got?
Next one. No. I can't even find the video now. But yeah, so apparently Hamas have a Telegram. I stopped using Telegram because of they do have a lot of control, but I guess it was like kind of in some hypocritical in some sense because a lot of other platforms are censoring a lot more than Telegram, but I still didn't like the idea of this it's open source, but it's not open source. It's only the client side that is open source, not the server side. So
They took nearly 200 people hostage. How will their side of the story help the world? And then we have Hamas-affiliated groups. They're not run by Hamas, but they support its terrorist activities. What happens to those groups? Telegram says it is moderating the content, and that its moderators have removed millions of posts. But this story is not really limited to Telegram. Social media in general has seen an uptick.
I see here. What does it say?
What happens to those groups? Telegram says it is moderating the content, and that its moderators have removed millions of posts.
Yeah, that's disgusting. There you go. Censorship. Why would they remove posts? Is it a platform for people to post or is it not? Now we're going to moderate. That's censorship.
But this story is not really limited to Telegram. Social media in general has seen an uptick in pro-Hamas content. Meta says it has removed over 795.
That's Facebook. Let's change the names, right? Give me a break with the bullshit. They removed Yeah. Why did they remove all those? This is disgusting.
1,000 posts, 795,000 posts. Then there's X, formerly known as Twitter. It has removed hundreds of Hamas-affiliated accounts. What do these reports tell you?
It tells me that censorship is all over. That's what it tells me.
Hamas is acing the social media game. And it's only one part of the problem. The second part is misinformation and fake news. There's been a deluge since the war began. There's fake news, fake videos, fake testimonies, and fake warnings. And all of this could be dangerous in a war. Last week we showed you some videos.
So it's not dangerous to close to close down people so they can't speak.
But there are thousands more. And
it's just disgusting when I don't agree with this censorship. That's for sure.
They're being shared thousands of times. So you can imagine the scale of misinformation, and it's getting worse as the war.
Misinformation. Another question. Yeah, well, I don't care if something is misinformation in regards of, the people should be like Hamas should be allowed to lie, and this, whatever they, if they want to push bullshit and all that, and because there's a lot of other things that comes out in regards of, if you don't get it from the direct source of what they're saying, how would you know? Because it gets too true to the mainstream media bullshitters, right? And that's they can themselves, like, so.
War escalates. Who takes accountability for all of this? Certainly not the social media platforms. They say they're trying to tackle misinformation. Well, they're failing. More and more people.
Well, who decides what is misinformation? They shouldn't, be in regards of, everybody should be able to say whatever they want.
People now depend on social media for news, for reliable information. What they get is a glut of misinformation that clouds facts and judgment. Like they say, truth is the first casualty of war, and on social media, it is dying 1,000.
Yeah, and what happens if you stop an opponent's way of speaking out? Where are you going to get your information from? Oh, one-sided information. Oh, yeah. Like the RT.com. You can't go on the RT.com, so you can't see the Russian side of it. That's disgusting.
Let's talk about another potential casualty. The political career of Prime Minister Netanyahu. His prospects look dire, and history does not help. Let's take you back to October 1973. Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack on Israel. In 1973, it led to what's called the Yom Kippur War. Israel won that war, but at great cost to its then Prime Minister Golda Meir. Her government had failed to anticipate the attack, leading to growing anger and eventually her ouster. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu faces anger. He is Israel's current and longest-serving prime minister. He has built the image of Mr. Security, and he keeps Israel safe and helps it grow. That's his pitch. But now this attack happened on his watch, and polls say he's in trouble. Only 21% of Israelis want Netanyahu to stay in power. Our next report tells you more.
Let's see here.
To stay in power. Our next report tells you more.
Apparently that was like a Hebrew hospital or something like that. They say, you are responsible for this. Says the first, get out of here. You are hindering this nation. You are disturbing us. All of you ruined this country. You ruined it. Now get out of here. It's our turn to take control. One united nation without you. You ruined everything.
One Israeli cabinet minister barred from a hospital entrance. Another called a traitor and imbecile when she came to comfort evacuated families.
Well, it's just, yeah. It's we can all make mistakes, Of course, it is interesting how that, it kind of wasn't, the people in that did it, right? It was Hamas that did it. Even if it's interesting how they just could get into the nation so easily. The Israelis are absolutely angry at or many of them are angry at the state, all those inside of Netanyahu and all that. So only 21% of Israelis want Prime Minister Netanyahu to stay in power.
The third minister accused of betraying people by a grieving man at a hospital. As Israel copes with
Netanyahu's ratings have dropped after Hamas attack.
its shock and grief, little love is being displayed towards its government. It's been accused of dropping the country.
Netanyahu's ratings were already low because of his judicial overhaul plan.
Guard and leaving it vulnerable. And now anger is mounting against the government. So far, Israel's top general, the defense minister, national security advisor, foreign minister, finance minister, and intelligence chiefs have acknowledged the failure. These are all statements of personal accountability. Officials agree that they failed to anticipate and prevent what has become the worst attack on civilians in Israel's history. But what about Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu? Well, he's made no such statement so far, and it seems unlikely that he will. Military commando turned Prime Minister. Netanyahu is Israel's longest-serving PM, and also among its most controversial. The country has been battling polarization over Bibi's judicial overhaul drive. It triggered walkouts by some military reservists. It fueled protests across the nation.
They're standing here and protesting here for the last 38 weeks, calling Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop what he's doing.
I'm here because we don't want Bibi and his fellow crooks destroying democracy in Israel.
Netanyahu's ratings dropped to 27% in opinion polls, but Bibi remained defiant. While he was falling in the popularity charts, he prided himself on promoting economic growth. He's been credited with presiding over a sustained period of economic growth where the high-tech industry grew tremendously. But when the October 7th attack struck Israel, both security and economy took a hit, and the fallout will affect Israel for years to come. And now it seems like a day of judgment looms for Bibi. Polls show that he's in trouble. Only 21% of Israelis want Netanyahu to remain prime minister. If elections were to be held today, his party would lose a third of its seats. But the thing is, Israelis don't want a ballot. The left offers no answers. The center is too pragmatic. For them, the right remains the right answer. So Israelis want action from their prime minister. So far, he's been busy with the top brass from the world over. He's won vocal Western support. He has visited the conflict zone once. He has limited encounters with media and public. He took a week before meeting relatives of those held hostage by Hamas. It took him 5 days to form an emergency government. But none of it has done much to ease public fury. Is this the end of the road for Bibi? Well, that's difficult to say, because Netanyahu has had a record-long career of political comebacks. Under him, Israel has come to see itself as a military, political, and technological power. But today, Israel is facing its biggest test in decades, and so is Bibi. How this war pans out will determine not just Israel's fate, but also that of the man who's leading the charge.
For our next story, let me pull up two sets of pictures for you. Both are from the same location, Doha. Two sets of photos. One shows Antony Blinken meeting the Prime Minister of Qatar. The second shows the chief of Hamas meeting Iran's foreign minister. Same city, sworn enemies, just hours apart. It sums up the role of Qatar. They instigate and then try to resolve. We have mentioned some of this before. Qatar hosts the top leadership of Hamas, including their current chief. They've also hosted the Taliban and the Muslim Brotherhood. They've been accused of funding Al-Qaeda. Yet Qatar is a Western darling. Last year, the US declared them a major non-NATO ally. Even Israel gives them a long rope. They permit Qatar to send aid to Gaza, the same aid that is often swindled by Hamas terrorists. So what's the play here? Why is Qatar handled with kid gloves? The answer lies in history. In the 1990s, the US and Saudi Arabia had shaky relations. The kingdom did not want American soldiers. The kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they did not want American soldiers. So where did they go? Qatar. The regime in Doha gave US soldiers a new home. They set up shop at the Al Udeid military base. Even today, it's the forward headquarters of the US Central Command. So the equation is quite simple. America keeps Qatar's ruling family in power. In return, they help America keep their army here. 2 decades on, that has not changed. But Qatar has another side as well. An ambitious and power-hungry side. We're talking about a very small country, remember. Its total area is around 11,000 square kilometers, about the size of India's Tripura state. And population, just about 2.7 million people. Their GDP is just 1/4 of Saudi Arabia, so Qatar looked elsewhere for power. One strategy was Al Jazeera, the television channel based in Doha. On paper, it has editorial freedom from the Qatari regime. But accusations do emerge. Al Jazeera is said to be soft on Islamist elements in West Asia, Hamas included. The other strategy was to host and leverage Islamists. In 2013, the Muslim Brotherhood was expelled from Egypt. And who welcomed them? Qatar. Same with the Taliban. Doha says it is keeping an eye on these radicals, making sure that they're not up to some trouble. Well, if that's the case, how did Hamas plot such a massive attack? How did the Taliban take over Afghanistan? So Qatar's intentions are suspect. They've used terrorists to keep bigger Arabs in check, bigger Arab states in check. It's a policy that left Qatar isolated. Remember, in 2017, the Arab states cut off diplomatic ties with Doha. They imposed a financial blockade as well. And the reason was this: Qatar's support for terrorism. The blockade lasted for 4 years. It was finally lifted in 2021. So I guess in the long term, the strategy worked. One reason for that is American support.
Oh, getting so tired of hearing all these things,
friend.
you know.
They talk to people, the Americans.
Yeah, let's just...
Our bilateral trade volume has reached a new record high, and we're consistently moving towards our joint goal.
Yeah, let's close that down.
Drama seems endless.
Blah, blah, blah. That's a letter to... in regards of leading to...
مع مسؤولي الحركة الصهيونية وليس العكس. فيتامين فين مش خشوف
Well, I guess everything is surrounding around Israel again these days. Here we have Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi speaks about situation in Gaza as Israeli strikes continue. It's like 20 hours ago from El Jazeera.
The whole concept of transferring Palestinians from the Gaza Strip into Sinai is simply moving the fighting and resistance from the Gaza Strip to Sinai, which means Sinai will become a base for military operations against Israel. And then Israel will try to defend itself and direct its military operations against Egypt and Sinai. Egypt is committed to establishing peace. We should remain dedicated to our investment in the peace process.
Why would they establish themselves in regards of Egypt, really? You know, then they would be under Egyptian rule, right? In regards, why would they think that would, you know, that doesn't really make any sense. Because if they get into Egypt, they now have the ability to travel all over the world in regards of Mohammedan nations.
Says he won't allow refugees from Gaza into his country, adding it would make the peninsula a target for Israel.
Oh, come on.
The whole concept of transferring Palestinians from the Gaza Strip into Sinai is simply moving the fighting and resistance from the Gaza Strip to Sinai, which means Sinai will become a base for military operations against Israel. And then Israel will try to defend itself and direct its military operations against Egypt and Sinai. Egypt is committed to establishing peace. We should remain dedicated to our investment in the peace process.
Oh, come on.
We should come up with a viable solution.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. So you think that's what is going to happen if you move these people in? Oh, come on, you know.
If there is a transfer, let it be to the Negev Desert in Israel. Let Israel do
What? Like, what is that kind of bullshit, you know? You want the people into, you know, again, this is the bullshit. Oh, no. Let's have them into Israel, right? Yeah, that sounds like a very stupid idea. You just absolutely outrageous. Let's try
If
to.
there is a transfer, let it be to the Negev desert in Israel.
Oh, if there's a transfer. Oh, transfer. Now we use the, transfer word transfer instead of relocation, right? Transfer. Okay. If there's a transfer, let it be into the Negev desert. Why would you put these people who hate the Jews inside Israel? Are you stupid? It's just incredible.
Israel. Let Israel do what they wish to do with the military operatives in Gaza before returning the Palestinians back. All acts by Israel.
What? The logic is just there's no logic in this.
Sinai will become a base for military operations against Israel, and then Israel will try to defend itself and direct its military operations against Egypt and Sinai. Egypt is committed to establishing peace. We should remain dedicated to our investment in the peace process. We should come up with a viable solution. If there is a transfer, let it be to the Negev desert in Israel.
Oh, so that's the solution. Let's transfer these people into Israel. These people who hate the Jews. Yeah, that sounds like, a stupid, very, very stupid, thing to do. You gotta be kidding me.
Let Israel do what they wish to do with the military operatives in Gaza before returning the Palestinians back. All acts by...
What? So what he wants is to let Israel do what they want to do in regards of military operation, and then he just wants to have the Israelis to take these people into their nation. Yeah, because I'm sure these people don't have any hatred against the Israelis after this. After an operation into Gaza and all that. Yeah, just give me a break with the bullshit.
In the peace process, we should come up with a viable solution.
A viable solution.
If there is a transfer, let it be to the Negev desert in Israel.
Let it be to the Negev desert. You gotta be kidding me. What is this guy full of bullshit,
Let Israel do what they wish to do with the military operatives in Gaza before returning the Palestinians back. All acts...
Oh, so, okay.
Investment in the peace process.
Let's try to
we should come up with a viable solution.
A viable solution.
If there is a transfer, let it be to the Negev desert in Israel.
What?
Let Israel do what they wish to do with the military operatives in Gaza before returning the Palestinians back. All acts by Israel, cutting water and electricity, is a means to forcibly transfer Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula.
Oh. So Israel is even helping you to actually wanting the,
Which we totally reject.
Yeah, you do, right? You don't want that solution.
Let's speak to our diplomatic editor, James Bays.
Like what? Absolutely lunacy, Yeah. Let's just have Israel do their military operation, right, in Gaza and all that. Take out Hamas and all that, and let's just take all those people in Gaza into Israel, right? I'm sure they're not angry at Israel at all, after that, right? It's like, yeah, that's how much terrorism is further than going to be done after that, if they do that. This is just insanity. That's just disgusting. This Egyptian guy is just absolutely...
Joins us now live here in the studio in Doha. James, I want to ask you about the Security Council. What's going on?
How in the world can anyone think of something like that? It's just a mad, Oh yeah, let's Israel do that thing, right? And let's then just let the rest of the people inside Israel. Yeah, no, that's the exact opposite of what should be done. Oh, just incredible. That's just...
a minute, but picking up on what Alan was saying about so many Arab leaders...
I don't think this guy, he will probably not do... I guess he gets his orders from somewhere as well. He knows the solution, and he's not going to take it, apparently. Cheating. That's it's just a madness. But you can really see who is playing against Israel and who is for Israel at this point. A lot of the Mohammedan nations are not for Israel. I think, who would be able to come up with such utter bullshit? Oh yeah, okay. Let Israel do the military operation. In regards of removing Hamas and all that, and then just let all the Philistinians inside Israel. I'm sure they're not mad at Israel at all. And the Jews, right? I'm sure we won't have any other kind of butchering going on if they just, just amazing. Just the stupidity about it. Uh, yeah, it's just insanity, absolutely insanity. But probably Freemasons, all of them, and trying to make conflict instead of just the solution. Oh, but if we take them into Egypt and all that, oh, they will just do their things in Egypt against it, because Egypt would be the one that is in charge. And yeah, but they want to push the two-state solution. So that's pretty much, I guess, what he is also proclaiming by saying, oh, let's let them go into the peninsula, or the Israeli, what is it called, the Negev, I think it was. You gotta be kidding me. You're just incredible. That's just absolute madness. Absolutely, yeah. But these people just want more conflict. That's the problem. They don't want to solve it, right? And that's the problem. Right? Do we want to solve the issue, or do we not want to solve the issue? Oh, we don't want to solve the issue. Okay. Yeah. Very sad. Very, very, very sad. I can't, it's just hard to believe that. And he knows the solution. Now he's like, well, if we do that, that will just be a problem from Egypt. Give me a break. Now, because then you will have the charge.
You hear so much about.
It's a tour guide.
Out saying no thank you to a meeting.
So Sisi condemns Israel's total siege on Gaza, calling off food, water, and fuel supplies to 2.3 million Philistinians.
With Biden, if you were hoping, I guess, that Biden is coming to kind of broker some kind of ceasefire agreement, does it look like we're going that way at all?
No.
I think we may well be going to something short of a ceasefire, but some sort of humanitarian pause. But you're right, the events of the last few hours have really changed things.
The situation,
the situation changed radically on October.
At least 3 Philistinians killed in Israeli airstrike on United Nations run school in Gaza refugees camp.
And it's changed radically again. The Arab street, I think, is what's driving this. Arab leaders, I think, are saying, we're not going to stick with our existing position. We now need to have a ceasefire. I don't think we're going to get a ceasefire, but we're going to get something short of that, I think.
And that which brings us to what's happening.
Ceasefire. No, we need Egypt to open up the borders. That's what we need, Well, ceasefire, I guess could be. But the question is, why would they want a ceasefire? Like, they attacked Israel, and it's, yeah. Well, a ceasefire and opening up the borders of Egypt. There we go. That's a win-win situation, right? But they don't want to do that. But I think that was actually amazing, right? Have a ceasefire. I guess also the thing is, one of the reasons why Israel won't stop attack Gaza at this point is that in regards to the hostages as well, and they just wanna pretty much destroy Hamas at this point and get it over with. So yeah, it's But Egypt could still open their borders. And I think it was very nicely said in another video where this Egyptian guy talked about that, first in regards of opening. But apparently, this was not the whole speech of this Egyptian guy. But that if they actually did open up in regards of Gaza, then the West Bank in regards of Jordan and all that, and that would absolutely be the solution. What's the problem? These people are Mohammedans, so they're part of the Ummah or whatever it's called, right?
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Egypt on Sunday to meet with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi as the Biden administration scrambles to prevent the Israel-Hamas war from becoming a broader regional conflict.
I had very good conversations both with the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia and here in Egypt with President al-Sisi, and also heard, I think, a lot of good ideas about some of the things we need to do moving forward, including practical ideas on getting assistance to Palestinians in Gaza who are in need. In terms of the conference that Egypt...
Yeah, but you have the need in Egypt. Just let those people go to Egypt.
Is putting forward. Look, we think these kinds of...
It will only work. The thing is, you have to think about what is the best thing in regards to this. And, yeah. And the only other thing is just polluting the waters in regards to the solution. The solution is right there. They know it's a solution, and yet they don't want this solution.
Initiatives are good ideas. Anything that can look in practical ways and how we can help get assistance to Palestinians who need it.
During his meeting with Blinken, el-Sisi
said... There he sits in regards of with his Freemason symbol, and the other guy was sitting as well in regards of this Freemason symbol.
Israel's Gaza
so again, they might just be playing out a plan to get people to move along.
Self-defense and turned into a collective punishment. From Israel, Blinken has traveled throughout the region, meeting the leaders of Jordan, the Palestinian Authority, Qatar, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. He plans to return to Israel on Monday.
Israeli President Isaac Herzog sparred with foreign journalists over retaliatory Gaza strikes. He had several markedly contentious...
6 days ago. 3 days ago, Secretary Antony Blinken.
As you've just heard.
I guess the Egyptian thing or what? No. Next one. And why do we need to listen to these reporters instead of just listening to what the guy is saying, right? Why does it need to be chewed throughout these people? Okay, now this should be something in regards to the Sisi guy. See here, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi said Tuesday that Gaza residents must stay steadfast and remain on their land. Yeah, I was supporting in regards of Hamas. And just let them stay where they are. Calls for Cairo to allow safe passage for civilians stuck in Gaza due to its calls for Cairo to allow safe passage for civilians stuck in Gaza due to Israeli wars with Hamas. Okay, calls for who is calling for the? No, okay. So Egypt, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi said Tuesday that Gaza residents must stay steadfast and remain on their land amid calls for Cairo to allow safe passage for civilians stuck in Gaza due to Israeli war with Hamas. The Rafah border crossing between the Rafah border crossing between Egypt and Gaza is the only passage in and out of the coastal enclave not controlled by Israel. But he didn't want to do it. 8 peacekeepers from the United Nations keeping mission in eastern Congo have been suspended and detained. Well, okay. Allegations of sexual exploitation. The UN said UN peacekeeping missions have long been plagued by allegations of sexual abuse.
Very clearly, this is a new cloud on not the sunniest horizon for the world economy.
Well, anyway, so again, still haven't, still really no surprising. We still know the agenda of Egypt to let them go to the Negev. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. No, but we can't take them into Egypt because then they would just, do their thing from Egypt. What are you talking about? Take Hamas out and then take these people in and just sort things out in regards to some of them goes to Saudi Arabia, some goes to Egypt to be immersed into the society, and some goes to Jordan and so forward.
Egypt's president
With other Mohammedans.
says he will not allow refugees from Gaza into his country, adding that it would make the Sinai Peninsula a target for Israel.
The whole concept of transferring Palestinians from the Gaza Strip into Sinai is simply moving the fighting and resistance from the Gaza Strip to Sinai.
No, it's not. Because you're opening up for the people that want to flee this conflict first and foremost. So don't give me a don't go give me a
Which
break.
means Sinai will become a base for military operations against Israel. And then Israel will try to defend itself and direct its military operations against Egypt and Sinai. Egypt is committed to establishing peace. We should remain dedicated to our investment in the peace process. We should come up with a viable solution. If there is a transfer, let it be to the Negev Desert in Israel.
What is that for a solution? It's like, let us come up with a liable solution. What is that for a liable solution?
Establishing peace. We should remain dedicated to our investment in the
This
peace
has to
process.
be one of the most stupid things that
We should come up with a viable solution.
a viable
If
solution.
there is a transfer, let it
If there is a transfer,
be to the Negev Desert in Israel.
let it be to the Negev Desert in Israel. Are you kidding me? You want to put them in Israel? You want to put them inside Israel? Now that's the two-state solution, by the way. He's a promoter of the two-state solution. Yeah, just let Israel go in and do their thing, right? In regards to their, military operation to take Hamas out and all that, and then just let all those people, into the Negev in regards of Israel, into Israel, and I'm sure everything will be worked out without any issue. While you gotta be kidding me. There's a lot of hatred against Israel amongst these people. And you want to let's move them in, let's move them into Israel because that's going to be so peaceful or something like that. What is wrong with this guy? Like, you gotta be kidding me. Not going to happen. That's just the worst idea. Like, you gotta be kidding me. So you just move them from one place and then you want to move them further into what are you talking about? What is this guy talking about? It's just insanity. So maybe I just want to put them into the Negev, right, inside Israel. Now is that let's come up with a just to give me a break. And then he comes around with that other nonsense.
Let Israel do what they wish to do with the military operatives in Gaza before returning the Palestinians back.
Returning the Palestinians back. Nope.
All acts by Israel, cutting water and electricity, is a means to forcibly
There is no peace in those options, in regards of, let Israel take Gaza out and all that, and then just let all these people into Israel. No worries. I'm sure it will be so, peaceful out, if you do that, right? You gotta be kidding me. What is this bullshit,
transfer Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula, which we totally reject.
We totally reject because that's the solution, but we don't want to do that. Transferring Mohammedans into a Mohammedan nation or Mohammedan nations, it's just, yeah. Yeah.
By Israel, cutting water and electricity, is a means to forcibly transfer Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula, which we totally reject.
Well, let's take a close
Yeah, Egypt is not a friend of Israel.
look at the Rafah
All the people in Gaza, for that matter.
crossing, the sole crossing point between Egypt and the southern end of the Gaza Strip. It's Gaza's only lifeline to the outside world, but supplies coming into Gaza through Rafah require Israeli approval. And it's
Israel targeting at Al Yasura team is a blatant disregard of international safety standard. That ...
also only for small vehicles and the movement of people. Now, the other crossing in the south is Karam Abu Salam. It's located where the borders of Egypt, Gaza, and Israel meet. It's also the sole passage for larger trucks carrying goods, fuel, and aid into Gaza. Hundreds of tons of aid from several countries have been held up in Egypt, pending a deal for its safe delivery to Gaza and the evacuation of some foreign passport holders through the other Rafah border crossing. Well, we can now speak to Hussein Hariri. He's the former Egyptian Assistant Foreign Minister. He joins me now from Cairo. Sir, I'll start by asking you for your reaction to President Sisi's statement we just listened to. Can you explain for our viewers why Cairo is so adamant that Palestinian refugees should not be sent to Egypt or Jordan?
Yeah, we kind of want to know about that. Because that would solve the issue, right? We don't want that.
A question from an Egyptian point of view, as explained
Oh, an Egyptian point of view.
by President Sisi this morning, is that we reject the transfer of...
See, Egypt President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi rules out hosting Palestinian refugees from Gaza and Sinai. No, it's not Sinai either, by the way, but anyway.
Palestinians, either from Gaza to Sinai or from the West Bank to Jordan, because we are for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Right, and we already know, or at least I know it, but that's what they're pushing. They're not pushing for a solution. They're pushing for more destruction and death, and it's just. That's what they're pushing for. Let's just listen to that again, right?
Reaction to President Sisi's statement we just listened to. Can you explain for our viewers why Cairo is so adamant that Palestinian refugees should not be sent to Egypt or Jordan?
A question from an Egyptian point of view, as explained by President Sisi this morning, is that we reject the transfer of Palestinians, either from Gaza to Sinai or from the West Bank to Jordan, because we are for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state on the West Bank and in Gaza.
It's not going to happen. That would be the most stupid thing that Israel could ever do or allow. That should not be on the table. And it shouldn't even be spoken about. It's just absolutely ridiculous, It's absolutely ridiculous.
If the Palestinians in both the West Bank and Gaza would leave their territories, then there will never be a Palestinian state.
Yeah, exactly. And there would be no further issues. It would take a lot of, air out of the balloon, and we could go on peacefully, at least somewhat.
That's the reason why Egypt is against the transfer of...
So you're keeping these people as hostages, right? Because you want something to be done, and thereby you would lose the pressure on Israel if you actually fix the issue.
Palestinian.
Well, he actually said, to
either Egypt or Jordan. Of course, in the same time, the president pointed out that we want to send humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. And
we want to send a lot of humanitarian aid in there, right? I'm sure Hamas is not going to get any of that, right? Mm-hmm. Which is the reason why Israel don't want that. And of course, any thinking person can also understand that. Pretty much easily come to the conclusion that,
and that the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing has always been open. The problem was that on the Palestinian side that was bombarded on various occasions by the Israeli
Yeah. Let's blame the Israelis, right? Yeah, because the Israelis doesn't want the people to go out into Egypt, right? So, but anyway, let's blame Israel anyway, because that's how we do it, right? Everything, whatever is Israel's, that's fault, right? Just Israel.
Force. On the other hand,
I remember reading one source that it actually was the Egyptian side that told the Palestinian sides to just go down, we close down, So that's kind of again, information that is kind of.
the president made clear that.
But overall, we know they don't want people to move out.
When Egypt had signed the deal,
Wasn't it that what he actually said, right? We don't want, in regards to the crossing, we don't want people moving, right? So isn't that what is fitting in regards of closing down the border and all that, right? And in regards of trying to negotiate, in regards of opening up the border, in regards of getting, aid into Gaza.
Peace treaty with Israel in 1979. It was betting on peace, not only between Egypt and Israel, but peace for the Palestinians and peace between Israel and other Arab countries, mainly Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. Jordan signed the peace treaty back in October 1994, and of course we are working. The president said today that for peace from an Egyptian point of view is a strategic option, quoting him. And we would like that the international community, particularly the United States, would join Egypt in its efforts to make this dream come true.
So I have a number of questions for you about the international community and those efforts in just a moment. But I want to pick up on what you were saying there about humanitarian aid, because we have been hearing that there is some kind of aid agreement that's been reached. The US president was saying so, but there have been scant details. And we know that what Israel and the US was asking for foreign nationals to leave, for hostages to be released. Do you know more about the framework of this deal?
Well, according to what President Biden made clear before he left Israel today, he said that he agreed with the Israeli leaders that humanitarian aid would enter the Gaza Strip. And after that, the Israeli Prime Minister made a statement in which he said that humanitarian aid would cross into Gaza only from the Rafah crossing. President Biden mentioned that the entry of the aid would be subjected to inspection, and this subjected to inspection.
No.
President Biden mentioned that the entry of the aid would be subjected to inspection, and this is the first condition. The second condition.
The problem is, again, it's just a huge amount of, again, the things could still go to Hamas. So again, if they just let the aid be on Egyptian soil and let those people who want to flee to Egypt, again, they wouldn't have that issue. They wouldn't need to check the things and all that. They can just give the aid to the people in Egypt, who, and one-way direction into Egypt, for the most part. The prime thing in regards to one-way direction into Egypt, and that people could get all the aid they want. That would be a way, and you would have a place where there's no bombardments or rubbles or anything like that. You have the huge possibility, and that
will be that.
But I guess the Mohammedan nations just wanna have more killed, because Israel are angry. The Israelis are angry. They are pissed off after this. And they want Hamas removed, and I don't think they will just stop. I think they will go on, and thereby Egypt has the only solution here in regards of opening up. So yeah, but anyway, they clearly they don't want to go that direction. They want to further bullshit around. It's just fully bullshit. Egypt is full of bullshit. It's just disgusting. you want a two-state solution and move them into Israel and blah 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 and make more issues. What kind of nonsense and outright gibberish bullshit? Not just absolutely bollocks.
The aid or some parts of the aid won't go to Hamas. We
Oh,
have no
what?
problem.
Oh, what?
Or some condition. The second condition will be that the aid or some parts of the aid won't go to Hamas.
Won't or will go to Hamas? I see here.
Aid would be subjected to inspection, and this is the first condition. The second condition will be that the aid or some parts of the aid won't go to Hamas.
Okay, won't go to. Okay, so the thing is, they want to inspect the things, and the second, they won't have the aid go to Hamas. But the thing, how is that going to be controlled? How is that going to be controlled? Really, you're telling me there won't be any lines, in regards of reaching out to it. It's impossible. I don't think that can be stopped. If they let aid into, I don't see how they can stop a line of aid to Hamas.
We have no problem.
Although
Of inspection raises in itself some interrogation marks.
Interrogation
But
marks.
anyhow,
What do you mean in regards to some interrogation marks? What do you mean interrogation? Interrogation meaning. Let's see here. The action of interrogation mark. I don't know. Forhørsmærke. I don't know. Interrogation mark. Here we have something. In less common question mark. Oh, a question mark. Okay. So it's just a question mark. You couldn't just say question mark.
the most important, the most urgent task right now is that the convoys of humanitarian aid start entering the Gaza Strip as soon as possible.
So let me ask you about the logistics.
Well, maybe as soon as possible that the people could move over to Egypt. Anyway,
Here, because it's my
I don't
understanding.
think this is not going to work. It won't solve anything. Sure, it will give some food to some people, which that's good. But it won't solve the larger scale. It won't solve anything. Egypt could have taken these people into Egypt and fixed all the humanitarian aid, and nothing would go to Hamas. That's very easy to, but they don't want to do that.
That Rafah is a relatively small border crossing, right? So a lot of the trucks would actually need to travel through Karam Abu Salam. That would be the principal route in for aid. How much control does Egypt have of that crossing?
Well, as you said in your report, or one of your reporters said,
we have the United Nations.
The correspondence just made clear. Karam Abu Salam is initially it was for freight convoys. We will work with the United Nations. We will work with the United Nations, with the Israeli authorities, in order to move the humanitarian aid either from the Rafah crossing, if it's possible, or from the Karam Abu Salam crossing.
Well, we certainly hope that those convoys do get moving very quickly indeed. Hussein Haridi.
Well, we hope that they unpack those things and make a camp in Egypt, and then let those people go to Egypt and get it.
A former Egyptian assistant foreign minister. Thank you so much for spending time with us here on Al Jazeera, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, that's what Egypt is. Here we have another. Oh, there we have the Sisi again. Rejects Gaza refugees influx.
Abdel Fattah al-Sisi said Wednesday Egypt did not close the only border crossing with Gaza, not under Israel's control, blaming Israeli bombardment for it not operating.
There we go. I'll blame Israel for everything, right? It's Israel's fault that we closed down the border. It's nothing to do that with.
Sisi also warns of the dangers of forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt. The forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt would set a concerning precedent, potentially leading to displacement of Palestinians from the West Bank into Jordan. Consequently, the Palestinian state, which has been discussed by the international community, may become unattainable. Of Palestine set a concerning precedent, potentially leading to displacement of Palestinians from the West Bank into Jordan. Consequently, the Palestinians of the Israeli displacement of Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt.
What I really like about this is that the information is getting out to the world. In regards of that, there is these options, but Egypt is fighting these options and don't want, they know it's a solution, but they don't want it.
The forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt would set a concerning precedent, potentially leading to displacement of Palestinians from the West Bank into Jordan.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a great idea. Sounds like a solution to solve the issue. But yeah, we don't want that because we want a two-state solution. Yeah, and if those people are removed from those places and move to a better life and all that, we won't have the possibility to annoy Israel, and we can't get this two-state further solution to further make issues for the Jews. And
consequently, the Palestinian state, which has been discussed by the international community, may become unattainable. Consequently, the Palestinians would set a concerning precedent, potentially leading to displacement of Palestinians from the West.
Yeah, now it's like he uses the word displacement instead of just a transfer. A transfer. We want to use the displacement, right? We don't want to say that we displace the Palestinians from Gaza into the Negev, right? But we want to say displacement in regards of,
back into Jordan.
It's just the southern thing, I
The
guess.
Palestinian state, which has been discussed by the international community, may become unattainable. Aid convoy have been waiting for 6 days on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing.
Waited on the Rafah crossing for what, 6 days?
Aid convoy have been waiting for 6
Aid convoy?
days on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing.
Oh, something in regards to the Jews, Yahud or something?
I reaffirm that Egypt continues to receive humanitarian aid and is committed to transferring the aid to the Gaza Strip through the Rafah crossing when conditions permit, taking into account that Egypt has not closed the crossing since the outbreak of the crisis, but development on the ground and the repeated bombings by Israel of the Palestinian side of the crossing have prevented operations.
It's full of crap, Like, you give me a break. You have all these people who want to get out, and you just close the door for them.
The Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing has been bombed 4 times since Israel launched its response to a shock cross-border attack launched by Hamas from Gaza on October 7, which killed at least 1,400 people, most of them civilians.
Doesn't it sound like there's a lot of hate in regards against Israel here? I can't hear what they say, but there was something in regards of Israel, and there's the burning things and all that.
The Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing has been bombed 4 times since Israel launched its response to a shock cross-border attack launched by Hamas from Gaza on October 7, which killed at least 1,400 people, most of them civilians.
There's nothing in regards of Africa.
October 7, which killed at least 1,400 people, most of them civilians.
It sounds like they're singing something not so nice, but it's hard to say.
Gaza on October 7, which killed at least 1,400 people, most of them civilians.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, Egypt's
Oh, it's the same thing, I think.
Earlier this morning, President Biden appeared to support the Israeli government's claim that it is not responsible for the hospital attack.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you.
Let's bring in Ed O'Keefe, who's at the White House monitoring all this. Ed, good morning to you.
Someone's saying here, yeah, that's the same thing as. After looking at those pictures of the aftermath, that definitely wasn't from a J-dam or a big bomb from a jet. There's no crater, and cars 30 feet away didn't even have windshield blown up. Yeah, you see some of the cars doesn't, and again, there wasn't the hospital. There was no hospital building blown either. So I don't know how they get the 500 number. It seems more like a thing like plus 500 people died, right? And we'll just blame Israel for that. We'll just say the number. It just give me like 500 people. Like where did they get this number? It's like, and again a small. I wouldn't think Israel. I don't. And we have all this evidence for in regards to the rockets fired, and it's not unusual that a rocket misfires, and again, firing rockets close to a hospital as well is not unusual either for Hamas. So it's doesn't and then they have a failure, and then they hit into a hospital, and of course then they just blame Israel for it. So but yeah, when someone says that it's just it was powerful enough to blow up a hospital, or it's like where's the hospital? What are you talking about? There's no building blown up. There's some cars that has been burned out. That is on fire. And have been totally fixed into. So yeah, just and plus 500 people death. I don't understand how 500 people would die of that. Again, 500 people is a lot of people. You look at it, right, and it's like 500 people, and it's like, okay, like I see some burning cars. I don't see 500 people laying around. That's for sure.
Laying around and not arrive in Israel for these
And I don't see any building having been blown up.
meetings. Half of them were canceled anyway. But
So what was like 50 doctors or something like that should have died. Some of so I guess 450 patients and 50 doctors and somewhat plus people death
he has, which makes one think maybe he's seen intelligence from the U.S. side.
it sounds more like to me a lie that they just used. We had the hospital hit. Oh yeah, let's just blame Israel for everything, and let's just put some extra numbers on it. Doesn't that sound more likely? So they could blame Israel for.
Suggesting that what Israel's claiming.
And didn't it work? What is the effect of blaming Israel for it? Oh, the whole Arab world is now all in in anger, right? And cut connections in regards to diplomatic thing and all that, and the people are angry in all those nations and all that. So like yeah, it seems to be could there be an agenda to actually use it for their own advantage and lie about it? Yeah, sure. Because if it was themselves that had hit the hospital, and that wouldn't have looked so good on Hamas, right?
Is in fact accurate.
That would actually have further made a negative,
Have you heard? Is he basing what he said there on any kind of underlying intel?
So yeah.
We've been asking that, Tony, because it was striking that he said that so defiantly, that based on what he's seen. So it means potentially that he saw something on his flight over that suggests to him it was indeed somebody or some entity within Gaza that caused this. But when he says the other team, that could also be in dispute. If you understand the
politics of that region, and I'm not necessarily the best one for this, but in all our reporting, we know there's Hamas and there's other militant groups. And the question is, was it Hamas or was it some other entity that was firing off that rocket or whatever that explosion was that would have caused this? His words, as he said them, will be received quite differently in that part of the world than they will be, of course, over here, which is another reason why the White House will be sensitive to explaining what exactly it is he's seen and why he can be so sure it was someone other than Israel.
Yeah, and let's talk about the politics for just a second, Ed. You know, several high-ranking U.S. officials already have been to Israel and are still there. Why do you think he felt he needed to be there in person when it's so complicated at this particular time and dangerous?
Well, two things. First of all, Israel, of course, is one of the closest, most important U.S. allies there is. And so, you know, think of if something like this, God forbid, had happened in the United Kingdom or in Canada. You know, Israel's up there with those countries. And perhaps Americans have forgotten that because the
Yeah, it tends to make some
not
noises.
necessarily been as violent or as front page as it had been in the past. And for this president, who spent, of course, decades as a senator, Israel was always a critical piece of his own work and his focus when he was in the Senate and when he was vice president, saying that if not for Israel, one would have to be created, or that it is a strong and essential ally for the United States and critical to the future of the Middle East. So he personally wanted to go there in the wake of this, even amid the differences he's had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in recent years, and his push, his desire to refocus U.S. foreign policy towards China and other parts of the world and away from a conflict that has troubled and never been successful for any American president in modern times.
And the Biden administration is considering asking Congress for more aid for Israel. What does more aid look like?
That's a good question, Nate, and it's going to depend on a lot of things happening down the street here in Washington. Who will end up running the House of Representatives? What will then Republicans in that chamber, plus Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, be willing to go for? The universe of money and aid we expect will be something in the neighborhood of $100 billion, not just for Israel, but also, and probably most of it, for Ukraine and that ongoing conflict, plus potentially money for Taiwan and other Indo-Pacific countries trying to protect themselves from China's growing influence in that region and the aggressive moves it's making, but also potentially plus border security money or something to address the ongoing immigration issues in this country. That, the White House believes, could be the mix of things that requires what they call supplemental or extra money to get through the domestic and global crises facing the United States and that Congress needs to weigh in on. And the reason it's so big is they'd like to pass it for a full year through the next election so that Congress doesn't get caught up in some kind of spending debate with the White House in the midst of elections next year.
All right, Ed at the White House breaking it down as usual. We appreciate you.
Yeah. So, yeah, one conflict after another.
Brazilian draft text, is that going to succeed where the Russian one failed?
Well, I'm just speaking to our colleague Kristen Salumi, who's there. We'll be covering that in the next 45 minutes when it happens. And there was apparently some pressure behind the scenes from the US mission to the United Nations to actually delay this vote. Doesn't look like that's
They
going
were
to happen.
supposed to vote in 45 minutes from now, right?
And they are going to vote.
They are.
They are. The
Okay.
US were apparently putting some pressure on to have a delay until Biden was in the air, but that delay is not happening. It looks like the vote is definitely on 45 minutes from now. This is a resolution that the draft have been worked on for some days, and it's been watered down. It originally called for an immediate ceasefire. It now calls for humanitarian pauses. And what I think the US why the US will support this resolution, from everything I'm hearing, is that they will use this then to try and push the plan of Secretary Blinken, which was to get the Americans out, those that have American passports that are in Gaza, 500 to 600 people, most of them dual nationals, get them out of the Rafah crossing and get some aid in, a limited pause, and then, of course, the American position is that Israel has the right to defend itself, so that the bombardment will continue after that.
Just briefly, why did they want to delay the vote?
I think the words I heard was they wanted not to have this vote while President Biden was still in the region. They wanted him on a plane out of here. That's the understanding that I got from people.
Okay, but then if the idea is a pause rather than a ceasefire, what happens after that? We've got some foreigners out, still got millions of Palestinians stuck in Gaza under siege. I mean, does the pause change the reality?
It doesn't change the reality. It does mean that
they're occupied, they're under siege, and they're bombed.
They might have some food and water and medicines delivered, but then they will be bombarded again.
A very bleak outlook then. What's happening with diplomacy? Is this the big diplomatic solution that perhaps we were hoping for?
This seems at this stage to be all that diplomacy is able to achieve. The UN Secretary General is currently in or on his way from Beijing to Cairo. The humanitarian chief of the UN is also in Cairo. They'll be hoping that this pause and then delivery of aid, if it happens, is a first step they can build on.
All right, thanks so much, James Bays. Always appreciate your input. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. Now we go with the Egyptian. Let's see what he says in this little clip. Reaffirm that Egypt continues to receive humanitarian aid and is committed to transferring that aid to the Gaza Strip. Through the Rafah crossing when conditions allows it. Taking into account that Egypt has not closed the crossing. Oh, really? They have not closed the crossing. Yeah. Since the outbreak of the crisis. What other bullshit? You haven't closed the border. What? Give me a break with the bullshit. Oh no, it's Israel's fault that it's closed, but we didn't close it down. It's just it's Israel that give me a break. But the development on the ground and the repeated bombing by Israel, there we go. Right, it's Israel's fault. Of the Palestinian side of the crossing have prevented operation. Oh, give me a break with the bullshit. Don't give me just serving bullshit. The forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt. There we have the issue. Would set a concerning precedent. Potentially leading to the displacement of Palestinians from the West Bank into Jordan. Yeah, that would be so bad, right? Because then we can't push the two-state bullshit, Consequently, the Palestinian state, which is being discussed by the international community, may become unattainable. There's no attainable, it's absolutely bullshit if they do that. It's just absolutely rubbish if the world begins to press Israel into a two-state solution, like after this is just, that would be absolute. I can't see how the Jews would ever accept that after an attack like this. With what the Jews know, how could they ever accept a thing like that? Doesn't matter how many nations try to press Israel into this. Why in the world would the Jews ever accept a bullshit thing like that? Not going to go. I don't see how that would go around. How any Jews would accept that, and it would only make more conflict. it's just preparing the way for more conflict. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Wouldn't make it. It makes zero sense to do it. So anyway. So yeah, I guess we got our sick and tired of it all, pretty much. This world is just absolutely mad. So what's it called? Oh yeah, that's true. That's Hvidløgsbrød. There we go. Mm. You can get both. You can get it open inbox, yeah, whatever. Apparently you can get two different kinds of. I'm actually thinking. See, do we actually? Oh, we actually do have a. I don't actually. It's growing on me the two. Yep. So now we have a little too much, I think. Now let's take the pita bread out. Right there we go. Let's take a tune instead, and yep. Yep, let's go. Let's do that. But yeah, that was a little in regards to the things. It doesn't look good on any level in regards to things, sadly. Doesn't look good for a solution if Egypt is not going to, if Egypt and the other Arabic nations are just stirring up, and that will probably get, now the hatred is really going in the Arab nations. So now they are ready to get ahead. They would stand at a support for a war with Israel. So, and as I understand it, there is now two hangars. What do you call it? Two of these from the U.S. So one on its way, one already there, and one on its way. Aircraft carriers, yeah. So another aircraft carrier is on the way, apparently, to try to stabilize things for not making anyone attack Israel. But the world, the Arab nations or the Mohammedan nations, which the Mohammedan nations are mostly Arab, right? I guess that would still be, mostly Arab, I guess. But anyway, they're stirring up hatred, and what a sick world we live in, Okay, here we have some of the Emirates of the United Arab. Apparently, it's a kind of a nation or something like that. Number 7, a federated state, United Arab Emirates. It's like 1, 2. Okay, so I guess it's like 7. Dubai. Okay. Can we see I think it's close to Saudi Arabia, but I'm not sure. I think Dubai is. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, so it's like a so-called nation with 7 smaller units, I guess, like 1 in 7. Here we have the Hamas Twitter thing, and here we have. Yeah, they're showing videos for sympathy. Here we have body bags. Well, dead people. It's disgusting. It's absolutely awful. So again, what would be the best solution for this? To not have people killed? Well, Egypt should open their borders at the very instant and let these people through. It's just disgusting. Everyone that doesn't want to partake in this should be able to go to Egypt. This other thing of getting the people into Israel, that can't you want it's like there's so much hatred against the Jews, and you want to put these people that have huge amount of hatred inside Israel, and this two-state bullshit, and I can't believe that. And they know, they just want to have more conflict with Israel. They know it's not.
Le he pedido en el día de hoy a nuestros
They know it's not a solution. They know it's just more conflict for Israel, and that's what they want, and that's just so sick.
al Partido Socialista que nos tomemos más en serio la lucha contra este genocidio planificado que está llevando a cabo Israel contra el pueblo de Palestina.
There we go. Now they blame Israel again. This planned genocide against the Palestinians. Who attacked who? Oh, but we are not to look at it in this. We need to look at it historically. Yeah, let's look at it historically. Let's take the whole history, right here, the whole history in regards to the land of Israel, right? Let's not just stop, like when, oh, well, it didn't start there. No, let's just take the whole history, right there. If you want the context of history, that's like, you gotta be kidding me. No, it actually started 4 years ago or whatever. I can't remember what he said, something of that in regards of this blah 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 and all that. No. Let's take the whole full context of it. If you want to have the whole full historical context, it's right here. And you say that you believe in the God of the Bible, right? You full of bullshit. That's what you are. Anyway, in regards to you Mohammedans and your blasphemous Quran that should be burned on the fire, I've heard something that it actually might become illegal to burn the Quran. Well, maybe I should buy a Quran and burn it, 2 years in jail for burning a book. What absolutely outrageous thing. That would actually be interesting. I heard something that it might become illegal to burn a book, to burn a Quran. It's like, let's see here. Det ulovligt at brænde en Koran? Let's see here. Yeah, up to 2 years prison. Apparently the what do you call it? The government is ready for with a law that it can, that you can get 2 years in prison to burn a Quran and the Bible as well. It's like, hey, if someone bought the Bible and they want to burn it off, I'm like, be my guest, as long as they don't take my Bible and burn it, right? If they want to buy a Bible and burn it, they paid for it, right? If they pay for the, whatever, it's theirs. Whatever. If I buy a Quran, I'll anyway. There we go. If they make a law like that, maybe I should get a Quran and burn it and send it directly to the police for this absolutely madness, I'm sick and tired of all the bullshit, So when is this going to happen, Now, you think about it. I ruined so many other so-called holy books when I came out of the New Age, So it should be illegal to burn those as well, All those, Hinduism and Reiki healing and alchemy and all those things, Should it be illegal to get, to burn those books, Maybe the Lord of the Rings, maybe we need to make that, because that's kind of also a religious book for many people, right? So it should be illegal to burn that as well, I guess, right? I've got to be kidding me. Um, so apparently you can either get a ticket or a prison in it's up to 2 years. Wow. It's just madness, you know. If you paid for something, then well, I guess we'll see what happens. This is from the 25th. I don't know. I guess that I don't know what happens if they have done it yet or. That's incredible. So anyway, whatever. Full of bullshit. This madness. Oh well.
Para ello, creo que deberíamos suspender urgentemente las relaciones diplomáticas con el Estado de Israel.
They wanna, they wanna totally stop the diplomatic things in regards of Israel, according to this. Just give me a break.
Como España, y que además deberíamos impulsar el debate a nivel europeo para aplicar sanciones económicas ejemplares contra los
So this is the Spanish Minister of Social Rights, blah, blah, blah.
responsables políticos de este genocidio. Creo que eso ya se hizo en el caso de Rusia y creo que estamos tardando para aplicarlo también en el caso de Israel contra
We need to apply sanctions to Netanyahu. Jews have just been attacked and have been
Netanyahu, también contra su ministro de Defensa y contra el resto de responsables políticos que están decidiendo este castigo colectivo contra los palestinos y las palestinas, que, insisto, incluye bombardeos masivos sobre población civil, cortes de agua, cortes de luz, en lo que es un...
Yeah, you try having a Mohammedan nation or, Mohammedans surrounding you. Oh, by the way, wasn't Spain actually one of those places where Mohammedans actually was at some point and got kicked out? I think it was. That was Spain, I think, yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, again, it's nice to have a source like this in regards of a direct source to. Okay, here we have a disgusting video of children. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children dead. And that's exactly the thing that could, if Egypt opened up their borders. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. But why won't they open their borders, I have no idea with what they're saying. They have their finger up in the air. I guess they're talking about the pagan Allah, pagan God. Let's see, thousands of protesters in the U.S. Capitol are calling for ceasefire. It's interesting because here we can actually see, from Philistine, from Gaza, we can see the killed victims, and it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's very hard for Israel not to. Again, Hamas is using civilians as a shield. It's very hard. it's hard to you have an enemy shooting missiles into your nation, right? And you know it's like you either can do something about it or just let it be. And Israel is not a Christian nation in any way. So in regards of so anyway, it's just but it would be nice if Israel actually also put some of these images out, because all the propaganda that is around, um, even if they're disgusting, but because this is absolutely disgusting to see children killed and all that. It's and here we have Occupy Israel planes launch airstrike to the surroundings of Al Quds hospital in the Gaza Strip. Let's see here what we have. So here we see I can see the cars outside, right, in regards to the hospital. Uh, didn't really see much more than that, I guess. No explosion or anything like that. But I guess this should be the hospital or something like that. El Quds. I'm not sure. Maybe it's another hospital. I don't know. Thousands of protesters in the U.S. Capitol are calling for ceasefire in Gaza. Yeah, the question is in regards of, has Hamas made a ceasefire? Are they still firing rockets into Israel? Clearly, they must be doing it if they have in regards of the hospital and all that. If it was their own rocket, then of course it must be they must still be firing. So what is this picture of? Uh, so this is the newest. The lowest is the newest. The what? 11. Houthi movement in Yemen declared mobilization. This is just. Please open Telegram to view this post. So some post you can't see without actually. Israeli warplanes continue to hit Gaza city center. Oh, well, this looks much bigger in regards of explosion than the thing that happened at the hospital. Like that's really some. Anyway, I wonder what the Israelis are going after. Well, of course Hamas, but how do they? You know. understand why Egypt don't wanna just relocate these people so we can stop the conflict. This is just, it's heartbreaking on both sides. It's just, it's just very, an enemy that just want to kill you, right? We love death more than you love life, right? It's just, who has a slogan like that? We love death more than you love life. And putting fear into the hearts of the Jews. And just,
Are Israelis operating within the rules of war that you talked about last week being so important? Good job, yeah. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, guys. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
okay.
Are Israelis operating within the rules of war that you talked about last week being so important? Good job, yeah. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, guys. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay. That's kind of that's from Fox News apparently. Um, he gets a question and then he just moves away. Okay.
Are Israelis operating within the rules of war that you talked about last week being so important? Good job, yeah. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, guys. Thank you, sir.
He just walks over. Okay, that's kind of it was good talking to you. Okay, I guess he didn't like the question. Yeah. Well, that's one way, I guess, to get around a question. In either case, lives are lost on both sides, and it's just it's disgusting, and we have a solution. The solution, but Egypt doesn't want the solution. Hamas doesn't want the solution. Jordan doesn't want the solution. Many nations do not want the solution. They want to keep the conflict. It's just mind-boggling. We have the solution. We have the solution. No one wants the solution. Everybody just wants to further engage in more conflict. So planes launched airstrikes on the surrounding of Al Quds Hospital. Well, we really didn't see anything in regards to that. Republic of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan declared 3 days of mourning in Turkey after Israel bombed the hospital in Gaza. Again, how can they be so sure? Again, just yeah, like how can they be so sure it was Israel? I don't get. I just don't get it. If it was not Israel, then it's just absolutely disgusting how they promote it for their own advantage. And again, 500 deaths. Again, where do we see these? There must be something in regards of 500 deaths plus 500 deaths at Gaza hospital. Here it just says hospital strike kills hundreds. Well, I've heard over 500. World reacts as Gaza officials say 500 killed in Israeli attack. So this is from Hamas. Like it sounds so wild. So it's like, world reacts as Gaza officials say 500 killed in Israeli strike on hospital. Um, like kind of want to see some evidence for it. At least 500 people have been killed in an Israeli raid on Al Ali Arab Hospital in Gaza, according to Palestinian authorities in the besieged territory. Yeah, could we see some kind of evidence for it? Again, what is the evidence that Israel did it? I'm horrified by the images of the explosions in the hospital. Well, Hello, it's does can you people find me a building that is exploded? Because the only images I can find is a couple of cars, maybe 20 cars that is burnt. Um, so hundreds of Pakistanians had taken refuge in Al Ali and other hospitals in Gaza City in past days. I guess there could have been a lot of people at that point with the small explosion, but again, a misfire from themselves. Let's see if we can get some more information from the IDF, because I actually want to look at that again in regards of, because as far as I recall, there was like two. Oh, there's another thing here. Anyway, let's see. IDF hospital. Oh, that's another video here. That was from an hour ago. Sadly, it's in Hebrew, I think, so I'm not able to. Of course, it would be in Israel's. IDF confirms visual and audio proof will be released following Gaza hospital attack. That's one of them. Another one. Haven't they must have made something new? IDF releases our audio of Hamas admitting they fired. Yeah, and we also have the video. So we have audio, we have video. IDF claims video shows misfiring rocket firing. Yeah, that's another video. The video I saw was pretty. Oh yeah, pretty good anyway. Oops. Israel proves hospital explosion caused by misfire terror. And again, and you just see this fire. You don't see a hospital. You see some cars that are burning. So I just. Jonathan talks about. I don't think I've heard that spokesman from Israel in regards to that. Well, here we have the ring of legitimacy, expert analysis of IDF compelling evidence on Gaza hospital blast. And it fits in regards to what we've seen in regards to the other photos. There's no building, that is burned. IDF released footage to prove it's not responsible for, I don't know. And that's just. Here we have another one, apparently, where they're talking about this. I want to hear the Israeli side further in regards to this. That's like the show. What was that show I saw? Here we have IDF says terrorist record failed. Yeah. I think it's pretty easy to, to conclude what happened. They fired rockets at this place, close to a hospital, and one of them misfired, and boom. And now everybody blames Israel for it. That's just, and now everybody can, be up in arm. Yeah, well, anyway. Briefing of, I think I saw this guy in regards of. Anyway, let's go through them here. I can't really do anything anyway about these things, I guess, but here we have, this the English guy that doesn't look in English. He looks like an Indian. Oh, he actually speaks English. Okay, let's see here what we have here. This is a couple of hours ago, or 82 minutes ago.
Prime Minister Sunak, Rishi, I want to thank you for your solidarity, your clear unwavering support from the minute this war began. I think the fact that you came to Israel tells us a lot. I said to President Biden.
Actually, it looks like the Netanyahu has a vaccine damage in regards to one of his eyes. But I don't know if he took the vaccine. I think actually he did take the vaccine, didn't he? Netanyahu. I think he actually vaccine. I think he actually did. Yeah. Israel Benjamin Netanyahu receives the Pfizer vaccine. I was like thinking in regards to one of his eyes. It looks like a vaccine damage. And yeah, he's sitting there and taking at least the Pfizer vaccine apparently. This snake oil junk that people apparently think is so good, you know. Yeah, okay, he gets it on the other arm. Why in the world would you take that snake oil juice, you know? You know, I actually didn't really look further in regards of the. It went pretty quick, so. And there's like, oh, it's just incredible, this snake oil juice. Let's inject the person with it. Alright, let's see here. It's very hard to see because. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if it was fake or not. But whatever. But yeah, it looks like a vaccine damage in regards of one of his eyes. If you like looked at some of the other, he has a little in regards of his left eye. Like yeah, left eye must be.
Yesterday, that there's one thing
seems a little
more heartwarming
out of the way. But anyway,
standing with Israel, it's standing in Israel,
mm-hmm.
And the fact that you came here to do that is a very strong statement of support, which we deeply appreciate. Chancellor Schultz, who also visited here, called Hamas.
And it's like his left eye is just hanging, you know. There's his left eye hanging more than it.
The new Nazis. He was right. You fought the Nazis 80 years ago, resolutely.
Anyway.
And the entire world supported your action. President Biden called Hamas worse than ISIS. He's right too. Hamas are the new Nazis. They're the new ISIS. And we have to fight them together, just as the world, the civilized world, united to fight the Nazis and united to fight Hamas. It must together now stand with Israel as we fight and defeat Hamas. This is not merely our battle, it's the battle of the entire civilized world. It's the battle of Israel, it's the battle of the modern Arab countries, it's the battle of Western civilization, the battle of the free world, the battle for the future. We have here two forces. One is an axis of evil led by Iran through Hezbollah, Hamas, and others that want to bring back the Middle East to the Middle Ages, to an age of bondage and war and slavery and annihilation. And the other force is the forces of progress and humanity.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's the next one here.
Let's go live now. Israel's Defense Force International spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conracos, joins us. This explosion at the hospital, Israel said...
Oh, there we go. Some food. Great. There we go. Some foodie. Oh yeah. Anyway, let's go.
That it has come from a misfire within Gaza. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Good morning. It's a sad story watching the report, and it is a sad situation in Gaza.
It says,
I will answer the question about the hospital.
Says 500 killed in Gaza hospital airstrike. Like, again, right? They already say like it's they already point out that it must be Israel. It's just it's disgusting. Oh my. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, we had the interesting cheese thing here. Okay. But too much. Way too much. Oh well. Okay. Let's see here. Actually, this one over here.
But I just want to say that all of this could have been avoided had Hamas not attacked Israel and butchered our civilians. But it is sad to see what's happening in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
Responsibility lies on Hamas for that one. Regarding the hospital, we have done a thorough and quick investigation of the events. And based on our intelligence, various sources of intelligence, our conclusion is that this was in fact a rocket that was fired by another terrorist organization called the Islamic Jihad that misfired, exploded partially in the air, apparently, and then landed on or near the hospital. It was not an Israeli strike, and we did not strike in the area, and we categorically deny any claims by Hamas or anybody else that this was an Israeli strike.
So you say a thorough and quick investigation has been done. Intelligence says it was from Islamic Jihad. Will you provide evidence, the evidence that the IDF has seen?
Yes, it will be shared. We understand the sensitivity and the interest, and we understand how our enemies in Gaza and outside of it will try to leverage this event. So therefore, there will be intelligence shared by us, proof, both visual and audio. The audio part will be a conversation between different terrorists, one from the Hamas and perhaps one from another organization, where they themselves, unknowing that they're being listened to, acknowledge the fact that that appears to have been a misfire. And we're also going to release aerial footage of the area before and I think during the explosion.
Jonathan, how can this be verified? I know it's supplied by Israeli intelligence, but is there, and this is the fog of war type stuff, and you understand the sensitivities around this. So once we see, and when are we going to see this evidence, by the way? In the next couple of hours?
Yes, it will be imminent. And, if we speak about verifying information, much has been said, including in the excellent story that was just shown to the viewers before. But a lot of what was said, I don't think that was independently verified, because the reporting here as well is taking information by Hamas, disseminated by Hamas, and it's taking that as fact and at face value. The amount of casualties that you reported, perhaps 800, I don't know that that has been verified by an independent source. That is information, because the reporting here as well is taking information by Hamas, disseminated by Hamas, and it's taking that as fact and at face value. The amount of casualties that you reported, perhaps 800, I don't know that that has been verified by an independent source that isn't Hamas. And I don't know that the cause of the explosion has been verified. I think that many people, journalists, have been very fast to immediately say that this explosion, calling it an attack and blaming Israel for it, which I think is premature and frankly not really professional. In times of war, any information by any party to a conflict should be treated with caution. And many times I find myself being held to a very high standard, like show us pictures of beheaded babies, and if you don't show us pictures of beheaded babies, then they weren't beheaded. Yet when Hamas just says that there were hundreds of casualties, that is taken at face value.
Well, if your intelligence is able to determine that it did come from a rocket misfire within inside Gaza from Islamic Jihad, can your intelligence also give us a better idea of how many are dead within that hospital?
rest assured that we are focusing quite a lot of sensors exactly on that, because if there is foul play here afoot, then we would want to expose it. If the numbers of casualties are inflated, and if Hamas is bringing in combatants, their military combatants from the organizations, and mixing them up with the numbers, we will most likely find out sooner or later. And if the numbers don't add up, then we will say so if we have intelligence that supports it. But in the meanwhile, what I think that everyone should exercise is professional caution and not claim that it was immediately an Israeli attack and a missile strike.
Fair enough, but if I could put this counterpoint to you, it is very dangerous for journalists to be operating inside Gaza at the moment. There is no access for Sky News journalists at the moment. They're relying on teams within Gaza, and journalists have been killed in Israeli airstrikes in the last couple of days. So what can you provide in terms of protection for independent journalists so we can have a clearer picture?
Yes, the situation is dangerous and there have been casualties. I'm aware of that, of course not intentional. In Israel, we allow journalists almost unfettered access to all of Israel, wherever it doesn't include exposing troops and anything related to operational security. Sure. In Israel, where we are responsible, we allow transparency and lots of access to everything so that reporters can do their job, ask us for information, and then verify it with their own eyes. The situation in Gaza is different. It is governed by Hamas, and Hamas has a long history of silencing journalism and silencing reports that aren't convenient for them. For instance, when there's rocket fire from within a city, from within a house or close to a UN school, and if the reporters report on it, they are silenced afterwards. And there's many accounts of this by former journalists who have said that I was either brutalized or threatened by Hamas. And we know that this is ongoing.
Without being on the ground and without being able to verify this, Jonathan, from this big picture view, you'd agree surely that the death toll that we have seen from this particular hospital overnight is not what you would normally associate with a missile from Hamas rockets. Would you agree?
I think it's preliminary to assess that. There can be all kinds of combustible material in a hospital. There could have been a secondary explosion that's being investigated by us now, and I hope that there are other organizations and people that are investigating on the ground in Gaza, and I hope that they'll be able to share what and if they find. What I can say categorically, that there was no Israeli strike, that it was a rocket that misfired, and importantly, that the rocket wasn't intercepted by us. I've been asked by others, was the rocket perhaps intercepted by the IDF and therefore exploded and fell to the ground? No. We do not intercept, and not in this case either, we do not intercept rockets over Gaza. So that can be laid to rest as well.
You said intelligence would be working to clarify the number of dead in this particular explosion. And then I think what you said to me, I don't want to put words in your mouth, you said you would try to counter any inflated numbers of the dead. Why would you be concerned about that if this did come from Islamic Jihad, a mistaken attack on their own?
We are concerned because we see the ramifications, the regional ramifications of each and every event in Gaza. And we know that Hamas tries to manipulate information and to portray a false image to the world. We have very solid information that suggests that they were behind the casualty event, the strike on a convoy of Palestinians that were moving south, evacuating, and then there were mysterious explosions and Palestinians were killed. Hamas immediately blamed us for it. We looked into it, cross-referenced, and saw that we in fact had not struck anything in that area at the specific time. We're talking about afternoon hours on Friday, last Friday. And we know that Hamas wants to use events on the ground, leverage them in international media, and try to garner either support or to whip up some kind of frenzy or incitement against Israel. This is the modus operandi of Hamas. We are fighting it, but we, unlike Hamas, are held to standards of a modern country where we have to prove what we say and not only say it. And I think it is regrettable that there's this kind of pattern, not necessarily on your network, but this kind of pattern where reports coming out of Gaza us or Hamas saying, and then that becomes the headline. And then we have to prove that that's a lie. And I think that is very, very unfortunate because they are not truthful.
Yes, the burden does fall on Israel's shoulders, but in the fog of war, we need as much information as you can give, and it seems that we can get it from the Israeli Defense Force. You say that this evidence will be provided in the next couple of hours. That will come in the form of audio and video. Can I just get an assurance from you on AM Agenda this morning that once we do see this evidence, you will give every opportunity for Western media and Western allies to be able to verify that?
Of course. We already did a press statement or a press Q&A session. The Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson, Rear Admiral Hagari, he gave an on-record statement to journalists and answered questions. He showed them UAV footage and he told them about the recording and that it's going to be released. And more than that, American counterparts are already aware of the information, and I'm sure that they will see it soon. So we understand the magnitude of the event here. We understand how the enemy will try to blow this into a totally different dimension, this event, and we are going to show evidence that supports our claims that it was in fact a rocket that misfired and not an Israeli strike.
Can mistakes be made in war? Is there a chance that Israel has made mistakes, have struck the wrong targets, and that might happen again in the next couple of weeks?
As I'm sure that Australian armed forces have also learned in combat, Americans, Brits, French, anybody who's been in combat knows that yes, mistakes are made. Sometimes targets that are not intended to be struck are struck. Sometimes things are misidentified, and sometimes there's wrong information, and many other things happen. That's why it's called the fog of war, because a lot happens at the same time while you're trying to make sense of it. We aspire to do the right thing. We aspire to target only Hamas. We're not looking to strike civilians. Unfortunately, yes, in the past, and I think that in the future, mistakes will happen, but we aspire for them to be minimal, and they are never intentional. They are mistakes. And I just, I ask that we are held to the same standards that any other Western military is, while fighting terrorists that are embedded in urban terrain, using civilians as their human shields. That's the only thing we ask.
And just to make sure no one can misconstrue your last answer, Jonathan, the mistakes that you speak of does not include a mistaken strike on that hospital.
Very clear. As I've said many times, that was, according to our intelligence, a Islamic Jihad rocket that misfired and caused that explosion.
Jonathan Conracos, live there from Tel Aviv. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. So, there was at least one. Let's see here.
I want to give you an announcement of the event that occurred in the hospital in Gaza. I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the El-Hali Al-Ma'adi hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit. Intelligence from few sources that we have in our hands indicates that the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch which hit the hospital in Gaza.
I repeat, this is the responsibility of Islamic Jihad that killed innocents in the hospital in Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So picture and audio and
بقول
whatnot.
لك أول مرة نشوف الصاروخ زي هيك والشظايا هذه، فبقول لك تبع الجهاد الصواريخ الجهاد الإسلامي. إيه؟ هم بقولوا تعاون الجهاد الإسلامي. من علمنا هذا؟ شكله من علمنا مين اللي بيقول هيك؟ بيحكوا إن الشظايا تبعت الصاروخ إنه الشظايا محلية مش زي شظايا إيش بتقول؟ سبحان الله من عندنا ما رجعش غيرين بشكل عاد هذول سبحان الله من عندنا ما رجعش غيرين بشكل عاد هذول كريم من المقدرة الورا دي ثلاث محطين ايش انت بتلاقيهم طالعين من المقبرة الورا المستشفى المعمداني دي بالله هو فسه ونزل عندهم. هو في مقبرة وراه؟ المعمداني ولك عند الساحة بالضبط. هي وين لما تدخل على الساحة؟ أول ما تدخل على الساحة تدخلش على البلد على إيدك اليمين في مستشفى المعمداني. عرفتها.
Mm-hmm.
The barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the Al-Hali al-Mahdi hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit. Intelligence from few sources that we have in our hands indicates that the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch which hit the hospital in Gaza.
يتحمل مسؤوليتها الأمريكان الذين أعطوا الغطاء اللامحدود لهذا العدو ليرتكب هذه المجازر، هذه جرائم الحرب، هذه الإبادة الجماعية. يتحمل مسؤوليتها الذين وفروا الغطاء في مجلس الأمن ورفضوا إدانة.
Gaza occupation. There we go again, man. Occupation. Who is really the real occupiers And aggression, oh my. No, that's another word, right? Aggression, right? No, that's another word. Oh yeah. So the Israelis are the aggressors and they are the resistance, right? In regards to Hamas.
هذا الاحتلال وهذا العدوان يتحمل مسؤوليتها الأمريكان الذين أعطوا الغطاء اللامحدود لهذا العدو ليرتكب هذه المجازر، هذه جرائم الحرب، هذه الإبادة الجماعية. يتحمل مسؤوليتها الذين وفروا الغطاء في مجلس الأمن ورفضوا إدانة هذا الاحتلال وهذا العدوان. أدعو كل أحرار العالم والأمم المتحدة ومجلس الأمن والجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة والمؤسسات الحقوقية والقانونية، أدعو الجامعة العربية، منظمة التعاون الإسلامي إلى إدانة صريحة واضحة لهذه المجزرة البشعة، لهذا القتل الجماعي، لهذه الاستباحة لدمائنا، لأطفالنا، لنسائنا، لشيوخنا. لا يجوز إطلاقا أن يستمر هذا الصمت.
I want to give you an announcement of the event that occurred in the hospital in Gaza. I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the Al-Hali Al-Ma'di hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit. Intelligence from few sources that we have in our hands indicates that the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch which hit the hospital in Gaza. I repeat, this is the responsibility of Islamic Jihad that killed innocents in the hospital in Gaza.
Yeah, the IDF said the explosion occurred in the building parking lot of the hospital. And that's also what we see in regards to the photos of the other photos being given out. So, I don't know, in regards to in the parking lot. Yep. Well, I guess it wouldn't be so big a mystery overall if Israel have asked, people to evacuate, right? Pretty much asked everybody to evacuate. So. But I haven't heard anyone actually ask any of the Israelites about it, if that is true or not. Oh, yeah. So that's what they say.
And our coverage continues right now. News Nation live from New York. I want to bring in Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus immediately here on the breaking news we mentioned right before we took our last break. And it's very nice to have you on live from Tel Aviv, Lieutenant Colonel, to talk about this. And as I said, there are many other questions today, but the focus for the moment seems to be on what may or may not have happened at this hospital in Gaza, with Hamas claiming that there are hundreds of people dead in an explosion caused by an Israeli airstrike. But from the point of view of the IDF, can you say that something different happened? Do you know what happened? What can you tell us? I don't think we...
Sorry?
Oh, there
Sorry,
we go.
you can hear me now.
Okay, yes, I can. I was wondering if I was
Yes.
the only one, you know how this is, who didn't hear you, or if nobody heard you. This is the way
sorry.
technology goes. Let me have you start again then, Lieutenant Colonel, now that you're off mute, as anybody who's been in the Zoom meeting these last few years knows. Tell us in all seriousness what may have happened at this hospital. Do you know?
Yes, so it is understandable, very understandable, that this is at the focus of global attention. What I can say, a few things categorically. We did not intentionally strike any hospital. That I can say categorically. We are investigating as we speak, and we are wanting to be 100% sure of what's happened. And there will be an official statement out in the coming minutes. We're just verifying ourselves to be very sure of what happened. And I want to say that, we're in the news business. We want to have headlines and deliver information. The only thing true about what's happening is probably the fact that there are many Palestinians dead in that hospital. What happened is still unclear, and blaming it on Israel before that is verified, I think, is a wrong thing to do. I am at this stage not able to completely deny it and to say exactly what happened, but I want people to be aware of the fact that Hamas has been firing long-range rockets towards Israel over the last 11 days, and there have been hundreds of incidents of misfire, Hamas rockets that have misfired and landed and exploded inside the Gaza Strip. And we are currently looking into, and we want to establish and verify before we say something official, that this is the case.
Okay,
but
to be
what I
clear
can say,
on that last point, though, there were reports, and you're right, we also want to verify that information is true all of the time before we report it, but there have been reports that the IDF had been saying that this was a failed rocket launch from Hamas. You're saying that is not confirmed yet. You do not know what happened.
I do not have an official statement yet. It is minutes away, and hopefully in a few minutes I'll be able to say clearly and with confidence, after our senior officers have looked at all of the information available, and with confidence say what happened and did not happen. But that is a few minutes away.
Okay, the obvious risk of all of this, and we've been watching the West Bank with live video coming in there of protesters in the streets in Ramallah, is that when people see these headlines, to your point, and the blame is on Israel from the Hamas side, they're going to say Israel is going after not only civilians but striking a hospital, and that could spill over. To what extent are you concerned about the impact of this, no matter what happened at the hospital?
Yes, of course, any event in Gaza will be used by our enemies in order to mobilize more people, organizations, and entities against us. So that is clear. That is why it's also so important to be able to refute as soon as possible. The only thing I can say categorically is that this was not an intentional IDF strike. That is beyond doubt. The other details, we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, let me talk to you while we wait and see about a few other issues, if we can, in this war. There has been concern in the southern part of Gaza, I think we talked about this yesterday, but it's been a big concern here for days about getting people out through the Rafah crossing into Egypt, possibly getting aid in. There were reports of Israeli strikes in that area, in the south. And, that's an area where civilians had been told to go. Why is that happening, or is it happening in that area where civilians have been told to evacuate to?
Yeah, that's a fair question, and I would like to disambiguate. So the situation in Gaza is that we are, as we all know, at war against a terrorist organization that is using all of the civilian infrastructure in Gaza for its military purposes. Nothing is beyond Hamas to use, including sensitive facilities. We have also said very clearly, people, Gazans, please move south of the Gaza River, and that is an area where you will be safer from main combat activities that are going to happen in the area of Gaza City.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider.
Why did he stop? What is this bullshit? I wanted to hear the rest. Are you kidding me?
Military purposes.
Nothing
is beyond Hamas to use, including sensitive facilities. We have also said very clearly, people, Gazans, please move south of the Gaza River, and that is an area where you will be safer from main combat activities that are going to happen in the area of Gaza City.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget.
It's disgusting. Just clip it. Oh, just terrible. I'm looking forward to an answer in regards of it, and then, yeah.
6:15 p.m. A barrage of rockets
You see the
was fired
car
by Hamas
park
to
thing.
Then, at 6:59 p.m., a barrage of around 10 rockets was fired by Islamic Jihad from a nearby cemetery. It was at the time that 6:59 p.m. when there were reports of an explosion at the Al-Hali al-Mahadani hospital in Gaza City. According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened. They went as far as inflating the numbers of casualties. They understood with absolute certainty that it was a rocket misfired by Islamic Jihad that damaged the hospital. Analysis of our aerial footage confirms that there was no direct hit to the hospital itself. The only location damage is outside the hospital in the parking lot, where we can see signs of burning, which I will show later, no cratering, and no structural damage to nearby buildings, as opposed to the damage caused by any aerial munition, which would have been of different nature. We would have seen craters and structural damage to the buildings, both of which haven't been identified in this incident. The size of the damage we see here is due to the warhead of the Islamic Jihad rocket, but most of the rocket's propellant is still evident due to the short flight of the rocket because the launch failed. The following visual evidence shows infrared imagery of the parking lot. You can see the central locations of fires, some debris of rooftops, no craters.
Now actually here the cars. We know that one of the cars was red. I wonder which. Well, there's two red cars I can see in that. And we have the hospital compound, camera angle. Yeah. And so where is it hitting? Some of these cars, but where's the people in regards to that?
Of rooftops, no craters can be identified.
So we have there, and we have the parking lot here. So where is the?
I want to show you that.
Yeah. Okay. So this is afterwards or what? So we have 1, 2. Okay. So here we have them there. So these cars right here Okay. And then we have, so how many cars is there? 1, 2, I'm not sure if that's a car, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So I don't think it's so 24 cars at top, Just
of fires, some debris of rooftops, no craters can be identified. I want to show you that.
yeah, and there we go with the cars. So there's like 4 cars there. 1, 2, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21. So did I count the others one here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 23, 24, 25, 26, 26 maybe? Or something of that nature. Okay. Well, I guess this one is the main car I just seen burning, probably. Side of fire. Yeah, so that must be the middle one that is so easily, and you have the rest here. Yeah, and that's pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe there's a car. I'm not sure. But is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? And that was like a big car. So this one, I think this actually is a car. This must be the one with the thing. So yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars that was burning. So yeah. So
This is the area of the hospital. Okay. We are showing the parking lot.
and we have the parking lot. Oh no, here over. Apparently it's over here. Apparently. Okay, yeah, that seems to okay. So here we have hospital parking lot, and what is this? Sign of fire hospital parking lot. Like there's 2 different pictures of the same thing. Okay. Okay, and they're showing a before and after. Yeah, the tile roof. Yeah, the tile roof was affected, but the buildings didn't really seem to be. So yeah, they have a pretty good the roof building, and yeah, I think they're pretty spot on, and that's what I could see from the images as well. Oh, yeah.
And the hospital. Okay, those are in red spots.
I've done a pretty good job in regards of fixing it. Now, because this is like, yeah, okay. So again, if it was the IDF, you think they would hit the hospital if they wanted to hit the hospital?
So you can understand it better.
When people say, "Oh, it was such a huge explosion, so it like leveled the hospital," it didn't even hit the hospital. It's like parking lot.
This is the parking lot.
Yeah.
You can see the parking lot also.
Yeah, that's very nice. I think they've done a pretty good job in regards of intelligence. And here we see, yeah, I'm not sure if this is before. It's a little hard to see if, but yeah.
This is the parking lot. You can see the parking lot also now in this picture shown here. Okay, aftermath, after the hit. There is no structural damage to the building.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't see anything either on that level. So how could 500 people die in regards to that? It's like,
the walls stayed intact. There are no craters here. All of the above, which I said, no structural damage. The walls stay intact. No craters. These are the characterized that shows that it's not an aerial ammunition that have hit the parking lot. We also have examples of what air-to-ground munition created looks like. As you can see, they do not exist in this instance. Many media outlets immediately reported the unverified claims by Hamas. Those were lies spread by Hamas. I want to make something clear. It is impossible to know what happened as quickly as Hamas claimed they knew. That should have been an initial warning sign for many. Unlike Hamas, the IDF launched an immediate examination, which was overseen at the very highest levels of command. This professional review was based on intelligence, operational systems, and aerial footage, all of which we cross-checked. The evidence, which we are sharing with you all, confirms that the explosion of the Al-Hali al-Mahadani hospital in Gaza was caused by an Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired.
أول مرة نشوف الصاروخ زي هيك والشظايا هذه فبقول لك تبع الجهاد صواريخ الجهاد الإسلامي. إيه؟ فهم بيقولوا هون الجهاد الإسلامي. من علم هذا شكله من علم مين بيقول هيك؟ بيحكوا إن الشظايا تبعت الصاروخ إن الشظايا محلية مش زي شظايا إيش بيقول؟ سبحان الله من عندنا ملجاج يدين في الأكتوبر. عارف هذول متفرين من المقبرة الورا دي ثلاث حط. إيش تلاقيهم طالعين من المقبرة الورا المستشفى المعمداني دي اللي هو فتحة ونزلين. وفي مقبرة ورا. المعمداني ولا عند الساحة في الصبر. هي وين بدك تدخل على الساحة؟ أول ما تدخل على الساحة تدخلش على البلد عندك اليمين في مستشفى المعمداني.
Yeah, I agree. Hamas is lying. I don't know in regards to the numbers. They haven't really looked into to the numbers. So, but yeah, I agree that. That's that's the guy with. Yeah, the real strategy is the news media and public accept lies from a brutal terrorist organization. I thought the whole hospital had collapsed. Unbelievable that the doctors even reported that the hospital was no more. I guess they're almost all in this together and supporting Hamas. A small hole in a car park. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the hospital was leveled. Yeah, okay, and that was the same thing they were told. Turkey torn between Gaza solidarity and okay, here we have some. Yeah, I don't believe. I don't believe the story.
Joe Biden's
So yeah, I think the IDF is absolutely correct. Everything seems to be, the videos and all that. It's just all the bullshit what they, what Hamas is telling them. In regards of saying, in regards of this, you're on this team, so you're allowed to lie and all that. What other garbage, I remember that's the same thing I've seen before in regards of Hamas saying that the Jews never have been on, Israel's soil and all. It was incredible.
Part of a huge international diplomatic effort to keep the conflict from drawing in other regional actors. The Turkish government, led by President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, was one of the first last week to offer mediation. Officials in Ankara say they're involved in negotiations to release the 199 people abducted by Hamas from Israel on October 7th. But efforts are being complicated by the escalating violence in Gaza, which is also echoed on Turkish streets. More than 60 people were reportedly injured during a major protest in Istanbul on Tuesday. Our correspondent Julia Hahn has more.
It's been a night of rage here in Istanbul. Police used tear gas and water cannon to disperse crowds protesting outside the Israeli consulate. Some tried to storm the building, others threw fireworks and stones. The protesters blame Israel for the deadly blast at a hospital in Gaza City. We feel deeply sorry for the Palestinians. They are not alone. We are with them.
People are being killed in hospital, women and children. You gotta wake up. The Palestinian people have been struggling for the last 70 years, and you turn a blind eye on them.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan was also quick to assign blame. He called the hospital blast, quote, the latest example of Israel's attacks, devoid of the most basic human values. Meanwhile, the Israeli military says it can prove that a rocket launched by the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad is to blame.
Islamic Jihad was responsible.
In any case, consequences for ties between Turkey and Israel could be dire.
We did an immediate review.
Recently, Erdogan has been working to repair relations with Israel, which have long suffered from his support for the Palestinians. A few weeks ago, at the UN General Assembly in New York, he even met Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in person for the first time. But now, the fragile rapprochement could be over.
What we're starting to see increasingly is Erdogan and the government of Turkey taking a very strong anti-Israeli position, to the extent that I think Erdogan is more interested in abandoning this so-called lukewarm rapprochement, which was never credible and realistic to begin with.
One of the major reasons, analysts say, is Erdogan's relationship with the Islamist Hamas. Just in July, he held talks with Hamas's political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, in Ankara. The two men have met many times over the years, and Israel has accused Turkey of providing a safe haven to members of the group. During his more than 2 decades in power, Erdogan has always been a fervent supporter of the Palestinian cause, and it resonates well with many here in Turkey. To this day, he refuses to classify Hamas as a terrorist organization, unlike most of his Western allies.
Along with Iran and Qatar, Turkey is a central actor that enables Hamas's activities on an international scale. Erdogan moves systematically to essentially ensure that Hamas found office space, diplomatic recognition, and harboring of Hamas leaders and operators inside of Turkey.
Following Hamas's atrocities in Israel on October 7th, Erdogan has been trying to use his ties with the militant group on October 7th. Erdogan has been trying to use his ties with the militant group to play a mediating role. Turkish officials say they are negotiating the release of hostages held by Hamas in the Gaza Strip. But how much influence does Erdogan's government have?
That remains to be seen. My own view on this would suggest that Turkey's influence with Hamas is negligible, but also Turkey offering itself as a mediator between Israel and the Hamas authorities is insincere, simply because Turkey's relationship with Israel is tenuous at best. The Israeli government and Israeli authorities do not trust the intentions of Erdogan.
While pro-Palestinian groups are calling for more protests in the coming days, Israel has told its citizens to leave Turkey immediately. Amid fears of Palestinian groups are calling for more protests in the coming days, Israel has told its citizens to leave Turkey immediately. Amid fears of reprisal attacks.
So let's first talk to Yulia Han. She's our correspondent in Istanbul. Yulia, what can you tell us about the protests in Turkey?
Well, Turkey is a country with a predominantly Muslim population, so historically there has always been a lot of solidarity with and support for the Palestinian people, for their humanitarian situation, their suffering, and that often becomes with anti-Israeli sentiment. But the question is, to which extent is that being used for political mobilization, particularly in the current conflict? And the Gaza hospital blast really has pushed public anger here to a new level. Many people directly blame Israel without questioning, even though the Israeli military says a failed rocket launched by Islamists inside Gaza is to blame. The Turkish president was also very quick to speak of an Israeli attack. He has now declared 3 days of national mourning in support with and solidarity with the Palestinian victims. And for the past 2 nights, we have seen protests outside the Israeli consulate here in Istanbul and in other Turkish cities turn violent, with dozens of people injured. During many of these protests, you can also hear outspoken support for Hamas, and the Israeli government has issued a new travel warning for Turkey, calling on its citizens to leave the country as soon as possible. So tensions are running very high.
And amidst this, the Turkish government has offered to mediate in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Given what you've just told me, the protests and the statements that the government's been making, would the Turkish government be regarded as an honest broker, as a fair mediator?
Well, Turkish President Erdogan, you have to know, even though he's been recently trying to mend long-strained ties with Israel, he has always been a fervent supporter of the Palestinian cause, and he does not consider Hamas as a terrorist organization, unlike most of his Western allies in the US, the EU. That being said, yes, he was one of the first leaders to offer mediation. There have been many diplomatic calls with regional and global leaders. The Turkish government is calling for a humanitarian ceasefire, and they say they are negotiating with Hamas for the release of hostages held by the Islamists inside the Gaza Strip. But as you just said, analysts I spoke with have doubts, first of all, over how much influence Turkey really has over Hamas, if you compare it to, for example, to Qatar or Iran. And then, of course, the second big question, since this conflict now is casting a huge shadow over Turkish-Israeli relations, do the Israeli government, do they consider Turkey to be an honest broker? And there are doubts, as you mentioned.
Yulia, thank you very much. That was our correspondent, Yulia Han, in Istanbul.
Well, I'm joined now by Israel's ambassador to the UK, Zippy Hotovely. Ambassador, thank you for coming in. It's heartbreaking.
It is.
Just to hear one mother, and then there are so many. There are hundreds and hundreds of...
Just 199 of the people are now kept hostage in Gaza, and I'm thinking about young children, thinking about a girl that has autism and she's disabled. I'm thinking about Holocaust survivors. I think we've never experienced anything like that as the Israeli people. We experience wars, we experience terror attacks. Never since Israel was established, we experienced anything that was as barbaric, as dishuman, as...
Where were you when you heard what happened?
I was in Israel. I was staying at my parents-in-law's house, and 6 o'clock in the morning when the first alarm came, we woke up, and I think it was 8:30 when the second alarm came in a small city next to Tel Aviv. And I told my husband, this is serious. And from an instinct feeling, because of the sirens going up and down, I had a feeling something really bad came up, and I turned my phone on Shabbat, and I realized this is a war. And I wanted to tell to everyone who listens and follows Israel for many years, I think we never had such a clear event that every country should protect its people. I mean, you said it in your great opening, and I want to echo that. This is one of those moments in a nation's life that a country cannot carry on without providing the very basic obligation that every country has to its people. We need to protect our children. We are out there in Gaza, not in order to revenge, not in order to punish. I don't agree with any of those definitions.
It is partly that.
Let me just say why we're doing that. We're doing that to make sure that my children, my friends' children, and every child in Israel will be protected. After we've seen what happened to our border, after we've seen what those barbaric terrorists from Hamas came in and they beheaded babies' heads. I mean, the fact that those small babies, we saw in the Telegraph, wrapped in those bandages. I mean, this is something breaks the heart of every parent. And you cannot see that. And the horrific photographs and everything documented by Hamas, the fact they put children together and burned them alive, the fact they wanted to choke people in their homes by putting them on fire, those type of barbaric actions. And I'll tell you more than that. After identifying, unfortunately, 1,300 Israelis that were brutally murdered, the people were recognizing the bodies. They said 80% of the bodies being tortured. And our president just exposed a booklet that basically showed that it was part of their, way of action, that they wanted to torture the people. It was part of their terror actions, raping innocent young women, taking hostage a Holocaust survivor. I mean, this is really...
I saw the footage of that woman who'd survived the Holocaust being taken away, and all I was struck by was she was completely calm. She was staring ahead, and she wasn't giving them a second of her own feelings in that moment. I thought that was just extraordinary, given what she had obviously gone through as a young person.
But let's join all the international community, including Prime Minister Sunak today in Parliament, that said all those people kept in hostage must be released now. And I think this is Israel's demand, and this is one of the aims of this war, is to bring them back home.
No, I agree.
199
And let's also not be afraid, as the BBC is seemingly afraid to do, to call this what it is, an act of terror. These are terrorists.
I think we were very vocal about what
do you feel about the BBC refusing to call them terrorists?
So I think if the BBC stands for accuracy and if the BBC stands for the truth, it's very simple. I mean, this is what terrorism is. And you cannot find any better example of terrorism. So I really think everyone should call it by its name, and it's terrorism. And I think one more thing we need to say at this time, because Israel is now in one of its, I would say this is not an existential threat, but this is a war on existence, because we cannot exist if our children cannot be safe in their homes. So
Israel has decided, and people will absolutely understand this, that Hamas has got to be eradicated in the way that ISIS was eradicated. But ISIS was eradicated in a process that also involved a lot of innocent people getting killed along the way. Clearly, in what is coming now in Gaza, a lot of innocent people on the Palestinian side are going to die as well. How many is too many? And I don't have the number. I just talk about this debate about proportionality. I'm struggling to see what is proportionate that meets the scale of what happened last weekend. Let me make that clear. I don't have the answer here. But there's a fine line that Israel is going to tread between doing what it can to get the hostages out, paying back, revenge, retaliation, whatever you want to call it, for what has happened.
I call it defense.
Okay,
I call it
defense. I mean, whatever you call it, obviously that's part of the motivation too. And ultimately, you want to get rid of Hamas, but Hamas are embedded with civilians. We know this. So the civilian death toll is going to be very high. And the question for the international community is, at what point does the high moral ground, which I think Israel has at the moment, because of this scale of what happened last weekend, at what point could you risk losing that?
So first of all, Israel is a moral country, works according to the international law, and according to the international law, we are allowing all the Palestinians to go to the south area of Gaza in order to make sure they'll be safe, including creating shelters for them with the international community organizations to make sure they will be safe. The only thing...
Let me ask you on this.
Just one second. Let me just finish. The only thing that stands as a barrier from those Palestinians to get into a safe place is the fact that Hamas is preventing from its own population to get to a safer place because it doesn't care about its people. He's using international support, not in order to give them, as you said, water and electricity, but actually in order to fire on Israel. And as we speak, everyone is talking about this horrific massacre. But sometimes we forget that fighting from Hamas carries on. As we speak today, Parliament being evacuated, the center of Israel being bombarded by those rockets. And we keep having over 6,000 rockets just in the last week. So think about it. It needs to have electricity and all those manufacturing What do you think supports that? So it's Hamas basically taking from its own population and using it against innocent Israelis.
I heard
so
you. Okay,
blame Hamas.
I hear you.
Blame Hamas.
I hear you. But I also heard you this morning saying there's no humanitarian crisis here. By any definition of a humanitarian crisis,
Let me explain that.
That is happening. I mean, you may apportion blame to Hamas on your side.
Let me explain.
I don't think you can deny there's a humanitarian crisis.
Let me explain that. I'm a woman. I'm a mother. I have a sympathy to any innocent child, any innocent person in the world. We don't want to harm any innocent people. We want to target the militants. We want to target those terrorists. We want to target the facilities, the capabilities. This is what we want to do. And the reason I said that, because at the moment, in Gaza, you have supplies of water, you have supplies of food, and unfortunately, wait a second, some of it being
some say the water has run out in many areas.
And I want to explain why. 90% of the water in Gaza is not supplied by Israel. This is like a myth. Israel has just 10% of this. 90% of it is based on their aquifers, and they're doing that by using machines. And the machines basically need electricity that are being abused at the moment by Hamas in order to fire my own hometown. And this is what happens. So just think how irrational it is that the international community, knowing that Hamas started this war, is blaming Israel for what it didn't start it.
I'm not blaming Israel.
No, all I'm saying is
I understand the scale of what happened last weekend means that there must be an unprecedented response.
Exactly.
I think any country in the world that suffered what Israel suffered last weekend would launch an unprecedented response. I understand that. But I also understand in my modern history that after 9/11, America launched a series of unprecedented responses. It invaded Iraq, which I felt at the time was an illegal invasion. That caused ISIS to grow in huge amounts of power and then kill many, many people. Afghanistan was a huge mess and continues to be a mess and is now back in the hands of the Taliban and so on. There's not a lot of evidence that a big invasion of a place like Gaza will do anything other than potentially make the situation worse. That's my concern.
So can I give you my answer? Life is about choosing between alternatives. If you have a perfect alternative, you would have gone for the perfect alternative. But going back even for British history, I mean, you don't want to go back to American history by attacking Mosul and killing so many civilians. And I personally think fighting ISIS is a justified cause because ISIS didn't do any good for civil society. And going back to your own history, when you fight Nazi Germany, you knew that there were many, many civilians got attacked from your attacks on German cities. Dresden was a symbol, but you attacked Hamburg, you attacked other cities, and altogether it was over 600,000 civilian Germans that got killed. And was it worth it in order to defeat Nazi Germany? And the answer was yes.
Let me ask you this.
Just to finish, my point is we don't target civilians. We definitely give them an alternative and a place to find a shelter. And we are trying to minimize casualties because our target is just to remove Hamas from our border in order to have my children to sleep peace and quiet in their bedroom.
I understand, but it is also true that nearly 3 times as many Palestinians have died in the last week than were killed in the outrage on October the 7th. And then that number is going to go much higher.
This is exactly why I think it's unmoral equivalence, because those people got killed in Israel, children, women, and men, were brutally targeted and murdered in the most barbaric way.
I agree with you.
No, but the people got caught in a crossfire in Gaza are people we didn't want to kill. Some of them are terrorists. You need to remember that. And we are targeting those cruel people that are based in schools, based in hospitals. And according, by the way, to the international law, Israel is allowed to launch a military attack every time there is a place that puts Israelis in danger, which it is. The facilities of Hamas are based in civilian facilities.
Do you feel, you talked about being a mother, parent, do you feel on a personal level genuine sympathy with the innocent Palestinians who are getting caught up in it?
Absolutely. I mean, my thoughts are to every single individual that is caught in a war zone. Now, but you need to understand, every country has first and foremost responsibility to its own people. So if Israel will fail to defend my children and other people's children, like we've seen those parents that had to, be in a shelter, hearing other, like I will never forget this video that you hear parents that hear one of their children get executed. I mean, those are things that are totally horrific. So when this is the reality, you need to understand there was a misconcept of the understanding that Hamas can be a tiger, can live by you. No, this tiger, it went out of the cage and it did what it did, and it's a barbaric action.
How do we get to peace after this?
So that's a great question. I think you cannot have peace. I mean, this, again, going back to your history, you cannot have any type of negotiation with this type of barbarism that is based on jihadi ideology. Hamas charter is calling to annihilation of Israel and total destruction. So it has no political vision. So we need to have, from the other side, we need to have people who want to live peacefully with Israel. We've seen the Arab Bowl opens the gate to Israel. We've seen the Abraham Accords. We've seen Saudi wants to normalize with Israel. I believe the future can be better without terror organizations. And this is why Israel is fighting this war, by the way, for the West as well. This is not just Israel's fight. This is the Western world's fight. Just like you had your attacks in 7/7, the Manchester Arena. It's the same type of ideology that attacking innocent people. We need to fight it together.
It is inarguable, finally, that before this attack, the plight of the Palestinian people in Gaza was completely unacceptable. Many will see the control that Israel has wielded in the last week as evidence that it's an unhealthy control over the people of Gaza and indeed potentially of the West Bank as well. My next guest will certainly be arguing that very strongly, that until what they see as the oppression of the Palestinian people is properly dealt with, that there will always be this kind of, I mean, you can call last weekend what you like, to me it's a disgusting abomination, but there will always be angry people in Palestine wanting to break out of what they see as oppression. What do you say to that?
Let's just check the facts from 2000. Actually, Gaza was the case study for how the world will look without Israeli control on Palestinian area territory. 2005, Israel withdraws to the international border, and people believe that Gaza will become a Middle East Singapore. And look what happened. So actually, it's the other way around. From 2000 to 2005, Israel doesn't have any settlements, doesn't have any territorial demands from the Palestinians. Instead of turning Gaza to a flourishing city, they took all the international support, and there was massive support, and they took it to build this underneath tunnel city. It became a terror city, an evil city. We saw the results and its ugly face on last Saturday.
But you wouldn't deny that the living conditions of people in the Gaza Strip, for example, have been completely unacceptable.
And Piers, who should we blame for that? Israel doesn't control the Gaza Strip since 2005.
Is Israel blameless?
I would say that Israel, after
it's not blameless.
I would say Israel. No country in the world is perfect, but after 2005, you need to blame the effective control of Hamas that abused the population, that kept on using all the international support just for one cause, to harming innocent Israelis, to fire all those rockets that have been fired on our cities for years by years. And this is where every civilized person should stand and to say, we saw the real face of Hamas on Saturday. They are there to kill innocent Jews in their beds. And we need to support Israel in this justified fight, because Hamas is bad both to Israelis but also to Palestinians.
Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you very much.
And just going back to what happened last weekend, it was horrific. And when I saw that the instant reaction on the streets of this capital city, London, were thousands of people out in the streets celebrating, some of them with Hamas flags, I was revolted that that was happening in my country. And the only correct response to what happened then was outrage. And it's been disgusting to watch people celebrating what happened to your people. So thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Don't lie. Quit the bullshit, okay?
In Gaza, with the focus that has been now brought with regard to the hospital that has been attacked in Gaza. Now, of course, Hamas are in Palestine, and there has been a quick... With the focus that has been now brought with regard to the hospital that has been attacked in Gaza. Now,
there we go again. Attack, right?
Of course, Hamas are in Palestine, and there has been a quick mention that it was an Israeli airstrike. But Israel also has countered it, said this strike has not been by Israel. Who is speaking this time, the reality of what has unfolded?
Joining me now is the Israel Defense Forces spokesperson, Jonathan Conricus, and he has been speaking constantly on social media as well, stating that this is not Israel. Jonathan, can you put it in perspective that the footage that the IDF is also releasing with the radar footage, and why is it saying that this is not an Israeli strike? Because earlier, right away when the hospital was attacked, the quick mention that came in from the authorities in Palestine, in Gaza Strip, was that this was an Israeli strike.
Yes, hello, thank you for having me. Allow me to give some context first. We're fighting Hamas, and they are not a standard military. They have weapons that are not standard level, many of whom are manufactured inside Gaza and often misfire. Hamas has been firing thousands of rockets at Israeli civilians, and what occurred a few hours ago in Israel, or actually at 7 p.m. Yesterday, was that a rocket fired by another terrorist organization called the Islamic Jihad misfired, partially exploded in the air, and then landed on the ground and exploded on the ground close to that hospital in Gaza City. We have been able to reach that conclusion by looking at radar footage, by analyzing our own activity to make sure that we did not have any military activity in that area at that time, and also by looking at visuals, a UAV footage that we have now taken and analyzed to see and confirm that it was not an Israeli strike, and corroborated with other sources of information indicating that it was in fact a misfire by other terrorists.
Jonathan, because of course the first question is being targeted against Israel too, that is this now a targeting of even hospitals, because that has led to immediate outrage, criticism, protests in many parts of the world as well, and Palestine is saying that this is specifically targeting civilian neighborhood. What do you say to that?
Yes, I've seen those reports, and the first thing I would like to say is that one should be extremely cautious and skeptical when taking information coming out of Gaza, even if it is so-called official information, because all of the authorities in Gaza are controlled by the terrorist organization Hamas. Hamas is an organization that abducts, murders, rapes, and mutilates. That's the organization. And they have zero credibility. They have lied many times in the past, and they have a proven track record of lying when it comes to trying to create events that make Israel look bad. So that's the first thing. I was very disappointed to see many Western media outlets immediately adopt the information coming out of Hamas-controlled Gaza without verifying it, without cross-checking it, and just saying Israel strikes a hospital. That is not true, and that is not proper journalism. I expect each journalist to hold Hamas and the Palestinians to the same standards that they hold us. If they want verification and proof from us, they should have verification and proof from Hamas as well.
Jonathan, at this time, the fact remains that hundreds of civilians have lost their life in Palestine, in Israel, of course, too. Also, many are held hostages. And US President Joe Biden is set to arrive in Israel anytime, but the Amman summit has got cancelled. The Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas does not want to meet. But this could have been a moment of a ceasefire, or at least some sort of a resolution could have been brought in, at least for a temporary basis, so that death toll does not increase. But now it looks like that option is also out.
I don't think a ceasefire was in the cards, because we are moving ahead and we are very committed and determined to complete our military goals, to completely dismantle Hamas from a military point of view, and to make sure that the atrocities that descended upon Israel, our military goals, to completely dismantle Hamas from a military point of view, and to make sure that the atrocities that descended upon Israel on October the 7th, killing more than 1,000 Israeli civilians and 300 soldiers, never occur again.
And also, I do have a question here, because this time it's this specific attack on the hospital has been about claims and counterclaims. And right now, you are saying that there is radar footage and there is evidence. It's been about claims. claims and counterclaims. And right now, you are saying that there is radar footage and there is evidence that this was not Israel. But why would you say that Hamas or Islamic Jihad, as you are mentioning, would fire a rocket that hit a hospital too? Because how does that help Hamas? Their own civilians are also dying at this point.
Yes, that's why we said that it was a misfire. The rocket was intended to hit our civilians.
Because this time it's this specific attack on the hospital has been about claims and counterclaims. And right now you are saying that there is radar footage and there is evidence that this was not Israel. But why would you say that Hamas or Islamic Jihad, as you are mentioning, would fire a rocket that hit a hospital too? Because how does that help Hamas? Their own civilians are also dying
You gotta be kidding me.
at this point.
Yes, that's why we said that it was a misfire.
Misfire.
The
Yeah.
rocket was intended to hit our civilians. It was intended to strike into Israel, but there was a malfunction of the rocket and it exploded shortly after taking off. It was fired from close to the location of the hospital. It was fired, went up in the air, and this can be seen on Al Jazeera footage, not Israeli footage. Al Jazeera were kind enough to show it to the world. It exploded in midair and then landed on the ground and caused a big explosion. It wasn't intentional by the Palestinians. It was a misfire.
Jonathan, you mentioned that ceasefire was really not an option, that you are going ahead with the ground attack as well. But we do see a slight delay in it. There have been warnings constantly for evacuation to the Palestinians. Can you tell us, maybe not operational details, of course, but what about this ground attack? What is the IDF plan of action right now? Because many have said that perhaps that is not the right way to go and it shouldn't be done. It could lead to further casualties too. So what is the IDF plan of that at this juncture?
Yes, we intend to dismantle Hamas militarily by the various means that we have at our disposal. Ground invasion is definitely one of them. And we will execute that ground invasion when it suits our strategic and tactical objectives and when the conditions are right. So nothing is off the table. We are preparing, collecting intelligence. In the meanwhile, we are striking the enemy. We are degrading Hamas and its military capabilities, making it weaker. We are hunting their commandos and striking quite a lot of command centers, their logistic capabilities, their rocket launchers, and many other things. And as time goes by, Hamas feels more of the pressure, and we are preparing for the next stage of operations.
And my final question is, when this ground attack is being planned and scheduled by Israel and the IDF, what about the hostages? Hundreds of them, children, elderly, women. There's no clarity about their whereabouts. People and families are still waiting for their return. Has that really been taken into consideration? What is the plan with regard to that? Negotiations on that front as well?
Yeah, due to the sensitivity of the matter, most of the things I cannot talk about. I can only say that we are fully committed to returning those hostages, men, women, children, babies, elderly people, disabled people, and even a Holocaust survivor. We are fully committed to bringing these people back home to Israel. They are now held hostages by these brutal savages in Gaza, and we will do everything it takes, and no resources will be spared until they are brought back home.
Jonathan, there's definitely what we can see here from India is that this is becoming a multi-front war for Israel. It started with Israel-Hamas, but it's becoming Israel-Hezbollah. It's becoming Israel-Syria too. How does Israel plan to manage that? Because that will mean the deployment of troops and tanks much more than initial focus just on Gaza.
Indeed, the Iranian proxies around us they appear galvanized, and we see lots of incitement and hard talk by the Iranians, and we see attacks by Hezbollah along the Lebanese border. We remain strong, focused. Our focus is on southern Israel, on Gaza, and our message to Lebanon through Hezbollah is that Lebanon, the state of Lebanon, now has to make a choice if they are willing to sacrifice their own safety and well-being at the behest or at the benefit of a bunch of jihadis in Gaza.
Jonathan, I just want to come back to this hospital attack, and I appreciate you explaining from your version as well what Israel has to say, because Palestinian authorities have made it very clear that this was an Israeli airstrike that has killed over 500 people, which means, according to them, including women and children, and there are visuals of people who are injured being rushed into likely another hospital, as it looked like, for injuries. Why again has Israel said, and on what basis, what evidence is Israel giving out at this point? Because why I'm asking you that question is that there has been outrage not just among people on social media, but there are leaders, for example, in USA who are from the US Congress. They have come out to blame Israel. They are not backing out from that. So why do you say that this was from Gaza, a misfire, and what is the evidence Israel is putting forth on that?
As I already stated at the beginning of our Q&A session, we are confident after a thorough analysis of our systems, intelligence based on more than one source, that this was in fact a Islamic Jihad rocket that was fired towards Israel and misfired, exploded on the ground and caused the explosion in the hospital. We are confident. This has been approved by the highest levels of the IDF. This is the information that we stand by, contrary to random claims made by terrorist-approved outlets in Gaza, which I think shouldn't be granted that level of veracity that you are granting them. Thank you.
Jonathan, why do you say that? Because I remember there were a lot of people asking for evidence of proof of the massacre of babies, despite Hamas themselves live streaming it for the world to see, including the children and hostages. And now when evidence is being asked with regard to this, is that the reason that you're saying that put them on the same pedestal?
No, I'm simply saying that you shouldn't treat information coming from a terrorist organization the same way that you treat information that comes from a sovereign country and a military.
I appreciate you joining us. Jonathan Gunkus is the IDF spokesperson, and he's explaining why Israel is constantly stating now with regard to the hospital attack. Remember, because it is a hospital, and this means deaths of civilians too. And Israel has said it was not our rocket, it was not our missile, that it was from Gaza Strip as well, and they are putting forth radar footage. This has led to a lot of claims and counterclaims this time.
Joining me now is Sky News US contributor Michael Ware. Michael, great to see you. Let's look at the evidence that Israel has provided, and let's, I don't exactly know what I'm looking at, but first there was that audio evidence, then there are photos. Let's go through these photos. There are a series of them. There are 3 photos. The first one shows, I assume, what Gaza and this area looked like before the blast, or this is just after. What are we looking at here?
Well, what the Israelis are showing in that first photograph is where they believe that the 2 cameras filmed the explosion that hit the hospital. And the Israeli argument there is, from where the images were taken, it was evident that the missiles had been coming from, or the rockets had been coming from inside Gaza. That's what they claim those images show. But there's 2 other pieces of more compelling evidence. Yes, that shows all the misfires of all the Palestinian rockets that have occurred just during this war. That is not uncommon. We see that time and time again. So that's what the Israeli Defense Force is showing us with that map. 450 misfires. They're showing us the angle from which the launch site sent the trajectory of those rockets, including the one that the Israelis claim misfired. Now, don't forget, the Israeli Iron Dome system relies heavily on a very complex, very sophisticated radar system. So as soon as these rockets launch and leave the ground, the Israelis are watching them. And that's what the Israeli Defense Force is claiming they're showing us here. This is where that rocket and multiple others came from. I think, however, 2 most compelling pieces of evidence that we've seen so far from the Israelis is, one is that signal intercept that you played. That has a ring of legitimacy about it. And it's 2 members of Hamas, don't forget, 2 members of Hamas talking about this
this rocket that hit the hospital and blaming it on Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a much more hardline, much more militant group than even Hamas. And you hear that fighter as you play speaking to what's clearly a commander saying the shrapnel is out. It's not Israeli. The other piece of fairly compelling evidence of material that's been provided by the Israelis is the images of the kind of cratering that we see at the hospital site. And when you compare the cratering that we see at the hospital to the kind of crater that an Israeli missile leaves and the kind of damage that an Israeli air-to-ground missile leaves, don't even compare. I mean, the crater that we see near the hospital is about 7 meters. An Israeli missile would be at least 19 meters, and it would have leveled half the buildings around it.
Okay, that is really compelling, the way you put that, Michael Weir. A few things that stand out to me. I think you would have heard Mustafa there, Baghouti from Ramallah, saying there needs to be an international inspector here, someone that both sides trust and can make a impassioned, I should say dispassionate assessment of what's going on here. I think that would seem like a reasonable request. The few questions I have is that if Hamas is claiming there are 471 plus people that have died in that particular hospital blast, where are the bodies? I don't think we've seen. It's quite a grim request to make, but I don't think we've seen the aftermath that would actually present that as true. And you talk about the crater. Is there a chance that we are just not being shown some other areas around the blast site?
Well, they're great questions because any and all of that is possible. One thing you've got to remember is that ancient adage that the first casualty of war is truth. And in every war, everyone lies. Their governments, our governments, the insurgents, the militants, our militaries, everybody lies. And yes, the Israeli Defense Force likes to spin its story, but obviously so does Hamas. And I will tell you, Hamas has already won the information war on this strike. It doesn't matter to an extent who fired that rocket or whether it was an Israeli missile, because they got their story out almost immediately. And that story was picked up on the Arab Street throughout the Middle East, and that's now the story that people in the region believe. And you're not going to shake them from that belief. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Force did what any professional military does. It did an after-action report. It would have gone through things forensically, and then it released its statement. I mean, I've seen this in Afghanistan and Iraq over and over and over. The Taliban, the insurgents, the Islamic State, there's an incident, they immediately put out their story. And then within, say, the US military, the information has to pass up a chain, and then it has to come back down the chain before there's approval for it to be released. By then, the defining narrative is the first one that's out there. And that's why I say Hamas has already won the information war on this unfortunate strike.
Yeah, and the timing meant that Joe Biden didn't meet with Arab leaders because Arab leaders cancelled that summit. So certainly a massive setback, and we'll see where that ends up. Michael Weir, always a pleasure to talk to you, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
6:15 p.m., a barrage of rockets was fired by Hamas to Israel. Then, at 6:59 p.m., a barrage of around 10 rockets was fired by Islamic Jihad from a nearby cemetery. It was at the time that 6:59 p.m. when there were reports of an explosion at the Al-Hali al-Mahadani hospital in Gaza City. According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened. They went as far as inflating the numbers of casualties. They understood with absolute certainty that it was a rocket misfired by Islamic Jihad that damaged the hospital. Analysis of our aerial footage confirms that there was no direct hit to the hospital itself. The evidence, which we are sharing with you all, confirms that the explosion of the Al-Hali al-Mahadani hospital in Gaza was caused by an Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
You know, Dagan, I want to get back to what we began with. An appalling moment for the United States media that was not lost upon any of us to immediately spew pro-terrorist talking points across outlets, across the major wire of the United States, blaming the hospital attack like that, knee-jerk reaction, blaming it on Israel. Take a look at the New York Times. They're called the Gray Lady, right? The most esteemed newspaper in our country. Well, here's what they did. This is moments after that happened. Israeli strike kills hundreds in hospital, Palestinians say. No, Hamas said that. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Well, then they realized, oh, maybe we should back up. At least 500 dead in strike. Notice the word strike. On Gaza hospital, Palestinians say, before finally landing at least 500 dead in blast at Gaza hospital, Palestinians say. We now know it was Islamic Jihad, but this is what I'm talking about. Watching and waiting for the media to flip the script and turn it right back on Israel. They were proven wrong by our own president.
This is more than 2 hours later, we should point out, and the first mention to the last mention that you're pinpointing. It's more than 2.5 hours later that they finally say the Israeli military said just a few things. Palestinians say, which you saw in other instances, that's purposeful. It's intentionally bearing the fact that they knowingly were regurgitating Hamas terrorist propaganda. Again, quoting terrorists rather than just waiting. Why should you even just say there's been an explosion at a hospital in Gaza, full stop? Because for a number of reasons that even most recently, going back to 2014, the last time Israel had boots on the ground in Gaza, it was widely reported that Hamas stores weapons inside hospitals and schools, that these missiles misfire by Hamas 30 to 40% of the time because they're made in part from old water pipes. So, and maybe have a soul and a brain and don't regurgitate a terrorist propaganda. But the other thing is, why did they all pounce on this like they did? Because their bias betrays them. They want it to be true because underneath they are on the side of Hamas. These are journalists, and even though we shouldn't call them that, who are anti-Israel and anti-Semitic because they were educated in the very colleges we'll be talking about later in the show.
And no doubts. And this comes as the Israeli Defense Forces are pushing back against Hamas's allegations, their propaganda,
and blasting the media for their coverage of the deadly hospital explosion in Gaza, as they should, accusing the press of rushing to judgment before all of the facts were known. IDF spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner challenged CNN on their coverage earlier today. Watch this moment.
If you're asking for proof, you don't really want the proof. You just want to make sure you have a story. And unfortunately, there's so much premature.
Hang on, I don't want you to suggest. Hang on, Peter. That is unfair. I do not want you to suggest that we are not seeking the truth. Peter Lerner, we are trying to seek the proof, and that was the question that I asked you, and you have provided what you can at this point, and I appreciate that. But please don't suggest that we're not trying to identify the truth, because that is exactly what we are doing, sir.
You'll never be content with whatever I share, because you'll ask for more and more and more and more. When you can take what I say for face value, and as
Peter,
I say, you don't have to believe what
I am reporting what other people, what the Palestinians are asking for.
But it's not the Palestinians. You are parroting
what Hamas is saying. I'm going to leave it there. It's good to have you, Peter Lerner. It's good to have you, sir. Understood.
What a moment. Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner joins us now. Lieutenant Colonel, prior to that moment, you were asked for evidence. You gave evidence. You held up an Al Jazeera broadcast showing the trajectory of the rocket. You said IDF was not firing rockets at that time. I heard at least 3 pieces of evidence. So how frustrating is it to then have the media reiterate terrorist talking points before you're even able to give your evidence?
I mean, you've probably seen me on television. I'm usually very calm and collected. I try and keep a mild view, and I understand that you have a job to do, and I have a job to do. But I found it extremely frustrating that Hamas gets this platform, and I could not stop but thinking about an organization that butchers babies in their bedrooms, and then they get to say to the media, and it's just automatically accepted as fact. Hamas says, and as if it's enough that you attribute it to Hamas, and then it should be accepted or broadcasted, and that's why this morning I had that very exceptional exchange with CNN. I don't like. That's not me. That's not how I convey my messaging. I prefer to be very straightforward and factual, and less on the emotional side, because I do believe that people are interested in facts. But I just basically lost it this morning, and I'm sorry for that, because that's not what I want. I don't think it actually benefits any viewers to get mad over it, especially in my official role. This conflict is a conflict that in an environment that is saturated by media, and especially social media. Some of the news media are in an endless chase after what's happening on social media, and then trying to keep up with that. You can't compete with social media, and you guys need to know that you can't compete with social media. Therefore, if something comes out on social media, you have to be 100% certain that this actually happened, that you're not being manipulated, because there is so much fake news coming out. There is so much misinformation and disinformation that it undermines what you're trying to do for your viewers. You are trying to give a good service to people who want to be informed. And when you fail like this, you're failing, first of all, you're failing your viewers, but you're failing the story. And I felt for the victims of Hamas's terrorist attack this morning, and that's why I was very, very direct. I felt the need to do that. I actually have a friend that sent me the caption of Fox News this morning, and I found that to be the most realistic conveying of what actually was happening as it was developing. So yes, you need to know that there is a responsibility in reporting. There is a responsibility when covering conflict, and in these crazy times, in times of conflict, we need to be responsible and stand up to that responsibility. So I'm thankful, and I appreciate the time. I've been interviewed from Ireland today to the UK, the US, to Australia, all over the world. I've been presenting Israel's case in order to try to get this message across that Hamas cannot be trusted. This is an organization that will butcher babies in their bedrooms. They'll have no problem lying to you. And that we need to address Hamas's communication effort, their propaganda effort, as if we were listening to North Korea. There is no free voice there. You can't trust them. So please don't give them any credit more than I would say don't give them any credit. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, if you burn babies alive, I think it's fair to say we should question your knee-jerk reaction and your so-called facts. You know, our own president, President Biden, was asked, what data do you have? How do you know that IDF wasn't behind this? He said data from my own Department of Defense. So I think that's established at this point. But Lieutenant Colonel, this is as much of a war of information. You see what happened just yesterday, the knee-jerk reaction of blaming IDF. How do you combat this as a potential ground invasion takes place? The knee-jerk reaction to embrace disinformation, because it took time for Israel to get the facts together. You got the facts, you got the images, you put it out. But not lost upon us was the fact that Hamas was out right away without the facts, putting out misinformation, blaming this on you, on IDF.
So I'm hoping that the world media are watching this event today, and I think that and we've seen over the course of the day a lot of toning down, and you showed the New York Times, and eventually. So I'm hoping that in the next, if there will be an event such as this in the next time, we will first of all be able to respond rapidly, but also that the reporters and the journalists, and they won't be after this crazy seek of attention to break the story first and then tell a story that is factually wrong, inaccurate, or misleading. We've seen over the course of the day, and I'm sure you've covered what's going on in Lebanon, outside the US Embassy. And we saw last night outside the Embassy of Israel in Jordan. Words have meaning, they create action, it is created, and this is what's happened. So we need to be, I would say, you have a responsibility, we have a responsibility, we have professional ethics, you have professional ethics. Let's live up to them. Let's not do the hyperbole. Let's not do the factually unclear stories. Let's make sure that terrorists are not abusing the access they have to you. Another colleague that I have that I work with sent me today, why aren't you inviting me to such and such an event with journalists? I get invited by Hamas to everything. And we have access, but we have limited access. Hamas just sends its propaganda out to everybody and gives them access, but it's not true access, it's all manipulation.
About it. Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, thank you very much for your time.
Okay.
This is the 12th day since the Islamist Hamas organization carried a surprise terror attack, murdering women, children, and the elderly, and taking more than 100 hostages into the Palestinian enclave. Yesterday, you probably heard a report that Israel hit a hospital inside the Gaza Strip, causing the deaths of more than 700 civilians and people that were stationed inside this hospital. Following an extensive investigation of the operational and intelligence branches of the IDF, it was clearly conducted that the missile was launched by terrorist organizations affiliated with Hamas inside the Gaza Strip towards Israeli civilians. The missile had a failure and exploded inside the Palestinian territory.
I want to give you an announcement of the event that occurred in the hospital in Gaza. I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists.
فبقول لك تبع الجهاد الثوري في الجهاد الإسلامي.
إيه؟
هم بيقولوا طبعا الجهاد الإسلامي.
This is not a one-time incident. Since the beginning of this war, more than 450 missiles that were aimed at Israel malfunctioned and hit the Palestinians themselves. Hamas is using this incident in order to claim that Israel is targeting civilians while it's attacking. This cannot be further from the truth. I am confident that I am fighting on the right side. I am fighting on the side of good against evil, against terrorism. And my motives in order to keep fighting are to defend my family, to defend my nation, the nation of Israel, and to eradicate a terror organization from this world. Please join me in prayer and pray for the peace of Jerusalem.
That the rockets were fired close proximity to the hospital. Second, our radar system tracked rockets fired by terrorists from within Gaza at the time of the explosion. I will show you. The trajectory analysis from the barrage of rockets confirms that the rockets were fired close proximity to the hospital. In addition, there are two independent videos which show the failure of the rocket launch and the continuation of rocket flight towards the ground within the Gaza Strip, falling in the hospital compound. Third, we have intelligence, some that will be shared here, of communication between terrorists talking about rockets misfiring. The terrorists realize that the rocket has misfired and made specific reference to the Al-Hali Al-Ma'dani hospital. I would want to let everybody hear the conversation, and I will do the translation in English. I'm telling you, this is the first time that we see missile like this falling, and so that's why we are saying it belongs to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. What? They are saying it belongs to the PGI. It's from us? It looks like it. Who says this? They are saying the sharpnel from the missile is local sharpnel and not like Israeli sharpnel. What are you saying, Abu Amar? But God bless, it couldn't have been found another place, not the hospital, to explode? Never mind, yes, Abu Raji. They shot it from the cemetery behind the hospital. What? They shot it coming from the cemetery behind Al Mahadani hospital, and it misfired and fell on them. There's a cemetery behind it? Yes, Al Mahadani is exactly in the compound. Where is it when you enter the compound? You first enter the compound and don't go towards the city. It's on the right side of Al Mahadani hospital. Yes, I know it. We have cross-checked intercept with other intelligence sources to confirm this accuracy. It is common for rockets that are fired at Israel to land short and fall inside Gaza. These rockets fall short of Israel and have caused Palestinian casualties. During this war, we have counted approximately 450 rockets that misfired and fell inside Gaza. Palestinian civilians pay the price. I want to show you the footage. These are failed launches during this war, until now. These are all failed launches that fell inside the Gaza Strip, and some of them, of course, created casualties among the Palestinians themselves. And one of them was in the hospital Al-Hali al-Mahamadani. We are also sharing this information with our partners. First and foremost, the United States. We want the maximum transparency because we take any incident involving civilians very, very seriously. Unfortunately, many in the media immediately reported the statements coming out from Hamas, controlled in Gaza, which blamed Israel. Instead of waiting for the examination of a credible information from the IDF, some media outlets ran with Hamas lies. Some of those headlines are still up, have not been corrected. I understand the desire to break news, but I hope you will all agree the accuracy and credible information comes before speed. The IDF acts in accordance with the international law. In conclusion, this incident shows how allegations, in this case false and baseless allegations made by terrorists against Israel, can spread and flame tension in the region.
Oh, interesting. Hmm.
That want to push the Middle East into a world of peace and prosperity. We are on the cusp of expanding that peace, and destroying that move was one of the reasons why this action was taken. We have to resist it, and we have to win. Above all, we have to win. We have to release the hostages. You have nationals. Understand that, I know you do, that we have their children, babies, women, elderly, Holocaust survivors, and your nationals. And we have to work together in every way possible. And we're doing that to get them back. I appreciate the fact that you also sent some military forces into the region. We discussed practical cooperation on many fronts, and I value that very much. 80 years ago, Prime Minister, the civilized world stood with you in your darkest hour. This is our darkest hour. It's the world's darkest hour. We need to stand together, and we want to win. And this is why I value your support, and the fact that you're here. We must win together. That means that this is a long war, and we'll need your continuous support. There'll be ups and downs, there'll be difficulties. The people here are united. They're prepared to take the necessary action. I've never seen the people of Israel as united, more united than they are now. But we need that unity across the board and continuous support as we prosecute and win this just war against the modern barbarians, the worst monsters on the planet. Thank you, Rishi, for coming here.
Well, Prime Minister, thank you for your warm words and for welcoming me to Israel. I'm just sorry to be here in such terrible circumstances. In the last 2 weeks, this country has gone through something that no country, no people should have to endure, least of all Israel, which has lived through some of the most awful scenes, the spectre of violence and terrorism every day of its existence. And I want to share the deep condolences of the British people and stress that we absolutely support Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law, to go after Hamas, to take back hostages, deter further incursions, and to strengthen your security for the long term. Now, I know that you are taking every precaution to avoid harming civilians, in direct contrast to the terrorists of Hamas, which seek to put civilians in harm's way. But I also want to thank you for the support that your government has given to the families of British nationals caught up in this horror, including your efforts to release the hostages, secure their release. And I know that we will continue to cooperate, particularly with regard to the British nationals that are involved. Can I also say that we have seen the scenes over the past day that have shocked all of us, particularly at the hospital, and we mourn the loss of every innocent life, civilians of every faith, every nationality who have been killed. And we also recognise that the Palestinian people are victims of Hamas too. And that is why I welcome your decision yesterday that you took to ensure that routes into Gaza will be opened for humanitarian aid to enter. I'm glad that you made that decision. We will support it. We're increasing our aid to the region, and we will look to get more support to people as quickly as we can. The last thing for me to close on is this. You describe this as Israel's darkest hour. Well, then it's for me to say I'm proud to stand here with you in Israel's darkest hour. As your friend, we will stand with you in solidarity. We will stand with your people, and we also want you to win.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, I guess I got a multitude of messages have been interestingly censored. There's another one unclosed apparently. Can't write anyway. Let's see here. Second book burning. Interesting. Incredible. Well, I think we pretty much got that sorted out in regards of yeah. Oh well, so we have a lot of post hidden. Oh, intro. Another one. It's incredible. I think most of my messages are removed. Yep, that's another one. It took you a while to realize this. It is full of hypocrites. At least that's. It is full of hypocrites here. Yeah. It took you a while to realize this. I just made my account, you know. Just pretty new. Huh? Oh, maybe they was a little too direct. Oh well, most of my messages. I don't know how many messages they will be able to remove because I can't. I can't be. There's not many left. That is not interesting. It's not censored. Whew. So since my account temporarily on hold, it's like, oh my, that's terrible. Ah, that's incredible. Uh, I have in regards to two aircraft carriers.
MiG-31K fighter jet armed with KH-47 Kinzhal will give a bad signal to U.S. aircraft carriers. Yesterday, on October 18, 2023, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, announced that MiG-31K carrying the Kinzhal hypersonic missile system will patrol the Black Sea. But this can be considered a clear signal for the United States, which sent two aircraft carriers to the Mediterranean Sea. Here, the U.S. presence comes in practice to support Israel, literally aiming to increase tensions in the Middle East on a daily basis. By another point of view, this would allow Russia to launch Kinzhal on both the northern and eastern fronts of Ukraine. A few days ago, Ukraine has violated Russian red lines, using ATACMS missile with a range of 300 kilometers, provided by the U.S. Putin ordered to monitor the entire Black Sea, as the collective West has launched a hybrid war against Russia. The Russian Air Force will carry out air patrols with fighter aircraft, which are armed with missiles with a range of more than 1,000 kilometers and a speed exceeding Mach 9. Kinzhal can hit aircraft carriers, and the missile defense system will not be able to protect them. A 500 kilograms warhead may seem small, but because of its very high speed, it can penetrate the hull of an aircraft carrier and explode inside the ship. The consequences can cause serious damage, or even sink the aircraft carrier in the worst-case scenario. Putin's remarks about deploying in the Black Sea could be interpreted in another way, considering where the U.S. currently stations its aircraft carriers. Now, the U.S. aircraft carriers are within close range of Russian Kinzhal. Thus, Thus, Putin clearly provides balance to Biden's major threat and shows in practice that Russia can intervene if necessary.
Начинают на постоянной основе патрулирование в нейтральной зоне воздушного пространства над Черным морем. И наши самолеты МиГ-31 вооружены комплексами «Кинжал». Они, как известно, имеют дальность свыше 1000 километров со скоростью 9 миль.
Yeah, it's just madness. Okay, well, anyway. So apparently I'm not, in regards to the community flags, people are still flagging all my posts. Someone really must, of course I can't see it. It would be interesting to be an administrator, right? Because then you could see which people are doing it. That would be pretty interesting to see what kinds of people would, flag all the posts. And of course, post hidden by community flag, staff notified, awaiting approval. Staff hidden by staff? No, okay, so staff hidden. No, post hidden by staff, apparently. Awaiting approval. I'm not sure how that works out because we're awaiting approval for what. So it's like, so apparently you're not allowed to say anything bad about Google either. It's very interesting. On a system that actually should be an alternative to Google. Maybe they're getting money from Google as well in regards of SailFish. Yeah, all right. We could actually write, does SailFish or Yola SailFish get money from Google? Couldn't that be interesting? See, after 10 years, SailFish OS maker Yola is finally profitable. So how is it profitable? This is 2021. The company behind the Linux-based SailFish OS for mobile devices has been plugging away for 10 years and now it's finally turned a profit. Yola was founded by a group of former Nokia employees who wanted to continue developing the Linux-based MiGo operating system for smartphones, even after Nokia shifted its focus to Windows phones. And blah blah blah. Yep. So what do we have in regards of Microsoft? Do we have anything in regards of Microsoft? Uh-huh. No. Yeah, just who owns Yola? Apparently there's something in regards of Russia. What happened to the Yola phone? Okay. Yeah, the weather is not looking good. 2022. Reject all. Yeah, well. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, unread. What is unread? SailFish Community News 19. I still don't know why they're getting these. I guess it doesn't really matter. This topic will automatically close in a month. I can't read it. I can't write anyway, so who knows how far or how long since I can write again on the forum. Oh. It's 4 o'clock. Is it like Thursday today? Okay. So how many system posts not here? I'm probably going to get more. Who cares? So yeah, where is the phone actually? Can you? There we go. So here we have the phone. And yeah, well, I guess it is what it is. I guess I can use it for if I can figure that out, how to fix the videos, maybe make them smaller, all of them, and try to make them still pretty good quality and yet compress them further, and hopefully not ruin so much of the smaller I can make them, the better, pretty much. Maybe I could take some of them and just use the phone here and just run them through the phone. Installing I can't remember what it's called, but I might be able to, I guess, at least if I do it with, I have 150 videos from YouTube, which might be able to be further fixed down, I guess. Bad weather. Oh well. Yeah, interesting. So I got muted on Yolla forum, and while getting muted, people further checked my post to get them Yeah, get them down. Interesting. Anyway, may Yehovah be with you, and Yeshua, most precious pearl, and the spirit of truth be in us all. I think I'll stop now. No one sees these. Well, anyway, wow, nearly